Chapter 51 Huge People. Just as Chen Chen and Parker were drinking wine and hugging the model sisters with laughter, in a box not far away, several burly men were angry. One of them, a bald man, pointed at the dozen scantily clad, plain-looking call girls in front of him and shouted angrily, "I came to play with you, and you found me a bunch of such stuff? Is it because I can't afford it, or do you look down on me? Where's Maria? Where's Angelina? Ask them to come see me." The waiter of the club looked helpless and said apologetically, "Gentlemen, this is already our best quality batch now, and the rest have been booked by customers." "All booked? Are you kidding me? Don't you have even one decent thing here?" the bald man roared. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. "Okay, Borodine, there's no need to talk too much nonsense with a waiter, go and bring Angelina to me." The waiter looked over and found a huge man sitting in the dark corner of the box. "That's right, it's a huge man." This adjective is a bit weird to use on people, but it's just right for the man in the corner. The man is more than 2 meters tall. Strangely, his body width is similar to his height, and the whole person looks like a moving thick wall. "Yes, boss," the bald man replied respectfully. Then he took 3 men and the waiter out the door. "Go, take us to the box where Angelina is," the bald man said in a deep voice. The waiter had a bitter face, but after looking at the 4 people's strong bodies, he didn't dare to refute, and honestly led the 4 people to the box where Chen Chen was. Bang! The door was kicked open violently. The group of people who were reveling in the box looked at the door in astonishment. Behind the thin waiter, 4 tattooed, strong men with cold temperament walked in. The bald man looked at the 24 beauties in the box, his eyes widened. "I was wondering why the girls today were so ugly, it turns out the pretty ones are all here." He walked up carelessly, pointed at the girls and said, "Angelina, Maria, come here, no, come here, I have guests to entertain." As he spoke, he wanted to reach out and hug a few girls. Chen Chen frowned, he just wanted to stand up. Parker next to him was in a similar situation, also surrounded by clamps, his face red, unable to escape. After a lot of effort, Chen Chen finally pulled his arms and legs out. He was very unhappy that his interest was disturbed. "What are you doing here? This is a private room. No outsiders are allowed to enter." "Oh? You took all the beauties, and I haven't bothered you yet." The bald man Borodine walked to Chen Chen's side and said loudly to Chen Chen, as if scolding a cat or a dog, "Boy, I give you 1 minute, get out of here quickly." "Hey!" Chen Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Borodine with an extremely unfriendly look. "Do you know who you are talking to?" Borodine grinned and said, "Why, are you a big shot? Unfortunately, this is New York. There is no one in New York that I dare not offend. Come here, catch him and throw him out." Borodine ordered his men. The 3 people behind him immediately rushed out, stretched out their hands to grab Chen Chen's shoulders, and wanted to lift Chen Chen up, and then throw him heavily into the corridor. But as the men moved, Chen Chen did not move at all, like a mountain, motionless and stable. No matter how hard the men tried, they could not move him at all. "You are all useless. You usually eat dogs." Borodine was furious and strode to the side of Chen Chen, stretched out his hand to grab his neck, and was about to pull Chen Chen up. When he was about to stretch out his hand, Chen Chen suddenly pushed away the women on both sides and said coldly to Borodine, "If I were you, I would get out immediately." Seeing that the other party didn't care at all, Borodine's heart was filled with rage, and he raised his fist. "You probably don't know who we are yet. In New York, no one dares to offend us. I've changed my mind. Even if you want to leave now, you can't." Chen Chen glanced at Borodine coldly, and also raised his hand, and a slap landed on Borodine's cheek. "Pa!" As he moved, the men who grabbed his shoulders were all shaken back. Borodin was even more so under this terrifying force, and flew backwards and hit a wooden table and chair heavily. The table and chair broke with a sound, and Borodin wailed in pain on the ground. Looking for death? Boy, are you crazy? What are you doing? Get him! Seeing their superior being slapped away by Chen Chen, the other three people were furious. They picked up various sundries in the box, such as tables, chairs, and wine bottles, and then smashed them on Chen Chen's head, as if they were going to knock Chen Chen to the ground. The waiter and the call girls saw this scene and ran out in panic. The originally lively box was suddenly empty. Chen Chen saw it and was furious. He finally took Parker out to play once, but he was disturbed by these blind people. Bang bang bang! Chen Chen stood up and landed 3 punches and 2 kicks on several people, knocking several men away instantly. They fell heavily on the tables and chairs, smashing them into pieces and falling all over the floor. Chen Chen coldly glanced at the men wailing on the ground. He was in a bad mood. If it weren't for the righteous Spider-Man Parker next to him, he would not have killed them directly. With his strength, these slightly strong ordinary people might have been torn into pieces and their souls returned to hell. It's really bad luck. Chen Chen sat next to Parker again and explained to him, I didn't expect that someone would disturb the interest in a club of this level. Parker, I will take you to a more fun place next time. Parker wiped the lipstick marks on his face and smiled foolishly, it's okay, it's not your fault, I have had a lot of fun today. On the ground, Borodin struggled painfully with his lower abdomen covered. He looked at Chen Chen with fear in his eyes. For the first time, he regretted his rash behavior. This person's strength was a bit too terrifying. Even compared with their boss, it was almost the same. They were no match at all. At this moment, he had only one thought, that is, to escape, find the boss, seek help, and then come back to beat this man up. Chapter 52 Kingpin's Anger. Borodin set his eyes on the 3 men, exchanged glances with each other, and then stood up in unison and walked quickly towards the door of the box. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Chen's cold voice appeared in their ears, "Did I let you go?" This made the 4 people's faces change. The next moment they all ran to the corridor. Ignorance. Chen Chen glanced at a few people coldly, kicked up a few pieces of table and chair fragments, and flew towards them. With the blessing of the throwing proficiency skill, these fragments hit the 4 people with incomparable accuracy. The huge impact force brought by the collision knocked the 4 people to the ground again. Ah! The 4 people wailed in pain again. Come here! Chen Chen shouted at Borodin, and at the same time stretched out his finger and hooked it. Yes! Borodin's body trembled violently, and he immediately crawled over quickly. At this moment, there was no more anger in his heart, only endless panic. He deeply realized that in front of Chen Chen, they had no chance of escape. As long as Chen Chen wanted, he might not even know how to die. You disturbed my interest, and you just left like that. You have to leave something behind, right? Chen Chen looked at Borodin, looking down at him. Ya, what do you want? Borodin looked at Chen Chen in panic, sweating profusely, as if it was raining. He quickly looked at the other 3 people, trying to find help from them. A tattooed white man took out a wad of cash from his pocket, crawled to Chen Chen, and handed the cash over. Sir, this is all our cash, all for you. Chen Chen shook his head and did not accept the cash. I am not short of money. There is only one possibility to get out of here alive, that is to become my subordinate. Just now, he suddenly remembered that he was still carrying a task of building power. Although these people in front of him were ordinary people without extraordinary abilities, their words and deeds seemed to have a good power behind them. If they could be recaptured and added to their own ranks, it would improve the completion of the task, which could be regarded as waste recycling. Ah! Borodin's face froze. Chen Chen's statement was beyond his expectation. However, under Chen Chen's cold gaze, he quickly said, Yes, boss. There is no way, a man who knows the times is a hero. Chen Chen looked at him with indifference, and he had no doubt that if he dared to refuse, he would be a dead man in the next moment. Parker poked Chen Chen's arm and whispered, "Man, these guys are obviously underground gang members, why do you take them as your subordinates?" Chen Chen's expression eased a little, and he explained in Parker's ear, "Didn't I tell you that I recently accepted a large sum of property? It just happened that I was short of a few employees to work. I think these people are just right. By the way, pull them out of the edge of crime, why not?" Parker nodded thoughtfully. At this time, the other three people had to surrender, half kneeling in front of Chen Chen respectfully, bowing their heads and saying, "Boss. X3. Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction, "Okay, you guys stand up, now tell me what you all do." Borodin let out a long breath, then stood up tremblingly, "We were originally gang members who followed Jin Bing." Before his voice fell, the door was violently pushed open again. Bang! This time the door was actually directly demolished and hit the wall, and at the same time a huge figure walked into the box. "Boss!" The moment they saw the huge figure coming in, Borodin and his men's expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at the newcomer in horror. They originally just wanted to be polite to Chen Chen, but they didn't expect that their former boss couldn't wait and followed. Just happened to see them pledging allegiance to Chen Chen. "Borodin, what did you say?" A deep voice came from a tall figure. Borodin's scalp tingled. He looked at the current boss Chen Chen, and then at the former boss Jin Bing, and panicked. He knew Jin Bing's methods. Jin Bing hated betrayers the most. Once you betray Jin Bing, the end will be extremely tragic, and death may be the lightest punishment. With thoughts flowing in his mind, Borodin gritted his teeth and stood behind Chen Chen. "Jin Bing, don't be obsessed. The master is invincible. It is the best choice for you to submit to the master. There is no way. Borodin knows that if he turns against Jin Bing now, he will only offend both of them. Instead of doing this, it is better to fight once. If Chen Chen can subdue Jin Bing or kill him, the current crisis will be solved." "Haha, Borodin, I originally thought you were a smart man, so I accepted you as my subordinate, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid now." Wearing a special suit, Kingpin's eyes flashed with cold light. He was very angry about Borodin's rebellion. He wanted to tear Borodin to pieces with his own hands. "Kingpin? It's really an accident." Chen Chen looked at the figure not far away in surprise. No wonder Borodin and his men were so arrogant when they first came in. It turned out that the person behind them was the underground emperor of New York, Kingpin. This was beyond his expectations. Strictly speaking, Kingpin, as a supervillain, does not have extraordinary power, but he is a fighting maniac. With his own training, he has become a powerful muscle man. Don't look at him. He is 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide. He looks like a bloated fat man, but in fact, he has very little body fat, all of which are solid and layered muscles. This makes Kingpin's power extremely huge, and he can even easily crush superheroes such as Spider-Man and Daredevil. He also has a good mind and can be regarded as a powerful villain in the Marvel world. "Are you the one who asked Borodin to betray me?" Kingpin looked at Chen Chen coldly. Seeing that Chen Chen was just an ordinary man except for being a little handsome, a trace of contempt flashed across his eyes. Borodin was really crazy. Today, he will crush the bones of those who dared to betray him into pieces. At this time, Chen Chen seemed to be lost in thought. A trace of coldness flashed in Kingpin's eyes. He dared to ignore him. This person was a bit too arrogant. Raising his basin-sized fist, Kingpin reached out to grab Chen Chen. "Arrogant boy, today, I want you to see what real power is." But Chen Chen still turned a blind eye, even took a step back, sat on the sofa, and pushed Parker out with his backhand. "Parker, help me deal with this guy, I want to make a phone call." Chapter 53 Kingpin vs Spider-Man 1. Parker, who was still eating melons, was suddenly pushed to the front, a little stunned, but with his spider sense, he reacted quickly, raised his hand to block in front of him, trying to resist Kingpin's attack. "This fool is finished." Borodin saw this scene and shook his head slightly. As Jinbing's right-hand man, he certainly knew Jinbing's terrifying power, which could be said to be top-notch in the entire human society. If Chen Chen, who was also inhuman, took action, he might have a chance to block Jinbing's attack. But this fool who was pushed out as a scapegoat would probably be killed directly by Jinbing's attack. Humph! Coward! Seeing Chen Chen retreat and push Parker out, Jinbing's heart flashed with disdain. He looked down on Chen Chen's cowardly behavior of letting his companion die, but he had no intention of holding back. Dare to provoke and betray him, no one in this box should go out alive, and those who offend him, Jinbing, will only die. In Jinbing's imagination, Parker's outstretched right hand would be smashed directly by him, and then he would be killed by a punch. However, bang! Amidst the heavy muffled sound, a faint ripple burst out from the fists of Jinbing and Parker, and some empty wine bottles on the wine table not far away were swept by the ripples, and countless dense cracks suddenly appeared on the surface, and they collapsed the next moment. Blocked? How is this possible? Borodin's eyes were full of disbelief. Although the thin young man took a few steps back, he did block Kingpin's attack. Kingpin looked at the inconspicuous Parker in front of him with a serious expression. He was very confident that his punch could make a big hole even if there was reinforced concrete in front of him, but Parker actually blocked his attack. Mutant? Kingpin asked coldly. I shouldn't be a mutant. Parker grinned and shook his sore arm. Kingpin's attack was beyond his imagination. In the head-on collision of power, he actually fell into a disadvantage. It doesn't matter. Even if you are a member of the mutant organization, you can't escape death today. Kingpin's eyes were cold, and he walked forward with his fist as big as a basin. Parker glanced at Chen Chen, who was concentrating on making a phone call behind him, and reluctantly went to Kingpin. Bang! 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 For a while, the sound of flesh hitting and colliding in the box continued to sound. Compared with ordinary rooms, the space in this box is indeed very spacious, but for Spider-Man, this is no different from a narrow cage. He has a nimble figure, but he can't use it in the box at all. In addition to protecting Chen Chen, Parker was forced to engage in a head-on force collision with Kingpin. It has to be said that Kingpin is indeed a pervert who has trained himself to the extreme of the human body and completely suppressed Parker in terms of strength. Bang! After another fist and foot collision, Parker was directly knocked out by Kingpin's huge force, and his back knocked a human-shaped hole in the wall. Plop! Parker pulled himself out of the wall with a painful face, and he couldn't help complaining, Chen Chen, what are you doing? Why did you choose to call at this time? Come and help me, I can't hold on any longer. Coming. Chen Chen hung up the phone, stood up and stood in front of Parker. Stand back, let me meet this guy. Seeing Chen Chen coming forward, Jinbing couldn't help but frowned. The inconspicuous Parker was a strong man who could fight back and forth with him. The Chen Chen in front of him was probably not simple either. Boy, where did you come from? How dare you come to rob my people? Jinbing's voice was like a cold wave, which could freeze people in an instant. No, Jinbing, you are wrong. This is not robbing people, but leading them to the new century. Chen Chen shook his head and said to Jinbing with a smile, submit to me, I can let you see the peak of this world, I am very optimistic about you. Jinbing's heart suddenly surged with rage. He was a well-known underworld overlord in New York. He had seen all kinds of people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Not only did he steal his people, but he even wanted to turn him into his subordinate. This was wishful thinking. Boy, you are really good. Not only did you steal my people, but you also wanted to turn me into your subordinate. You really dare to be whimsical. Killing intent. The killing intent, like a substance, gathered on his body, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire room. Borodin and his men suddenly stiffened and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Their eyes were all focused on Chen Chen. The thin young man was obviously not Jin Bing's opponent. Now, they could only pin their hopes on the boss they had just recognized. It's our first meeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Chen, your future boss, the one who will change your destiny. Chen Chen seemed not to feel Jin Bing's killing intent, but stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Jin Bing. At this moment, he seemed not to be talking to an enemy, but to be talking to an old friend. After recognizing Jin Bing's identity, Chen Chen suddenly realized that if he successfully recaptured Jin Bing, he would have a huge force under his command, which would be of great benefit to him in completing the mission. I am Jin Bing. Kingpin also stretched out his right hand and held Chen Chen's right hand, with a grim smile on his lips. He suddenly exerted force on his right hand, and the strength of his whole body was completely gathered on his right hand. The power of a tiger and a dragon roared out. He believed that even if the arm in front of him was made of steel, it would be crushed by him. Then, he would take advantage of the victory to beat Chen Chen to death. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 53 Kingpin vs Spider-Man 2. Hey! But at the moment when his power was completely poured out, Kingpin was shocked to find that Chen Chen's right hand was not crushed by him. On the contrary, it was like a mountain rooted in the earth, making him unable to shake. This not only made Kingpin's eyes widen, but since he trained his body to the extreme, this was the first time someone could compete with him in strength, which really shocked him. Not bad strength, worthy of being Jin Bing, the owner of the ultimate human strength. Feeling the power coming from his palm, Chen Chen's eyes flashed with a strange color. This power was no less than that of the previous lizard professor. But, that's all. Chen Chen looked at Jin Bing and smiled faintly. He suddenly exerted force, and the majestic power poured out in an instant. Under the pressure of the huge force, Jin Bing's brows were pulled up because of pain. He was actually in a state of defeat in terms of strength. However, he had been through many battles and had rich combat experience. He immediately realized what he should do. Hey! Jin Bing suddenly raised the crutch in his left hand and smashed it towards Chen Chen's head, trying to make Chen Chen let go of his right hand. Chen Chen's speed of attack was extremely fast. At the moment when Jin Bing attacked, he stretched out his left hand and accurately grabbed the crutch. At the moment of grabbing the cane, he increased the strength of his hand. Ah! The pain at this time was unbearable even for Jin Bing's firm will. Cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead and he cried out in pain. Click! In the meantime, the cane on Jin Bing's left hand made a slight sound, and a small gun head appeared on the cane. Whoosh! At the moment the gun head appeared, a golden laser condensed on it and was about to burst out. Chen Chen also knew something about the gold coins, and naturally knew that Jin Bing's cane was extraordinary. It had the effect of emitting lasers, smoke, poison, and acting as an electric baton in close combat. But he didn't care and let the golden laser shine on him. Energy plus 233. Jin Bing widened his eyes and looked at the white dots on Chen Chen's chest. He couldn't believe that this was the mark left by the laser. The sudden attack made Chen Chen feel a little uncomfortable. He exerted force with his right hand again. Jin Bing could no longer bear the violent force and screamed in pain. Jin Bing was like a wounded beast. He waved his crutch frantically with a ferocious face, constantly releasing smoke and poison gas, trying to poison Chen Chen. Be careful, it's a nerve-damaging toxin. Even an elephant will fall to the ground and lose the ability to resist after taking a breath. Borodin saw Jin Bing releasing poison gas and warned Chen Chen loudly. Now he and Chen Chen are grasshoppers on the same rope, belonging to a state of prosperity and loss. Once Chen Chen has a problem, Jin Bing will kill him next. He has seen many powerful people who have suffered under Jin Bing's poison gas. Haha! Chen Chen sneered at the neurotoxin that was coming towards him, and a teasing look flashed across his eyes. This poison gas is indeed fatal to ordinary people, but for his immortal demon body, it just adds some nutrients to him. So Chen Chen not only breathed the poison gas freely, but also took a long breath and suddenly inhaled all the poison gas in front of him into his mouth and nose. Seeing Chen Chen inhaling the poison gas so unscrupulously, Jin Bing's eyes flashed with a trace of pleasure. His poison gas is specially made. If you only need to inhale a breath, you will faint directly on the ground, and your internal organs will be injured. It is not an exaggeration for ordinary people to die directly after smelling it. Even if you are powerful, what's the use? This is not the ancient times. Strength cannot represent everything. Technology and strategy are the real kingly way. He has begun to calculate in his heart that once Chen Chen is poisoned and falls to the ground, he will immediately use the current and laser in the crutch to launch a final blow to Chen Chen. However, he did not wait for Chen Chen to fall to the ground, but waited for a more powerful force to surge from Chen Chen's right hand, which froze Jin Bing's smile. Ah! His fingers were connected to his heart, the unbearable pain, the strong stimulation of his mentally ill nerves, made him heartbroken, and he screamed in pain, and the sound kept echoing in the huge box. As Chen Chen exerted force, Jin Bing could no longer support himself, and half knelt on the ground with a ferocious face. I give you two choices, the first is surrender, the second is death. Chen Chen's cold voice appeared in Jin Bing's ears. You are dreaming. I will not surrender. Jin Bing roared ferociously, his expression almost wanted to devour people, like an angry beast, and the crutch on his left hand also showed blue electricity. He was ready to fight to the death. Chen Chen saw it and smiled coldly. His left hand suddenly attacked, directly breaking Jin Bing's left hand holding the crutch. The special crutch fell to the ground, and the twisted left hand made Jin Bing completely lose the ability to resist an attack. The pain from his left and right hands made Kingpin kneel on the ground with a bang. His head was sweating profusely, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Bang! Chen Chen kicked out with his right foot, landing directly on Kingpin's forehead. At the same time, he loosened his hands, and the majestic force kicked Kingpin out. Kingpin, who was 2 meters tall, 2 meters wide and nearly 2 meters long, rolled on the ground, like a huge lead ball, rumbling over everything in front of him, crushing the fragments of tables and chairs and debris along the way into pieces. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 53 Kingpin vs Spider-Man 3. And Kingpin's the body did not stop, and it hit the wall not far away. The wall collapsed directly, and the whole room was shaken. A lot of smoke and stone powder fell down, and the whole place was silent. Get up! Chen Chen came to Jin Bing's side in an instant, raised his hand and grabbed Jin Bing's arm. As he exerted force, the huge Jin Bing was actually lifted up in the air. Ah! Die! Jin Bing, whose mind was still a little confused, swung his right fist and tried to knock Chen Chen over. Fall! Chen Chen shouted angrily, swung Jin Bing's right hand and smashed it to the ground. Boom! A big pit was smashed out of the reinforced concrete floor, and there were a lot of cracks, spreading in all directions, making the floor of the whole room like a spider web, fragmented. Jin Bing was hit into the floor and fell into the corridor below. Chen Chen was unyielding. He stepped down with his right foot, and with terrifying force, he directly stepped over the floor and landed on Jin Bing's chest below. The terrifying force instantly dented Jin Bing's chest. As he spit out blood, Jin Bing smelled a trace of death, which made him panic. He is now in his prime, and he has a wife who is as beautiful as a flower and the moon. His wife just got pregnant last month. He doesn't want to die, and he has too many things to do. Submit to me, otherwise, you will really be beaten to death by me. Chen Chen looked at Jin Bing coldly. He also felt a little headache about Jin Bing's stubbornness. Jin Bing is the emperor of the New York underground world and has a strong power. As long as he subdues Jin Bing, his task of building power will definitely be greatly improved. Delusion. Although Jin Bing was a little flustered and afraid in his heart, his mouth was still very stubborn. Chen Chen had expected this. If Jin Bing surrendered so easily, he would no longer be Jin Bing. After recognizing Kingpin, the phone call he made was to investigate which version of Kingpin this world was. The intelligence information from the other end of the phone instantly made him understand the timeline of Kingpin. In this world, Kingpin's son has not been born yet. Chen Chen squatted down and looked down at Kingpin. I respect you as a man, but have you ever thought about Vanessa and the son in Vanessa's belly? Chapter 54, Conquering Kingpin. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Kingpin, who was originally determined to die, suddenly became excited. How did you know Vanessa, and why did you say she was pregnant with a son? You know, Kingpin has always protected his wife Vanessa in secret. Even his confidants didn't know about Vanessa's existence. At this moment, his heart was completely panicked. He could not care about his own life, but he had infinite doting on his wife and children. They are his reverse scales, and no one can touch them. Chen Chen smiled faintly and said, of course I know, because I have the ability to predict the future. Not only do I know that the child in Vanessa's belly is a son, but I also know that you have already named him Richard, right? This is impossible. Hearing this name, Jin Bing was completely shocked, because this name was only kept in his heart, and no one knew it, not even his wife Vanessa knew it, but now it came out of Chen Chen's mouth, which was really unbelievable for him. At this moment, he believed that the person in front of him had the ability to predict the future. After all, in his cognition, there are indeed special humans with many abilities in this world, and it is not uncommon for someone who can predict the future to appear. Chen Chen looked calm and threw another bombshell. According to the future I have seen, your son will be assassinated before he reaches adulthood, and will die in this prosperous city, at the hands of your enemies. What did you say? My son will be killed. When he learned that he would have a son, Jin Bing felt relieved, and even felt that he would die without regrets, but when he heard that his son would die in an assassination, he could not accept it. The terrifying killing intent gathered in his heart instantly. Seeing this, Chen Chen smiled and bewitched him. As long as you join me, I can not only guarantee that your family will be together forever, but also that your son will not be harmed in any way. Of course, you now have another choice, which is to be killed by me directly. Then wait for your son to call someone else dad. You make the choice. Borodin hurried to the next floor, and when he saw Chen Chen stepping on Jin Bing, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Not only him, but also the other three were stunned. In their cognition, Jin Bing is synonymous with invincibility. And now, not only was he beaten up by Chen Chen, but he was also stepped on by him in a humiliating way, without any resistance. This was too incredible, and at the same time, they were also filled with joy. As their new boss, the more powerful Chen Chen was, the more confident they would be, and the more money they could make. This was a scene they were happy to see. Chen Chen looked at them quietly. Looking at Jin Bing, waiting for him to make a decision. Jin Bing's expression was uncertain and kept changing. After a long while, he lowered his proud head and shouted reluctantly, "Boss!" He didn't know whether what Chen Chen said was true or false, but he didn't dare to gamble on this possibility and couldn't accept the consequences of his wife and son having an accident. After Jin Bing surrendered, the slightly tense atmosphere instantly became relaxed. "Get up!" Chen Chen immediately changed his face, showed a gentle smile, loosened his right foot on Jin Bing, and stretched out his hand at the same time. Jin Bing stretched out his hand and held it tightly with Chen Chen. With Chen Chen's strong pull, he stood up. Chen Chen saw Jin Bing's broken hands and sunken chest, and his heart moved. He stretched out his hand. As a faint white light rose, under the effect of superpowers, Jin Bing's injuries recovered instantly. This magical scene surprised Jin Bing and others. Chen Chen showed too many abilities, including terrifying power, predicting the future, and the ability to heal others now. The display of each ability made Jin Bing and others more determined to follow Chen Chen. Jin Bing, from now on, you will be my top general. In addition, I will hand over your business in Brooklyn to Borodin and others. Do you have any doubts? Brooklyn is an important neighborhood in New York, and Chen Chen gave it to Borodin and others. Okay. Jin Bing was silent for a while, but still agreed. While talking and laughing, Chen Chen dismembered Jin Bing's power. Borodin and others were also very happy. As the first surrenderers, they soon got their first piece of cake, which further strengthened their determination to follow Chen Chen. Then Chen Chen looked at Jin Bing again and comforted him. Jin Bing, I know you always think you are the most powerful human in the United States, but I tell you, this world is not as simple as you think. There are many powerful beings hidden in every corner of this world that are far beyond your imagination. Follow me, you can see the true side of this world, and even gain more powerful power, or even eternal life. Yes. Jin Bing answered in a deep voice. Chen Chen's words seemed to open the door to a new world for him. Although he was skeptical, he couldn't help but have more expectations in his heart. Chen Chen, who has the ability to predict, is the best pioneer and will definitely lead him to unprecedented glory. Even let him enter the circle of extraordinary humans, a world he could not enter before. Seeing Jin Bing's well-behaved appearance, Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. Jin Bing, who was conquered by force, may not be very loyal. But Jin Bing is a smart man. As long as he remains strong, Jin Bing will never dare to betray him, because there is only one price for betrayal, that is death. After everything was settled, Chen Chen called the waiter who was watching from afar. We just destroyed the building here, let your boss calculate the loss, and then give the bill to this gentleman. Chen Chen pointed to Borodin on the side. Borodin immediately ran over, took out a check from his arms and handed it to the waiter. Take it, the money here should be enough to repair the building, and the extra is your tip. This money I can't take it. The waiter trembled and subconsciously refused. Take it, this money is for your boss, not for you. Chen Chen said lightly, his words seemed to have an invisible magic, which made the waiter subconsciously put away the check. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Jin Bing said respectfully. Not yet, I will notify you if I need it, go and hand over the property to Borodin first. Chen Chen ordered. Yes. Jin Bing and Borodin retreated respectfully. Chen Chen looked at Parker. Man, I'm sorry that today's party was ruined by these blind bastards. Chapter 55 Odin's Troubles. Parker shrugged and comforted Chen Chen instead. It's okay, I've had a lot of fun today, and it's not your fault, it's all these blind guys. How about this, let's go to another place to continue playing for a while. Chen Chen suggested. Parker thought about it and shook his head. It's late now. If I don't go back, Aunt May will be worried. Chen Chen met Parker after school, and he had experienced so many things in the middle, and it was already close to dawn. Chen Chen did not force it. After driving Parker home, he returned to the White Queen's manor. After layers of interrogation, Chen Chen was able to enter here. This made him realize that although he was the strongest person here, strictly speaking, he was still an outsider, and it was extremely inconvenient to enter and exit. He thought to himself, it seems that I need to build my own base. While thinking this, he walked into the White Queen's room with ease. The anger that was provoked by a group of women in the club just now has not subsided yet. He quietly opened the door without turning on the light, and rushed directly to the big bed in the dark, hugging the delicate body on it. Who? The sleeping White Queen was suddenly attacked. She suddenly opened her eyes, and at the same time, 7 or 8 diamond blades formed around her, about to poke several bloody holes in the enemy. It's me. Chen Chen buried his head in the shoulders of the White Queen. Hearing the familiar voice, the White Queen dispersed the diamond blades and hugged Chen Chen with her backhand. At the same time, the black in her pupils gradually faded. Chen Chen and the White Queen were making love here. In the distant starry sky, in Asgard, Odin, who was high on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. Sure enough, that was not an illusion, this was Hela's breath. Did she escape from the dimensional prison? Odin closed his eyes and sensed it, his expression eased a little. Hela's body was still in the dimensional prison. It seems that a wisp of her soul took advantage of the time and space turbulence a few months ago to escape. Thinking about Hela, Odin was a little irritable. Hela is his eldest daughter and the god of death in Asgard. Because of her murderous nature, she was sealed in a dimensional prison by him, but now, his eldest daughter seems to have a chance to escape successfully. Odin knew that according to his previous actions, Hela would definitely not forgive him. Hela only had the throne of the God King of Asgard in her heart. With Hela's strength, his other 2 sons, Thor and Loki, were not her opponents at all. What made Odin most upset was that he himself was running out of time and his life was coming to an end. And sooner or later, Hela would return to Asgard after escaping from the predicament, which would definitely be a huge disaster for Asgard. The best way to deal with this matter was to find Hela and seal her again while her power had not yet recovered. It was not difficult to seal Hela, but the difficulty was that he did not know the whereabouts of Hela. He had not found her, so how could he seal her? Where did Hela, who was so big, hide? Why couldn't I even see a shadow? Thinking of this, Odin sighed again, worried. However, one thing that comforted Odin a little was that Hela must be in the atrium, which is the earth in the mouth of mortals. Back then, Odin sealed Hela in the dimensional fragments near the Earth's space node. With Hela's current strength, she could not make a long-distance interstellar crossing at all, and could only go to the Earth nearby. Moreover, the breath that Hela accidentally leaked just now was also in the direction of the Earth. But the problem is that the Earth is so big, and the population is billions, so it is also extremely difficult to find Hela. At this time, Odin cast his eyes into the distance, where he saw his eldest son, Thor, who was wrestling with his tribe. Maybe, it's time to spread the glory of Asgard in the atrium again. Odin thought to himself. It is too difficult to find Hela by relying on Asgard alone. It is better to use the humans in the atrium world to help. There is strength in numbers, and they are local snakes. It will definitely be faster to find Hela in this way. Odin, who had an idea in his mind, no longer hesitated and immediately summoned Thor. After Thor arrived, Odin slowly spoke. Thor, my child, I have something that I need you to help me with. Is the war going to start again? No problem, I'll be the vanguard this time. Thor was shocked when he heard this, and answered with a silly face. Odin's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a little sad. How could such a wise person like him and Frigga, such a virtuous person, give birth to a fool? Could it be that Hela inherited all her excellent genes, causing Thor to be born with an underdeveloped brain? Chapter 56. So barbaric, I don't eat people. Although he thought so in his heart, the person in front of him was his eldest son after all, so Odin couldn't say it directly, so he could only change the subject. You should have been to the atrium before? What do you think of the mortals there? Thor thought about it. The last time he went to the atrium, Earth, was thousands of years ago. At that time, the humans in the atrium were still in a relatively ignorant religious era, but they still respected the gods very much and often sent pious girls to the gods. Thor could not help but answer, Midgard is a bit boring, but they often send some naked women for me to enjoy, which is very barbaric, and I don't eat people. Hearing this answer, Odin's face darkened, but he suppressed his anger and continued, "Then I ask you to go to Midgard again now, are you willing?" Thor was stunned and waved his hand, "I don't want to go, it's too boring." "If you must go, let Loki go." "Let Loki go?" Loki might hit it off with Hela, and then join forces to overthrow Odin's rule. Resisting the urge to beat Thor to death with a stick, Odin kept muttering in his heart, "This is my own child, this is my own child." After finally suppressing the anger in his heart, Odin said in a deep voice, "Loki is not suitable, you must go this time." "Okay." Thor shrugged his face. His father's order cannot be violated. He hopes that Midgard will not be so barbaric now. Eating people is simply terrible. "This time you go to Midgard, in the name of Asgard, let those mortals help you track down Hela's whereabouts, understand?" Odin slowly said the task he gave to Thor. Mission. If this eldest daughter is not dealt with early, he will not be at peace for a day. "Hey? Hela? Who is that?" Thor was a little surprised. "It's your sister. Find her, bring her back or tell me where she is," Odin said. "I actually have a sister." Thor looked at Odin in surprise, "You never told me that I have a sister. Does Loki know?" "I don't know, don't tell him for the time being." Odin waved his hand and sent Thor away to the Rainbow Bridge, which is the space channel to the Earth. After Thor left, Odin slowly stood up from the throne of the God King. The only remaining one-eyed man looked at the land of Asgard, his eyes full of attachment. Hela's body is still in the dimensional prison, and only her soul escaped with a little divine power. Thor should be able to deal with it. Odin thought slowly in his heart. He looked at the peaceful Asgard in front of him, "This is my Asgard, and it will always be my Asgard. As long as he does not step down from the throne of the God King, no one can be king. Whether it is Hela or Thor, it is the same. The throne can only be given by him, but it must not be snatched." Many people think that Odin is an old man with a good personality, very kind and benevolent. But few people know that when Odin was young, he was the most famous war madman in the universe. His reputation even made Thanos, who has titles such as Destroyer of 1,000 Stars, Cosmic Overlord and Mad Titan, extremely afraid. Before Odin's death, Thanos did not dare to set foot on the earth, and could only use Loki's hand to send the cannon fodder army Chitauri to test. And the famous goddess of death Hela is Odin's most satisfactory work. But even if Hela is as murderous as Hela, the blood on her hands is not far from 1/10 of Odin's. Of course. What Odin didn't know was that his beloved daughter Hela, whom he had always thought about, was rolling around in bed with Chen, although only part of her soul. There was another person who was concerned about Chen, the CEO of Stark Industries, Obeiday Stane. Obeiday had been very distressed recently. He had previously planned the plan to kidnap Tony Stark in Afghanistan. However, this plan, which was originally flawless in the early stage, had problems halfway through. The terrorists had obviously successfully kidnapped Tony, but he could not contact these terrorists no matter what channel he used, as if they had all evaporated from the world. That would be fine. As long as Tony died, he didn't care about the life and death of the terrorists, but what he didn't expect was that Tony actually returned again after disappearing for more than a month. This was simply unimaginable. You know, even in the United States, usually disappearing for more than 3 days without reason can be assumed to be dead, not to mention in Afghanistan, which is full of war and extremely anti-American. But things are so absurd. Tony returns and takes charge of Stark Industries again. He also announces the closure of all weapons departments of Stark Industries. This makes Obeiday extremely angry, but Tony is a major shareholder, and Obeiday has no way to deal with him. Obeiday has always wanted to know how Tony escaped from the hands of terrorists and whether any information related to him was exposed. After asking around, he finally got a piece of news. A man named Chen successfully rescued Tony from the hands of terrorists. After multiple investigations, he found Chen Chen's face from a surveillance video. After multiple comparisons, Obeiday finally found Chen Chen's location in New York. I can't move Tony, but can't I move an Asian? Obeiday looked at Chen Chen's photo with a gloomy face. He held Chen Chen's photo in his hand and kneaded it into a solidarity. As long as I catch you, I will know what Tony has experienced. The next day, Chen Chen woke up from the big bed of the White Queen. At this time, he was the only one in the bed. The White Queen had already gotten up to deal with various matters related to the Hellfire Club. After breakfast, Chen Chen called Jin Bing, "Do you have a suitable plot of land? I want to build a new manor. The place should be large and not too remote. It is best not to have an industrial zone nearby." Jin Bing pondered for a moment, then said, "Boss, according to the situation you described, I have a total of 3 qualified properties and plots under my name. How about we go to the site to have a look?" "Okay." Chen Chen nodded. No matter how good the Hellfire Manor is, it is someone else's territory. Once he has established his own power, it will be even more inconvenient. He still hopes to build a manor and base that belongs entirely to him. After walking out, in the eyes of the accompanying staff, the arrogant kingpin respectfully opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, welcomed Chen Chen in, and then sat in the main driver's seat to act as a driver. The 3 plots were far apart, and it took Chen Chen several hours to see them all. After careful consideration, Chen Chen chose the plot in the city center, which is not only convenient for transportation, but also a prime location with quiet in the bustling city. Chapter 57. Quickly draw a big pie. The most important thing is, here originally, it was a place for Jin Bing to live for himself. All facilities had just been built, and the main building had taken shape, leaving only decoration. Accompanied by Jin Bing, Chen Chen carefully looked at the newly built castle. Jin Bing also served as a guide, introducing the purpose and detailed planning of various facilities in the castle to Chen Chen. Just as the two were studying how to decorate the castle. Outside the manor, several black cars stopped silently. This group of uninvited guests were all fully armed and masked with hoods, just like a terrorist. These people sneaked into the manor quietly and came to the bottom of the castle in the manor. One person made a gesture, and then saw another person took out an electronic jammer and turned on the device for use. After the electromagnetic interference device took effect, a man with a hood took out a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. He fired a shot at the castle gate. Boom! Although the castle gate was designed to be bulletproof, it could not withstand the attack of the rocket launcher and exploded violently. The moment the gate was blown up, the violent roar and the terrifying shock immediately alarmed Chen Chen and Jin Bing. Jin Bing's face was extremely gloomy. He accompanied the new boss for the first time and was attacked by others. This simply did not take him, Jin Bing, seriously. And if Chen Chen misunderstood and thought that these people were called by him, wouldn't it be bad? "Boss, since someone dared to attack here, I'll go down and take a look first," Jin Bing said with a dark face, and then walked out. "Wait a minute." Chen Chen stopped him, "There are a lot of people outside, you are going to die if you go out like this." In Chen Chen's perception, there were as many as dozens of air outside the entire castle, and they surrounded all directions of the castle. Obviously, this was a premeditated attack. After the castle was blasted through the gate by a shoulder-fired rocket launcher, 4 terrorists rushed in directly from the broken gate, occupied it layer by layer, and searched for valuable things in the castle. Outside the castle, there were still many terrorists trying to enter from other places, such as using the flying tiger claw to enter from the balcony on the 2nd floor, or some open windows to enter, which was an all-round invasion. Fortunately, the castle was empty, with almost nothing, which avoided more losses. "Boss, let me kill them all," Jin Bing said in a sullen voice. He was eager to show his loyalty in front of Chen Chen and get rid of suspicion. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Okay, but you have to be careful. There are a lot of invaders, about 30. Jin Bing nodded, then moved and disappeared in the corridor of the castle. Chen Chen was not very worried about Jin Bing. After all, he was a well-known supervillain and the underground emperor of New York. If he could die in the hands of these little characters, it would be a big laugh. After Jin Bing left, Chen Chen looked at the stairs not far away. According to his perception, there were 4 groups of air there, which also meant that there were 4 invaders there. He walked straight towards the invaders, and in less than a moment, he appeared in front of the 4 terrorists. When Chen Chen suddenly appeared, the 4 people were shocked. They had walked in the rain of bullets for so many years, and they had never seen such an arrogant person who dared to walk in front of them with bare hands. But soon they reacted and began to attack Chen Chen, and a large number of bullets were fired at him. Chen Chen was too lazy to dodge, and rushed towards the 4 invaders with bullets. Because of his extremely fast speed, a series of afterimages appeared behind him. He punched one of the invaders with his left hand, and his fist hit the opponent's abdomen, knocking him directly away and hanging on the wall. Puff! The invader hit the wall heavily, blood spurted from his mouth, and then fell to the ground. Life or death unknown, the body did not move at all, and even breathing seemed to be gone. Chen Chen frowned slightly. Although he had gathered his strength, he still punched the man to death. He was going to catch him alive. He wanted to know why these people attacked him. Shit, what the hell is this thing? How can he be so fast? Shoot, keep shooting, kill him quickly. The remaining 3 were stunned by the scene, and then hurriedly hugged the guns in their hands and continued to shoot. Humph! Chen Chen came to one person again as fast as lightning and punched him. Bang! This time he controlled the strength just right. When the invader flew out, his head was broken and bloody, his ears were ringing and his eyes were dizzy, and several ribs were broken, but at least he was still alive. What kind of monster is this? The remaining 2 invaders watched this scene with their pupils contracted, and their legs trembled subconsciously. In their eyes, this creature that looked like a human in front of them was not only fast and impossible to catch, but also ignored the gun attack. This kind of existence can no longer be described by common sense. Retreat, retreat. After one person said this, he immediately turned around and ran. Seeing this, the other one also ran quickly. While running, he did not forget to take out a grenade and threw it towards Chen Chen. When he threw the grenade, he fell to the ground without waiting for it to explode. Boom! With a loud bang, the grenade exploded. Did he kill it? Hearing the grenade explode, the man who fell to the ground turned his head sideways to look at the explosion, but his eyes met Chen Chen's calm eyes. Damn it! The next moment, Chen Chen's figure disappeared. Then the man's eyes went dark, and he knew nothing. The second one. Chen Chen glanced at the unconscious invader under his feet. He planned to catch a few more alive to verify the information. After hearing the fighting above, these invaders sneaked carefully, and some even hid in various corners of the castle. However, in Chen Chen's view, their aura was like a candlelight in the dark night, and all hiding and walking quietly were in vain. Chen Chen was too lazy to get entangled with these ordinary people, so he pushed forward all the way and knocked out one when he met one. Jin Bing had just dealt with 3 invaders, and all the others were easily knocked out by Chen Chen. Boss, you are so awesome! Jin Bing looked at Chen Chen, who seemed to be strolling in the garden, and couldn't help but cast an envious look. He envied Chen Chen's strength. Chen Chen painted a big picture for him. Haha, work hard for me. As long as you have enough merits, I can make you 10 times stronger than you are now. Thank you, boss. Jin Bing nodded, not knowing how much he believed. By the way, how should we deal with these people? Chapter 58. The final right of interpretation belongs to Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at the intruders lying on the ground. I need to know why they attacked me, or attacked you. Leave this task to me. Jin Bing patted his chest and guaranteed, no one is better than me at torture. Indeed, as a gang leader, Jin has no shortage of means to torture his subordinates and enemies. Chen Chen was too lazy to do it himself, so he simply handed this bloody task to Kingpin. Not long after, Kingpin gave the answer, "Boss, this attack was done by Obadiah Stan, the executive of Stark Industries. Do you want me to help you kill him?" Obadiah Stan. Chen Chen was stunned. He never thought that the one who attacked him was actually Obadiah, who had no grudges against him and had nothing to do with him. Interesting. Chen Chen was amused. He was about to ask Kingpin to kill Obadiah directly, but then he thought, it would be a pity for Obadiah to die in vain. At least his value should be fully squeezed out. I vaguely remember that Obadiah successfully created the steel armor code named Iron Overlord, so I can take it for reference. Thinking of this, Chen Chen told Jin Bing, "Don't interfere in this matter anymore, let me handle it. You just need to renovate this manor for me, the faster the better. If the progress of the work satisfies me enough, I can consider rewarding you with a treasure that can greatly increase your strength." "Yes." Jin Bing's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and he responded respectfully. Then, Chen Chen left here and went straight to Tony Stark's coastal villa. As the current largest shareholder of Stark Industries, Tony must be responsible for Obaday's behavior. Unlike Chen Chen's wandering around these days, Tony's life is not easy. Since he announced publicly that Stark Industries would no longer sell arms, all kinds of people have been persuading him not to make such an irrational decision, and the plummeting stock price made him very annoyed. As a last resort, he had to make a promise to the company's senior executives to commercialize the small arc reactor and use energy to support the development of Stark Industries, which barely stabilized the emotions of other senior executives in the company. Tony had just finished dealing with some company affairs and returned to his coastal villa. As soon as he pushed the door open, he was shocked to find someone sitting on his sofa, leisurely tasting his treasured red wine. After rubbing his eyes and seeing who the figure was, Tony shouted in disbelief, "Chen Chen, how come you are in my house?" Before Chen Chen could answer, Tony shouted around, "What is going on, Jarvis? Why did you let this person break in without calling the police? Hurry up and get someone to kick him out." The voice of the artificial intelligence Jarvis in the villa sounded, "I'm sorry, sir, I can't evict this Mr. Chen. He just showed me the transfer contract you signed in person. The contract shows that half of me belongs to him, so I have no right to give him instructions." Chen Chen smiled and raised his glass to Tony. "Tony, do you want a drink too?" Tony frowned and asked, "When did I sign a transfer contract with you? Could it be?" "Yes, it's the share transfer contract." Chen Chen tasted the wine in his hand. "There is an additional clause in that contract, that is, half of Jarvis's ownership will belong to me." Tony took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Because he was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and rush up to fight Chen Chen. Unfortunately, he could not win, so he could only endure it. "Do you have any sense of shame and morality? You actually set a trap in the contract." At that time, the situation was urgent, and a transfer contract was dozens of pages long. He had no time to carefully check the terms in the contract. He could only hastily check the main conditions and signed it when he saw that the share transfer was 10%. Who would have thought that Chen Chen actually set a trap in the contract? In addition to Jarvis's ownership, who knows what else was in the contract, what other traps are there? It is very likely that as soon as he made the Iron Man suit, Chen Chen took out the contract with a smile. "According to the contract, this Iron Man suit is mine." When Tony thought of the scenes that might happen in the future, he felt that his eyes were dark and he had no desire to live. This is not a signed contract, it is clearly a signed indenture. And even if it is to buy a magic weapon, at least you will know clearly, but now, Tony is not even clear about the content, and the final right of interpretation of the contract belongs to Chen Chen. If he had known this earlier, he might as well face the terrorists who broke into the door. Maybe if he said a few good words, the terrorists would let him go by the name of making missiles. The most important thing is that if the person who signed the contract with him was an ordinary person, he would have 10,000 ways to terminate the contract. But it was Chen Chen who signed the contract. If he wanted to force the termination of the contract, Chen Chen could use his fists to make him change his mind. Seeing Tony's lost look, Chen Chen shrugged. He didn't think so much at the time. He just felt that having an artificial intelligence housekeeper would make his life much more convenient and faster. Chen Chen didn't care about him and visited the villa by himself. It must be said that Tony's villa is really well built on the mountain and facing the sea. And the side facing the sea is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Sitting in the hall and looking out, you can see the boundless sea surface appearing in front of you. This is a good sea view room. The whole villa is a 2-story structure, plus 2 basements and a garage, a total of 5 floors. The usable building area exceeds 3,000 square meters. The top floor of the villa is the helicopter landing pad, and there is a private swimming pool and a private golf course in the huge courtyard. Not only is the external scenery beautiful, but the design of the whole villa is also full of science fiction and futuristic sense. In particular, the existence of artificial intelligence Jarvis makes everything in this villa connected. If you want something, you only need to give a casual order, and Jarvis can do it properly. After checking it out, Chen Chen liked this villa more and more. Compared with the manor that he thought was pretty good before, it was like the comparison between Snow White and Cinderella. Chen Chen made a decision in his heart. From now on, this villa will be his. As for whether Tony is willing or not, it doesn't matter at all. Thinking of this, Chen Chen came to Tony. Tony, do you want to get back all the control of Jarvis? Tony was stunned, as if waking up from a dream, and was overjoyed. You are willing to give Jarvis back to me? This is really great. Chapter 59, AC View Villa Marvel's God Level Majin Bu Novel without Anti-Theft Chapter. Chen Chen sneered, haha, do you think I will give you such a precious artificial intelligence as Jarvis for free? That's right. Tony was a little disappointed, but he immediately came to his senses. What do you mean by giving Jarvis to me for free? He was originally mine, but you, a shameless liar, cheated half of him. Chen Chen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to hear this. It doesn't matter. What matters is whether you want to take back all the ownership of Jarvis. Of course. Tony looked at Chen Chen vigilantly. He had no doubt that Chen Chen would ask for a high price for this. It's very simple. Chen Chen snapped his fingers. As long as you transfer all the ownership of this villa to me, how about it? It's very simple, right? What? Tony's tone immediately rose by an octave. Good fellow, this is not just letting a wolf into the house, this wolf wants to steal the house. However, compared with Jarvis, this villa is nothing. Tony hesitated for a moment, and just when he was about to agree, he heard Chen Chen put forward the second condition. Oh, I forgot to say, I am very satisfied with Jarvis, so I hope you can copy a copy of Jarvis's program for me and keep it as a housekeeper. Tony jumped on the spot. This is impossible. Someone once wanted to spend $500 million to buy Jarvis's program, but I didn't agree. Seeing Tony's reaction was a bit intense, Chen Chen touched his chin. How about this? I will exchange another piece of information with you. Believe me, this information will definitely be worth the money. Information? Tony was a little stunned. Is it related to me? Of course, otherwise why do you think I came here? Chen Chen replied. What kind of information is it? Tony asked cautiously, fearing that he would fall into Chen Chen's state of mind again. Chen Chen said in a deep voice, do you still remember the terrorists who kidnapped you in Afghanistan? This information is related to their mastermind. After hearing this, Tony couldn't help but blurt out, aren't you the mastermind behind that group of terrorists? Chen Chen's face darkened. Well, but Tony seemed to be right. He was indeed the mastermind behind that group of terrorists, but he couldn't be blamed for it. He coughed lightly. Tony, if you think so, then I'm very disappointed. I came here with good intentions to remind you and try to save you for the second time, but you slandered me for no reason. Tony's face twitched. Yes, you came to me with good intentions, took away my villa, and tried to get my Jarvis. Well, tell me the intelligence first, if I think it is of equal value. I can give you the copying program of Jarvis. Just now, I was attacked by a group of terrorists. The method of committing the crime seemed familiar to me, so I captured them alive and interrogated them. Chen talked freely. I didn't expect that I would get such a surprising result. Don't keep me in suspense, just keep talking. Tony urged. It was Obey Stan, the executive of Stark Industries. He sent terrorists to attack me, so I suspect that the plan to attack you was also planned by Obey. Hearing Chen's answer, Tony denied it on the spot. This is impossible. Obey is like my uncle. When I just inherited the family business, he helped me stabilize Stark Industries. He is such a kind person. How could he find terrorists to attack me? Chen sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked indifferent, but this is the fact. Now those terrorists are still alive, you can interrogate them at any time. Tony was skeptical. Even if what you said is true, it is possible that someone is framing me and trying to alienate the relationship between me and Obey, so as to cause losses to Stark Industries. I'm trying to persuade you, it's up to you whether you listen or not, the facts will prove that I'm right. Chen paused, and looked at the luxuriously decorated villa again. At least you should transfer the ownership of this villa to me first. If what I said is right, Obey is indeed the organizer of the terrorists, then you copy Jarvis's program to me. If Obey is not, then I don't want Jarvis's program. How about it? Okay. Tony thought for a moment and agreed. Jarvis was the best housekeeper and assistant to him, and it was too important. But he also put forward his own conditions. It's okay, but from now on, you can't use that contract to propose an unequal treaty to me. In addition, I have to live in the villa for a while. I have a key experiment here, which is about to be completed. As long as I finish it, I will withdraw immediately. No problem, this is a win-win situation, it's worth opening a bottle of good wine to celebrate. Chen clapped his hands, stood up, picked out several bottles of good wine from the wine cellar, and poured them for Tony. Be gentle, buddy, these wines are all collector's editions, one less bottle if you drink one. Tony covered his eyes in pain, because all the items Chen opened were his treasures. After drinking a few sips of wine, Tony walked into the underground studio angrily. This is where he designed and manufactured the new generation of Iron Man suits, which is Mark II. He was determined to make the Iron Man suit as soon as possible, and then make a special version for Chen, the anti-Chen armor. Chen did not stay here for long. After all, there was no White Queen at night here. Since he conquered the White Queen, he was a little greedy and couldn't sleep at night. Unknowingly, the night had enveloped him. At the door of Tony's villa, there was suddenly a figure. This figure was the current chief executive of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stan. As one of Tony's closest partners, he had the right to enter the villa, and Jarvis automatically opened the door for him. Mr. Stan, do you need me to call Mr. Stark for you? No, I'll just go down and find him. The reason why Obey came here was because the people he sent to kidnap Chen during the day disappeared without a trace, which made him feel uneasy, fearing that those people would expose his identity. He didn't know what the relationship between Chen and Tony was. Out of uneasiness, he decided to come to Tony to test Tony's attitude. Coming to the basement of the villa with ease, Obey knew that this was Tony's workshop. At this time, Tony was concentrating on the final debugging of the iron suit and didn't notice Obey standing at the door at all. Obey only took a glance and was firmly attracted by the sci-fi iron suit, is this a power mecha? Chapter 60 Obeiday's Conspiracy. The moment he saw the iron suit, Obeiday was attracted by his eyes and could not move away. He was very excited. I said, how dare Tony close all the weapons departments? It turns out that he is doing this. That's right, as long as the arc reactor can be miniaturized, everything else is a small problem. If this can be successfully developed, Stark Industries will become the greatest military enterprise in history. His eyes were extremely hot. It's a pity that this opportunity can't be left to you, Tony. I have fought for Stark Industries all my life, and I should be its owner. Thinking so in his heart, Obeiday did not make any sound. He noticed that there seemed to be several drawings on the workbench not far away, so he quietly walked over. After seeing the shape of the humanoid mecha on the drawings, he was overjoyed. Tony, it is not a good habit to throw things around, even in your own home. He quietly took out his mobile phone, took pictures of several drawings and rulers, and then took a few pictures of Tony, who was concentrating on his work and the iron suit next to him, and then retreated. After returning to the living room on the first floor, Obeiday said to Jarvis, I see Tony is still working. It's so late now, I won't disturb him. I'll come to see him tomorrow. Jarvis replied, Okay, Mr. Obeiday, when Mr. Stark finishes his work, I will remind him that you have visited. Obeiday knew Tony's character well and deliberately said, Please tell him that I came to him to discuss the company's stock price. No problem, sir. Jarvis replied in a buzzing voice. Obeiday nodded, turned and left, and came to the door of the manor. As soon as he got in the driver's car, he couldn't wait to urge the driver to go back quickly. He had to find someone to make this iron suit. Tony didn't notice all this. He worked until midnight until he was too tired, so he stopped his work and stretched. Jarvis kindly brought a cup of coffee. Tony took the coffee, found a place to sit down, and sighed comfortably after taking a few sips. Jarvis, is there anything I haven't done today, or is there anything else I need to deal with? Mr. Obadiah Stan came today and said he wanted to discuss the stock price with you. Do you need to watch the video playback? Tony waved his hand quickly, No, just reply to him and let him handle it himself. I don't have time recently. Jarvis, okay, your order has been recorded. I will reply to Mr. Obadiah tomorrow afternoon. In the next few days, Tony was obsessed with the construction of the Iron Man suit in the underground studio. On the other hand, Obadiah Stan also asked his engineers and researchers to work overtime to develop the Iron Man suit according to Tony's drawings. Here is one person, and there is a complete team. Obadiah even made the Iron Man suit in advance. But Obeiday was not happy. He stared at the huge monster in front of him and angrily shouted to the middle-aged man in white research clothes beside him, Is this the steel armor you made? The huge monster in front of him was a tall and bloated steel armor. It was nearly 10 meters high and nearly 5 meters wide. Even if it looked a bit clumsy, no one who saw it would question its terrifying destructive power. Yes, boss. The middle-aged man in white looked at Obeiday embarrassedly. Obeiday was furious. He roared, I provided you with so much financial and material resources. And also gave you relevant technical drawings and photos. You actually made me such a thing? Can it go on the battlefield? With such a large size, isn't it a pure target? And what about the flight power system? Can this big guy fly into the sky? The middle-aged man couldn't help but argue, Boss, we have tried our best. According to the data calculation, only this size is perfect. After all, its power core alone occupies a considerable part. Obeiday interrupted him, What about Tony Stark's small arc reactor? Can't you make it? And what about the Iron Man suit in the photo? Ahem, that, boss, have you been deceived? That photo may be fake, and the technology of the small arc reactor is only owned by Mr. Stark. The middle-aged man in white coughed dryly. The arc reactors are right here, can't you shrink them? In theory, Yes, but we still have a lot of technical problems to solve. Waste. Go and do your research. Obeiday slapped the workbench next to him. At this time, he was in a very bad mood. The middle-aged man didn't dare to say much, and left in a panic. Tony Stark, damn it, although I always knew you were a genius, I didn't expect you to be so talented. I spent a lot of manpower, financial resources and material resources to imitate the exoskeleton armor you made, but it's not as good as what you made alone, a small arc reactor. Obeiday looked at the behemoth in front of him with a gloomy face, and clenched his right hand into a fist. I don't believe it. I can't make this thing. Tony, you forced me to do this. A cold light flashed in Obeiday's eyes, and then he took out the phone from his pocket and dialed it. When the call was connected, he ordered without hesitation, "Start plan number 2 for me, arrest Pepper Potts. If you want to say who Tony cherishes the most, it must be his secretary Pepper Potts, the only woman who has entered Tony's heart." Obeiday is very clear about this. He wants someone to kidnap Pepper, and then use Pepper to force Tony to hand over the small arc reactor and even the entire Iron Man suit technology. As for whether doing so will cause Tony's anger and the intervention of the police, Obeiday is not afraid. As long as he gets Tony's Iron Man suit, after killing Tony, he can use the Iron Man suit as a trump card to negotiate with the military and the top leaders of the United States. If it doesn't work, he can directly cooperate with other countries to make the United States afraid to act against him. In the United States, what is the law? It's just a toy in the hands of the rich. What freedom of speech, what freedom and democracy, are all fake, fooling the lower class. As long as he is valuable enough, let alone killing Tony, even if the weapon experiment destroys a city, the US military will cover it up for him. Therefore, he is determined to get the iron suit that can almost be called a revolution in war weapons. Please everyone collects. Chapter 61 Saving Peppers. As one of the core management of Stark Industries, Obeiday knows the whereabouts of Pepper Potts. Under his planning, Pepper was kidnapped on the way home from get off work. Of course, Obeiday would never expose himself. He still used the name of a terrorist, and sent people to Tony Stark to ask for the technology and design drawings of the small arc reactor and the Iron Man suit. Pepper was in trouble, Tony was furious, but worried about Pepper's safety, so he could only hand over the technology, but even so, the other party still had no intention of letting her go. Fortunately, Tony, out of his possessiveness as a man, secretly added a positioning chip to the necklace he gave to Pepper, which allowed him to locate Pepper's position. But it is easy to kill those terrorists, but it is extremely difficult to ensure Pepper's personal safety. Tony was anxious for 2 days and finally got through to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, who was enjoying a delicious meal, answered the phone. "Tony? What do you want to talk to me about? Have you decided to move out of my villa?" Tony's face twitched and he said in a deep voice, "Chen Chen, I need your help. Tell me." Seeing that Chen Chen had no intention of refusing, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Pepper was kidnapped, I am not sure to save him alone, I need your help. Okay. Chen Chen agreed, swallowed a large piece of barbecue, and slowly said, "But one thing is one thing, if you want my help, you need to pay." "No problem, you can mention your own conditions." Tony took a deep breath. Before looking for Chen Chen, he had already prepared to be slaughtered. "My requirements are not high. Just give me the technology of the small arc reactor." Chen Chen answered slowly. Tony raised his eyebrows and said in a bad tone, "Dude, are you sure you didn't kidnap Pepper? The conditions you proposed are exactly the same as the kidnappers. You don't have much valuable things on you." Chen Chen said helplessly, "If you don't want to, then you can transfer another 5% of Stark Industries shares to me, how about it?" Hearing Chen Chen's words, Tony quickly said, "No, the deal is done." "Just kidding, 5% of Stark Industries shares. Now his status as the largest shareholder is already in jeopardy. If he transfers it out, he might as well sell all the shares and become a rich man. Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. The small arc reactor technology was in hand. This was something that could very likely provide him with a steady supply of energy. Where are you now? I'll find you right away. I'll send you the coordinates via my phone. Come over and meet me first. No problem. After hanging up Tony's phone, Chen Chen put down his knife and fork and walked slowly to the balcony. Bang! The balcony collapsed and cracked instantly. Chen Chen used the reaction force to instantly jump into the air, and then flew towards the coordinates sent by Tony. This is a huge factory located in downtown New York City, which belongs to Stark Industries. In the building opposite the factory, Chen Chen found Tony in his iron suit. Tony, how do you feel? I'm not feeling well. Tony Stark looked at the factory opposite with a gloomy face. Pepper was kidnapped to his industry. At this moment, this feeling made him feel familiar. Just like when he was in Afghanistan, he saw the missiles produced by Stark Industries exploded beside him. This is the taste of betrayal. I finally believe what you said. Tony's face was gloomy. Obeiday was the one who planned to kidnap me and Pepper now. Chen Chen shrugged, it's meaningless to discuss these now. The key is to rescue Pepper first. Yes. Tony clenched his fists. When I designed this factory, I also contributed to it, so I know its security facilities very well. It is definitely not possible to sneak in at will. I need you to help me attract firepower and attention from the front, and then I sneak in secretly. After rescuing Pepper, I will destroy all the kidnappers. So you called me here to make me a target. Chen Chen sighed and agreed to this battle plan. Tony is the boss now, he gave too much. So my task is to destroy and make as much noise as possible, right? Chen Chen looked at the huge factory park hundreds of meters away, and his mouth curled up slightly. To be honest, nothing can make people more satisfied than destruction. It is also a kind of enjoyment to destroy intact things. He came to the highest point of the building and jumped forward suddenly. Chen Chen fell like a meteor in the center of the factory park. Boom! Amid the earth-shaking roar, the earth was torn apart, and tons of soil were blasted into the sky by the air waves. The originally flat marble floor collapsed instantly, and countless dense cracks spread in all directions, and a large pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared in the original place. What's going on? What happened? Is it a terrorist attack? The huge movement attracted the attention of almost everyone in the factory. This is the United States, everyone has a gun, and this is Stark Industries' military factory with a complete security system. Soon a large number of fully armed security guards came out of the factory. Rushed out from every corner of the city. They had no scruples and fired directly. Countless tongues of fire gushed out, forming a terrifying death metal storm. Its powerful firepower was enough to smash the steel plate. Chen Chen squinted at the security guards. How many of them were Obeiday's men? For a moment, countless bullets fell on Chen Chen. Clang! 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 A large number of sparks splashed out from him. These bullets hit his body surface, just like hitting solid special steel. After the sparks were splashed, they were ejected to the side. In just a few seconds, a thick layer of bullets fell around Chen Chen, and all the bullets were severely deformed and twisted. It was a mess. Boring tricks. Chen Chen sighed. If it wasn't for meeting Tony's requirements and attracting more attention, he wouldn't want to get entangled with these ordinary people. Raising his right hand and extending his fingers, a series of whole waves appeared out of thin air and shot at the security guards who were shooting crazily. Boom! 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 Dozens of light waves directly penetrated the bodies of the security guards, and the remaining force hit the ground, causing a secondary explosion. Ah! A large number of screams rang out, and the security guards either died directly from the light waves or were hit by the aftermath of the secondary explosion, and fell to the ground and wailed in pain. In a short moment, all the security guards fell in a pool of blood. Chen Chen put down his arms and walked straight into the factory. Along the way, people holding various weapons attacked him from time to time. But he killed them one by one from a distance. Boom! Not far away, there was a shocking explosion. Chapter 62 Obeiday's Ironmonger. Accompanied by the explosion, 200 meters in front of Chen Chen, a large hole was blown out of the outer wall of the factory, and two metal men, one tall and one short, fell out of the hole and then wrestled with each other. The one with gold and red, and the flashy look was obviously Tony Stark. The other steel giant, about 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide, was suppressing Iron Man. Is this the steel suit built by Obeiday, Ironmonger? Tony, you little mouse actually found this place, but it's okay, did you see it? Mine is a real war weapon, and the one you built is just a child's toy. Obeiday laughed wantonly, while stretching out a steel fist the size of an ordinary car wheel, and punched it. Tony dodged awkwardly, and the steel fist hit the wall of the factory behind Tony directly. With a roar, the whole wall was smashed to pieces by the heavy punch. At the same time, 2 machine guns appeared on Tony's shoulders and fired violently, but the bullets shot at Iron Overlord with a clang, and except for a little splash of fire, no more damage was caused, which made Tony's face extremely ugly. What Obadiah said was right. Compared with the 2-meter-high steel suit, the 4-meter-high Iron Overlord armor is not only larger in size and thicker in armor, but also has more ammunition. It is a war weapon purely for killing. If Tony's speed was not more flexible, it would be difficult for him to persist in the entanglement with Obadiah until now. Tony shook his body, and the power furnace behind him began to spray flames. He didn't want to entangle with Obadiah too much. He just wanted to rescue Pepper. What a naughty little mouse! Obadiah was not willing to let Tony go. His huge figure followed Tony directly. The fences, pipelines, and walls along the way were smashed into pieces by the powerful force of Ironmonger. Whoosh! A micro-missile suddenly shot out from Obadiah's shoulder, and this micro-missile hit Tony's back with lightning speed. Boom! Tony fell to the ground in a mess with the explosion. Thanks to the protection of the iron suit, he did not suffer much damage, but he was forced to stop. Obadiah took the opportunity to approach, opened his big hand with a radius of 1 meter, and slapped Tony on the head. Chen Chen couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Although Tony's Mark II iron suit was beautiful, it was crushed by the relatively bloated and ugly Ironmonger in actual combat. Seeing that Tony was about to be caught on the spot, Chen Chen couldn't just let it go. After all, Tony hadn't given him the technology of the small arc reactor, and as an important member of the Marvel Universe, he couldn't let anything happen. In a flash, Chen Chen took action. He flashed in front of Tony in an instant, raised his arm, and caught Ironmonger's thick steel arm with one hand, and the concrete ground under his feet collapsed directly because it couldn't withstand the huge force of both sides. The two sides had a huge difference in size, but their strength was inversely proportional to their size. Ironmonger tried his best, but couldn't suppress Chen Chen's raised arm. Chen Chen raised his foot and kicked out. The huge Ironmonger seemed to be hit by a conventional missile, soaring diagonally into the sky, directly hitting the factory wall behind him, and fell on the road hundreds of meters away. "Tony, are you okay?" Hearing Chen Chen's voice, Tony was overjoyed. "Man, thanks to you, you saved my life again. Come on, help me stop Obeiday, I have to go save Pepper." He pointed at the Ironmonger hundreds of meters away and said, "Okay. Leave it to me." Chen Chen stared at the Ironmonger and licked his lips. "This is a finished steel armor, just take it back and give it to the researchers under him to study." "Thank you." Tony looked at Chen Chen gratefully, then stood up and flew quickly into the factory under the thrust of the power furnace. On the other side of the busy road, a 4-meter-high behemoth suddenly smashed over. Seeing this, the cars on the road hurriedly stepped on the brakes and stopped just 1 meter away from the side of the Iron Overlord. However, Obeiday did not appreciate this. His Iron Overlord had just been made, and this was the time when he really used the Iron Overlord. He was immersed in the power brought by the steel armor and was invincible when he was suddenly kicked away by someone. How could he not be angry? The steel arm, which was thicker than an adult's waist, swept across the car in front of him, and the car was flattened in half on the spot and thrown dozens of meters away like a toy. Children screamed from the back seat of the car. Chen Chen sighed, flashed, appeared in mid-air, and raised his hand to catch the flying car. Putting down the flattened front half of the car in his hand, Chen Chen looked at Iron Overlord, Obeiday. Unlike Chen Chen's calmness, Obeiday looked at Chen Chen floating in the air with doubt. Chen Chen. As a mysterious shareholder of Stark Industries, how could Obeiday not know Chen Chen? However, he didn't quite understand why Chen Chen, who didn't seem to be wearing any equipment, could kick him away with 1 foot, and why could he float in the air? This made him feel disillusioned. He suddenly realized something. It's you who rescued Tony from Afghanistan. How did you do all this? Superpowers? Mutants? However, Obeiday felt the powerful strength of Ironmonger and said confidently, even if you are a mutant with superpowers, so what? I will still crush you to death. Oh! Chen Chen asked with interest, what makes you so arrogant? Is it this layer of scrap copper and rotten iron on your body? Scrap copper and rotten iron. Obeiday sneered, and without saying a word, he rushed over with his huge fist. Every step Ironmonger took on the road would cause the ground to shake. Amid the rumbling footsteps, a fist that was 1/3 the size of Chen Chen's body came over. In the air, Chen Chen slowly stretched out his middle finger and directly tapped the fist of Ironmonger. Compared to the rumbling momentum of Ironmonger's action, Chen Chen's finger was silent, but his strength was not weak at all. His middle finger was deeply embedded in Ironmonger's armor like a steel nail. The collision of forces caused Ironmonger's figure to stop suddenly, and Chen Chen was also shocked back 1/2 a meter by the oncoming impact. The strength is quite good. Such a big body is not for nothing, no wonder he can suppress Tony. It was because Chen Chen was suspended in the air that he was shocked back 1/2 a meter, but it can also be seen that Ironmonger's huge steel body does contain huge power. Chen Chen was surprised, and Obeiday was even more surprised. A mere finger could withstand his full-strength collision? This is too incredible. Chapter 63 Don't Destroy My Property. Although he was surprised, Obeiday did not panic. The wrestling between the two sides continued. Suddenly, a 10mm caliber rotary machine gun stretched out from the right arm of Iron Tyrant and Chen Chen. This machine gun almost hit Chen Chen's head directly, and then quickly rotated. Bullets as thick as thumbs spit out and shot Chen Chen in the face at close range. Obeiday laughed. Do you think my Iron Tyrant is just a moving iron lump? Do you think I only have brute force as a means? At this time, a voice sounded in his ears, indeed, your iron skin is really like an iron lump in my eyes. The rotary machine gun continued to fire, making a deafening roar. But the voice was clearly heard by Obeiday's ears. This made his laughter stop abruptly, and he looked forward. Chen Chen, floating in front of him, did not even blink in the oncoming hail of bullets. The 10mm caliber bullets can penetrate even ordinary floor slabs, but these densely fired bullets bombarded Chen Chen's cheeks, nose bridge, and even eyeballs, without causing any damage to him. With a lightning-fast move, Chen Chen directly crushed the barreled machine gun that was spraying bullets into solid scrap metal. Obeiday had no time to stop the machine gun from firing, and the bullets exploded in the barrel, even blowing the entire barreled machine gun into a trumpet shape. It is unknown what Obeiday was thinking, but Chen Chen felt distressed. Damn, how could I be so careless and actually break my armor? In Chen Chen's heart, the Iron Overlord in front of him had long been in his pocket. How could he not feel distressed when his own things were broken? Obeiday, who had just been terrified, was instantly irritated by Chen Chen's words and screamed. He had spent so much effort to make the armor, when did it become your property? You are looking for death. The power reactor on his right leg suddenly started up, emitting dazzling flames and billowing smoke. Under the powerful push of the power reactor, Iron Overlord, the pillar-like leg bounced up like lightning and kicked Chen Chen's chin. Chen Chen's head tilted back, and his body flew straight out, breaking a truck behind him in half. The attack worked, and just as Obeiday breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Chen's calm voice came out from the ruins of the truck. The attack power is good, but I don't know how the defense is. This calm tone instantly angered Obeiday, and he was furious. Asshole, you forced me to do it. Following his order, the Iron Overlord shoulder armor released the built-in anti-tank missile and automatically locked Chen Chen. Whoosh! The missile, which was as long as an adult's arm, flew in front of Chen Chen with blue flames. Chen Chen subconsciously raised his hand to grab it. Boom! The missile exploded in his hand, and the shock wave generated by the explosion directly shook him out. After falling to the ground, Chen Chen shook his hand, and his index finger recovered instantly. This level of weapon could only cause minor damage to his body, but it was enough to deal with ordinary people. The test game ends here. Chen Chen rubbed his numb palms and stretched his body. The reason why he played a turn-based game with Obeiday was because he wanted to test the attack performance of Iron Overlord. Now that the attack performance has been tested, it's time to test its defense performance. Looking around, something in the Stark Factory Park attracted his attention. It was a tank, or to be more precise, a model of a tank. This looks handy. It can be used as a test tool. Thinking of this, Chen Chen strode towards the tank. Seeing that Chen Chen seemed to have no injuries, Obeiday was horrified, but when he saw Chen Chen walking towards the model tank in the park, he couldn't help laughing. Are you crazy? That's just a model. How could a tank, such a killer, be parked in the factory yard? This is obviously a model. There are many similar things in the park, such as airplane models, howitzer models, etc. It seems that the anti-tank missiles he launched still have a certain effect, and it is very likely that Chen Chen's brain was damaged. Even if it is a model, it should be made of steel. Obeiday, watch carefully, and see how I use this model to kill you. Chen Chen exerted force with both hands, using the barrel as a handle, and the entire tank as a hammer, smashing it down. Chen Chen used the barrel of the tank as a handle and other parts as weapons, exerting force with both hands. Compared with the tank, Chen Chen standing next to it seemed like a child, but now, this child swung the tank like a sledgehammer. Seeing the tank approaching, Obeiday and the Iron Overlord turned pale. He roared, raised the power of the arc reactor to the maximum, and raised his metal arms to meet it. Tanks are not small things. Even a tank model without most of the core components weighs 20 to 30 tons. Its own gravity plus the power given by Chen Chen. Boom! The collision sounded like thunder from the ground. The tank barrel was unbearable and twisted, and Obeiday was nailed into the ground more than 1 meter deep like a nail, and the mud was over his knees. Chen Chen did not stop, nor did he care about the safety of the tools in his hand. One hammer after another hit it. Until the tank barrel could not bear the weight and broke, the whole tank was thrown away by him. He smashed the building in front of him and stopped. At this time, Obeiday was dizzy and couldn't help himself. The huge body of more than 4 meters high was nailed into the ground by Chen Chen, leaving only the raised hands and head exposed. After observing the damage of Iron Overlord, Chen Chen thought with satisfaction, not bad, only the hands were partially damaged, fingers were broken and so on. It seems that the material of Iron Overlord is not ordinary. He came to the body of Iron Overlord and kicked its head with his foot. Hey! Obeiday, are you dead? In an instant, the motionless Iron Overlord suddenly raised his arms and gave Chen Chen in front of him a double wind-piercing ear. These two iron palms hit Chen Chen firmly. But with many previous lessons, Obei no longer dared to underestimate Chen Chen. Even if his sudden attack was implemented, he still activated the power furnace of his legs and chose to escape. He rose from the ground under the rocket spray and rushed into the sky. Seeing that Obei was trying to escape, Chen Chen was not willing to do so. Obei, wait a minute, you can go, but leave Ironmonger to me, this is the property of my Stark Industries. Hearing this, Obei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Your Stark Industries? When did the Stark Industries that I worked so hard to create become yours? Chapter 64, Meteorite Falls from the Sky, Coincidence? Chen Chen said speechlessly, at least I have 15% of the shares. And you only have 5%, I am 3 times yours. Hearing this, Obei's blood pressure went up. He worked hard for Stark Industries for half his life, but he only had 5% of the shares in his hands, while Tony Stark did nothing and became the largest shareholder of Stark Industries just by inheriting from his father. That's fine, why even Chen Chen, who was born in the shares of the people who have never interfered with the operation of the company, should exceed those of the 3 of them? Asshole, you are looking for death. Hearing this, Obei was furious, and turned in the air, and hit Chen Chen with a fist as big as a wheel. Energy plus 33. Chen Chen frowned. This kind of power that does not come from the super life form itself, the energy obtained by hitting his body is too little. It is not worth wasting his time, so he should fight quickly. So he rushed over with a fist. In the sky, 2 figures, one big and one small, kept colliding. On the surface, the combat power of the 2 seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact, Obei and Iron Overlord had a hard time. His attack that could break mountains and rocks hit the enemy, and Chen Chen not only did not take it seriously, but seemed to enjoy it. Although Chen Chen seemed to be just a flesh and blood body, his casual blow could leave a deep fist mark on the armor after the Overlord was released. Even though Obei had already pushed the power system to its limit, he still couldn't withstand Chen Chen's attack and rolled in the air. The 2 chased and fled, and soon they were far away from the factory below. Oops! Obei suddenly frowned. Just now, the intelligent system of Iron Overlord prompted that the energy of the energy core small arc reactor was running low, and he needed to make an emergency landing as soon as possible to replace the backup energy. Normally, the energy of the small arc reactor is enough to support a long battle. Unfortunately, this technology was not developed by Obei himself, but was snatched from Tony Stark. Tony was so smart that when he handed the technology to Obei, he deliberately kept a hand and gave him a castrated version. This resulted in the small arc reactor used by Obei still being the first generation of technology he studied when he was in the cave in Afghanistan, and its endurance was very poor. It seems that the killer is going to be used. Obei's face was gloomy, and he quickly flew away in a cross collision. Chen Chen was not willing to let him go and chased after him. Obei took the opportunity to turn around, raised his left arm, and aimed the 6-round missile launcher hidden in his steel arm at Chen Chen and fired instantly. This was the strongest weapon equipped by Iron Overlord, and it was also his last hope. The 2 sides were very close, and 6 missiles came to Chen Chen in just an instant. Boom! 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 The missiles exploded one after another, and Obei stared at the fireworks produced by the explosion, hoping that this attack would work. Before the fireworks dispersed, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. At this time, Chen Chen had already flashed above Iron Overlord. Potential stimulation. Get down! With his legs as whips, he chopped heavily on Iron Overlord's body with afterimages. Chen Chen was determined to quickly resolve the battle, so he used the potential stimulation that had not been used for a long time. This attack exhausted all his strength. Boom! Iron Overlord's waist sank from the middle, forming a V shape, and fell from the sky head first. Obeiday, who was in the center of the armor, was also severely injured, and blood spurted out from the gaps in the armor like a fountain, leaving a thin arc in the air. Below his waist, along with his pelvis and legs, the flesh and bones were squeezed into mud and mixed together by the sunken steel armor. Unless time goes back, he will be paralyzed for life if he doesn't die from such injuries. And right below where Iron Overlord fell was a peaceful campus with birds singing and flowers blooming, green trees and many children playing freely. As Iron Overlord got closer and closer to the ground, the roar and fire caused by the high-speed movement and air friction during the fall also attracted the attention of many people below. Someone pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "What is that? Is it a meteor?" As he spoke, Iron Overlord's speed became faster and faster. In the end, it was like a meteorite, smashing hard to the ground. Seeing that he was about to hit several children on the lawn below, several figures flashed quickly, far exceeding the speed of ordinary people, and carried all the children away. Boom! The flat and neat grassland was immediately destroyed horribly. A large amount of soil was thrown into the air, forming a horrible sandstorm, which prevented the sun from shining on the ground for a while. But strangely, the sandstorm quickly subsided and disintegrated, revealing a horrible pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters and a depth of more than 5 meters. White smoke was faintly coming out of the edge of the pit. The students of this school were also brave. Not only were they not afraid, but they were quite interested in checking the situation. In the pit, a tall steel humanoid mecha was lying quietly in it. The waist of this steel mecha was deeply sunken, and blood was constantly seeping out. The white light source in front of him flickered, as if foreshadowing something. A curious student stepped forward and tried to touch the steel mecha. "Is there anyone in here?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind him, "Everyone, go back to the classroom immediately." Chen Chen slowly fell from midair and just saw the person who spoke. He couldn't help but smile and said, "What a coincidence, beautiful girl, I didn't expect to meet you here." The woman in front of him was Storm Girl Ororo, who had met Chen Chen once. Ororo frowned and looked at the voice, "It's you. But I don't think this is a coincidence. Please take a good look. This is Xavier's School for Gifted Youths, where I teach. I would like to ask you, why did this big guy on the ground appear here?" Chen Chen scratched his hair. He didn't expect that Obeiday would be so coincidental to fall on the territory of the Mutant Force X-Men. Obviously, the forces that quickly rescued the students and suppressed the sandstorm just now came from since the mutant. But he didn't care too much. Firstly, there were no casualties, and secondly, he really didn't mean it. "If I say this is a coincidence, and I'm here to save the world, do you believe it?" "Save you? Save the world?" Ororo laughed mockingly, "Just relying on this iron lump on the ground, he can also be related to the safety of the world." Just as the two were talking, an angry voice suddenly sounded from behind Chen Chen. "You bastard, the attack just now was caused by you, right?" Chen Chen turned his head in astonishment and looked back. A blonde young man of about 18 or 19 was walking towards him angrily. Chapter 65 First Meeting with Professor X. The blonde young man was extremely angry. "You bastard, you almost hit me just now, do you know?" Chen Chen frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to attack here, all this was an accident." "Accident? Then you can also taste my accident." The blonde young man took out a lighter and flew up and down in his hand. The fire rose around him, and then a pillar of fire as thick as an arm was thrown out by him. Chen Chen slightly turned sideways, and the pillar of fire brushed his cheek, burning a small tree 7 or 8 meters away into ashes. Just when Chen Chen was a little impatient and ready to fight back, an old voice sounded, "Enough, John, it's not this gentleman's fault." But the blonde young man seemed not to hear it, still controlling the fire around him and blasting towards Chen Chen. However, his body stiffened, and he slowly gathered the fire around him as if out of control, and then waved his hand to disperse the fire. But his expression seemed a little unconvinced. "Professor, let me go, why are you helping an outsider?" "Professor X?" He used his mind control ability to control the body of the young man in front of him. Chen Chen sneered, this young man named John was also lucky. If Professor X hadn't stopped him in time, he would have wailed under his iron fist. Then a red-haired woman pushed a bald old man in a wheelchair over. The bald old man, Professor X, Charles Xavier, slowly said, "Mr. Chen Chen, please forgive John's mistake. No matter what problem you have here, we can go to the reception room to talk, how about it?" Chen Chen thought about it, nodded and agreed. He was willing to get to know this legendary figure in the Marvel Universe, Professor X. "Remember to ask someone to help me keep an eye on the steel armor over there," Chen Chen said casually. His visit to Xavier Mutant School today was a very accidental thing. If he could gain something, it would be a pleasant surprise. Behind Chen Chen and his companions, the blonde young man John looked at the backs of Chen Chen and Professor X with resentment. In the reception room, Professor X asked in a friendly manner, "Mr. Chen Chen, do you like coffee, tea, or drinks?" "Make me a cup of tea," Chen Chen answered casually. The red-haired woman who had been following Professor X made 2 cups of tea skillfully and brought them up. Chen Chen set his sights on the red-haired woman. If he remembered correctly, this woman was the famous Phoenix girl Jean Grey. Her abilities were telepathy and telekinesis control, but what made her famous was the terrifying cosmic power of the Phoenix contained in her body. Seeing that Chen Chen's eyes were always on the red-haired woman, Professor X introduced him. "She is Jean Grey, a teacher at Xavier Youth School." Jean nodded and smiled at Chen Chen, as a greeting. Chen Chen also nodded, then looked away. The two drank tea in a harmonious atmosphere, as if they were close friends regardless of age. "Mr. Chen Chen, I heard that you seem to be with Emma, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club recently?" Professor X asked slowly. "Yes." Chen Chen nodded. "Why? Is there a conflict between the X-Men and the Hellfire Club?" Professor X waved his hand. "There were some conflicts in the past, but that's all in the past. Emma used to be a teacher here, but later left for some reasons. What I want to ask is, Mr. Chen Chen, are you interested in joining our Xavier Youth School and contributing to the future of mutants together?" "So that's what you want?" Chen Chen waved his hand quickly. "I'm not a mutant, so naturally I'm not interested in contributing to mutants." Professor X closed his eyes and sensed it. In his perception, Chen Chen was undoubtedly a mutant, so he could only attribute Chen Chen's refusal to his rejection of the mutant identity. "Since you don't want to, I can't force you. Remember to say hello to Emma for me," Professor X said with some regret. When Chen Chen and Professor X said goodbye to each other in the mutant school, a group of people were very busy. In SHIELD, there was a chaotic scene, and countless people were either making phone calls or mobilizing city surveillance and satellite images. Director Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "What happened in the incident codenamed Iron Man? And why did it happen? What clues have you found?" He seemed calm on the surface, but his anxiety could still be sensed from his rapid-fire questioning. Obviously, the battle between Tony Stark, Iron Man and Chen Chen. Obviously alarmed S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization that considers itself the guardian of the world. "That's right, this is New York, the international financial center and the headquarters of the United Nations." Unidentified radar displays suddenly appeared in the sky above New York, and their energy level reaction is no less than that of the most advanced fighter planes now. If this suddenly appeared weapon attacks the prosperous urban area of New York, it can easily kill tens of thousands of people. How can this not make Nick Fury anxious? Soon an agent came to report, "Director, we have transferred some surveillance and have now determined the process of the incident. The Battle of the Unknown Iron Man originated from a factory under Stark Industries in Brooklyn. The place where the Iron Man fell was in Westchester County, but there was no eyewitness report, and the cause of the fall is currently unknown. Westchester County? This place name sounds so familiar. Nick Fury was thoughtful. The agent asked again, "Director, do you need to send an agent to conduct a field investigation?" Nick Fury shook his head. "That's the Xavier Youth School, it's not suitable to send people to conduct a field investigation. Okay, you can leave first." "Yes." The agent turned and left. Nick Fury was still very familiar with Professor X, a mutant who had been fighting on the front line for decades. He hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone in his hand, and soon the phone was connected. "Charles, my old friend, did something fall to you?" "Oh ho, so that's the case. Okay, I know, thank you." After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He learned from Professor X that this matter was actually related to the internal strife of Stark Industries, and the most important thing was that Tony Stark was suspected of inventing a super war weapon. As for how Professor X knew it, don't forget that his ability is telepathy. Obviously, he read Obadiah's memory before he bled to death. At this time, Nick Fury seemed to remember something. He had heard Coulson's report before that the cave that once besieged Tony Stark in Afghanistan was deliberately blown up after Tony was rescued. Now it seems that they are indeed covering up something. Chapter 66 New Billionaire. It seems that this Chen Chen is stronger than I thought. It is necessary to win him over and control him. Who should be selected? Nick Fury touched his bald head and fell into deep thought. Here, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying his best to win over Chen Chen, let's not talk about it for now. On the other side, Chen Chen took Ironmonger back to the Stark factory where he came from. Obadiah and Iron Man were led away by Chen Chen. Tony successfully rescued Pepper Potts and injured and arrested all of Obadiah's subordinates. He then handed them over to the police who came after hearing the news. This scene was photographed by reporters who heard the news. For a time, the news of Iron Man instantly ignited the whole of New York. However, this was not Chen Chen's business. Tony handed him the design drawings and production methods of the small arc reactor as promised. Chen Chen handed the wreckage of Iron Man and the drawings of the reactor to his engineers and asked them to make them. After Tony appeased Pepper Potts, he found Chen Chen again. The two parties officially announced the share transfer contract signed between them. As a listed company, such a large share transfer cannot be concealed. According to the stock market trading rules, it must be publicized. So, a mysterious rich man who holds at least 10% of Stark Industries shares appeared in the eyes of the public, which immediately attracted the attention of those who were interested. Magneto Eric, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, stared at the news in the newspaper, mysterious shareholder of Stark Industries, a new billionaire in New York. After reading for a while, Magneto told the people beside him, "Have you found out the identity of this new billionaire?" "I have found out. This person is called Chen Chen. He has no social background, but seems to have a certain relationship with the White Queen of Hellfire." The bald man bowed and replied, "Emma? Don't pay attention to her. Go and catch the man named Chen Chen for me. The billionaire is also a shareholder of Stark Industries. He can be of great use to us." Magneto didn't take Emma to heart. In his impression, the White Queen was still the weakling who was easily defeated by him. And Chen Chen, who had no background and a lot of wealth, was a delicious cake in his eyes, which could be picked at will. The current Brotherhood of Mutants needed financial support very much. "Yes, boss." The bald man immediately agreed. Chen Chen, who had just completed the stock handover procedure with Tony at the stock exchange, felt that he should celebrate, so he drove the Ferrari sports car very skillfully to a high-end restaurant in New York City. After parking the sports car, Chen Chen tidied his clothes and walked into the restaurant. There were not many people in the restaurant, only 2 or 3 people scattered around. But he didn't take it to heart, just found a seat and sat down, and waved to the waiter to order. Not far upstairs, a group of fierce men in black were looking at Chen Chen below, with fierce light flashing in their eyes. The target has come, get ready. One of the leaders of the men in black said viciously to the others through the intercom. There is no shortage of desperate criminals in New York, and it is not surprising that Chen Chen, who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, is targeted by these desperate criminals. In the restaurant, Chen Chen was eating all kinds of seafood, sashimi, steak, and other foods that had just been served. When he was halfway through eating, the door of the restaurant was opened, and many men in black came in one after another. They quickly occupied every corner of the restaurant. It stands to reason that these people don't care about Chen Chen, but what makes him feel strange is that in broad daylight, these men in black suddenly pulled the curtains on the French windows facing the street in the restaurant. What the hell are these people doing? Chen Chen frowned, put the claws of the Australian lobster into his mouth, and chewed it directly without even removing the shell. Just after these men in black occupied the entrances and exits of the restaurant, they suddenly pulled out their pistols and pointed them at Chen Chen and the others in the restaurant. Kneel on the ground with your hands clasped over your heads. Don't make any noise, or I will be merciless with my bullets. The leader, a sturdy man over 1.9 meters tall with a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck, shouted sternly. The other diners and waiters were trembling with fear and lay on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Only Chen Chen watched all this coldly, still chewing lobsters by himself, muttering in his heart. The people of this beautiful country are really free, and they deserve to be the beacon of freedom that is famous all over the world. After living in the United States for a while, Chen Chen discovered a little-known fact that he didn't know before, that is, gangs are rampant here, and even have legal implications. There are more than 130,000 gang members in New York City alone. The most exaggerated thing is that there are people here who openly sell gang maps. On this map, the sphere of influence of each gang will be marked on it, and even the police often buy it. It is worth mentioning that the division of gang forces can be found on the 2020 version of Google Maps in the United States, ha ha ha. The sturdy man with a gold chain saw Chen Chen still eating food unmoved, his face became serious, and then he walked over. You are Chen Chen, the owner of 10% of the shares of Stark Industries. The man spoke in a muffled voice. Chen Chen looked up in surprise. He didn't expect that these people were coming for him. He swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded, "It's me, what's wrong? I'll pay $1 to buy all your shares in Stark Industries. Come and sign." After listening to the sturdy man's words, Chen Chen realized that this group of people had targeted him and came to rob him on purpose. After realizing this, his face instantly turned cold. "What if I say no?" Chen Chen said coldly. He didn't take the group of gun-wielding sturdy men opposite him seriously at all. These men in black laughed, as if they were laughing at Chen Chen's naivety. The strong man with the gold chain directly put the gun to Chen Chen's forehead. "I'm not negotiating with you. Either come and sign, or I'll give you a bullet. Choose for yourself. Either life or death." If Chen Chen was just an ordinary person, there might really be no way. Unfortunately. You know what? I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head. Chen Chen said expressionlessly. Seeing Chen Chen so calm, these gang members were also a little surprised. Shouldn't normal people kneel on the ground and cry for mercy when facing their black muzzles? However, they were surprised, but they didn't intend to let Chen Chen go. Of course, they wouldn't shoot directly, so that they couldn't get those Stark Industries stocks. Chapter 67 $1 Transfer Contract. Just when these gang members were planning to score Chen Chen and take him away, torture him and squeeze out his value, two black shadows broke the glass outside the restaurant and broke in. One of the people was bald, and the other was a guy covered in black robes. Who is it? These gang members obviously didn't expect that someone would break in at this time. However, their reactions were not slow, and they all pointed their pistols at the two people who broke in. Bang! 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 For a while, the sound of gunfire rang out, and dozens of bullets were fired at the two people. The bald man who broke in changed his face. He quickly retreated and hid behind the black-robed man. Bullets hit the black-robed man one after another, but he did not fall down as the gang members imagined. Instead, it made a sound of metal clashing, as if they were not attacking flesh and blood, but a body made of steel. As the bullets continued to hit, the black robe on the black-robed man was constantly broken, revealing his yellow-brown body. As the black-robed man's exposed body area became larger and larger, everyone present finally got a glimpse of his full appearance. Monster! Monster! The two gangsters standing in the front screamed in shock. The black-robed man was covered with yellow-brown scales, and the pistol bullets hit him, and was quickly bounced off by the hard scales. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but the head of the black-robed man was completely devoid of human form, and it looked like a crocodile. Chen Chen was also shocked. Desert butcher? Rene Kton. Ding! A bullet just hit the crocodile man's eye and was immediately bounced off by the translucent eyelids. However, this seemed to have angered the crocodile man. He opened his mouth big enough to fit an adult's head and roared terribly. All of you die! After that, the crocodile man rushed forward in the hail of bullets. The two gang members along the way were knocked away before they could even scream, and then someone was caught by the crocodile man with one hand. The man tried to resist and fired all the bullets at the crocodile man's forehead with a pistol. The bullets fell on the crocodile man's hard skull, but did not cause any damage. Idiot! The crocodile man opened his mouth and bit the man's head fiercely. Puff! The sharp teeth closed, and the terrifying bite force directly bit the man's head like a watermelon. Milky white brain matter and bright red blood splashed everywhere. How terrifying was it to bite someone to death? The other gang members were terrified when they saw this. The guns they were proud of could not cause any harm to the crocodile man, and the crocodile man could easily slaughter them, which made them want to escape from here. But they forgot that when the crocodile man came in, there was a companion. The bald man exuded a biting cold air all over his body. Little darlings, don't go, let you see what real power is. The next moment, dozens of ice cones suddenly appeared in front of him, and then they were fired out, instantly shooting through all the gang members who tried to escape. After clearing out the idlers, the crocodile man and the bald man set their sights on Chen Chen, the only one still sitting on the field. Chen Chen frowned, looking at the food in front of him that was stained with brains and blood. And then looking at the dozens of corpses around him, he suddenly lost his appetite. Thank you for saving me, the desert butcher, but you have soiled my food, you'd better leave before I get angry. Chen Chen said in a bad tone. Desert butcher? What is that? The crocodile man and the bald man looked at each other, both puzzled, but they didn't take it to heart. The bald man walked up with a grin. Mr. Chen Chen, you are not naive enough to think that we are superheroes who come to save you, are you? I have been following you for a long time. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh, you know my name, you are here for me too? Finally, I will give you a piece of advice. Since I am in a good mood, leave quickly if you don't want to die. Leave? Okay, as long as you sign this share transfer contract, I will turn around and leave immediately. As he spoke, the bald man took out a contract from his pocket and slapped it in front of Chen Chen. Sign it quickly, otherwise, Biru, give him a hard time. The crocodile man then opened his mouth and roared to the sky, and the terrifying sound waves shook the tableware in front of Chen Chen slightly. Looking at another $1 share transfer contract in front of him, Chen Chen sighed softly. Why are there always people who don't listen to advice and insist on seeking death? He raised a finger lightly, and then a group of light waves the size of a human head appeared and shot towards the bald man. Are you a mutant too? The bald man's face changed, and cold air rose from his body and covered his body with a thick layer of ice. Bang! The bald man's chest exploded on the spot, and the remaining force of the whole wave pierced through the French window behind him and flew into the sky. Another white light shot at the bald man, and the bald man's still warm body quickly turned into chocolate candy and flew into Chen Chen's hands. "Where's Alec?" The crocodile man opened his mouth so wide that he couldn't close it. He rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Where did you take Alec? Give him back to me. He seems to be a little confused, but he's a good fighter." Chen Chen looked at the crocodile man and saw that his eyes were a little dull and stupid. He couldn't help but feel happy. "Your name is Biru, right? Your companions abandoned you. If you want, you can follow me. How about it? Where's Alec? He actually abandoned me. Damn it!" The crocodile Biru roared, and then looked at Chen Chen. "Can I get enough to follow you?" "Of course." Chen Chen smiled, "You can eat as much as you want under my hands, until you can't eat any more." "Sounds good." Biru scratched his head a little silly. The blood on his face and the honest expression formed a strong abnormality, but soon, a trace of ruthlessness appeared on his crocodile face. "Biru will only surrender to the strong. If you want me to follow you, you must defeat me." "No problem. Then I'll convince you." Chen Chen stood up, looked at the crocodile man, and hooked his fingers at the same time. "Come on, use your strongest means to attack me." Roar! The crocodile man roared, stretched out his palm leaf fan-sized claws, and slapped Chen Chen. Bang! A claw slapped heavily on Chen Chen's chest, and the compressed airflow during the collision brought up a lot of dust on the ground. Facing such a powerful blow, Chen Chen's body did not move at all, as if welded to the ground. The crocodile man widened his eyes. He had never encountered such a situation. Marvel's God-level Majin Bu Sanba novel update speed the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 68 Magneto's Fury. Crocodile Biru has always been a meat shield in front. It was because others couldn't hit him. It was the first time he met someone he couldn't hit. He couldn't help but show a fierce light in his eyes and opened his big mouth to bite Chen Chen. Chen Chen took a look at the crocodile's mouth still hanging with meat silk, and slapped it with some disgust. Although he didn't use his full strength, the burst of tens of tons of power still shattered Biru's head scales, his mouth corners were crooked, and he fell to the ground dizzy. Stepping on the crocodile man's back, Chen Chen's eyes were fierce. "I'll ask you one last time, surrender, or die." Bilu supported himself on all fours and struggled hard for 2 times, but he still couldn't shake Chen Chen at all. He immediately realized the gap between him and Chen Chen, and said honestly, I surrender, you will be my boss from now on, as long as you let me have enough food, I will do anything." Chen Chen then released his foot with satisfaction. Bilu stood up and stood there honestly, with a flattering look on his face. Mutants have various abilities, the strong ones can destroy the world, such as Professor X, and the weak ones may not even kill an ant. Later, some people roughly divided mutants into several levels. The theory is very complicated, but it can be easily understood that they can be divided into the following types. Those with useless abilities are useless for both combat and life production. Those with certain abilities may not be weak, but this ability will affect him or his life, such as the blue-haired form of the Beast and the uncontrollable eyes of Cyclops. Those with certain abilities, and this ability has no effect on his life or himself, such as Professor X and Magneto, will not produce any abnormality when using their abilities. The last type is powerful, with strength that can destroy the Earth, such as Phoenix Jean Grey. Crocodile Man obviously belongs to the second type. Although he has good abilities, his terrifying appearance makes him unable to live normally in human society. In addition, his brain is a little too stubborn because of his innate ability. But this is also what Chen Chen likes. As long as he is strong enough and can provide enough benefits, Crocodile Man will always be easy to use. Apart from anything else, he must be a good hand at guarding the house. At this time, the sound of sirens came from the street outside the restaurant. Obviously, it was unknown who called the police, which led to the arrival of the police. Chen Chen did not want to deal with the police and cause unnecessary trouble, so he reached out and grabbed Crocodile Man and flew away. He did not return to the beach villa he had just received from Tony, but took the Crocodile Man to the manor that Kingpin wanted to give him before. Bang! Throwing the Crocodile Man to the ground, Chen Chen floated in the air and looked down at him. Bilu, you have become my subordinate, does that mean that no matter what I ask you to do, you must obey my orders? Bilu nodded blankly. If you ignore his ferocious face, he does look a bit honest. That's good, tell me who sent you to attack me? Chen Chen asked. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Crocodile Man. It's Eric. It's Magneto. Magneto Eric. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't know when he offended the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Do you know why he wants to harm me? The Crocodile Man hesitated, but when he saw Chen Chen's fierce eyes, he said, because of money, because of the $10 billion in your hand. Oh. Chen Chen thought about it for a while, and knew what he was referring to. It turned out to be the trouble caused by Stark Industries stocks. Thinking of this, a trace of cruelty flashed across his face. There are so many billionaires in New York, Tony Stark, Norman Osborn. But Magneto stared at no one but himself. It was obvious that he thought he was easy to bully. It was really hateful. But Magneto is not a weakling like Obey and Kingpin. He has been in the world for decades and can pry thousands of tons of metal by himself. Such a terrifying power makes it difficult for Chen Chen to pose a real threat to him in a head-on battle. It seems that I have to hurry up to complete the system tasks and improve myself as much as possible in a short period of time. Magneto, wait for me. In the base of the Brotherhood. In a base of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto was waiting for the report from the Crocodile and Yarick. In his opinion, Chen Chen was just an ordinary person who was lucky enough to be with Emma. He sent 2 mutants to invite him, which was enough to respect him. As for Yarick's strength, it was enough to deal with a fully armed special forces. Not to mention the thick-skinned crocodile, who had strong defense and amazing strength. Ordinary rockets bombarded him, but he couldn't kill him. Ordinary people or policemen were just chickens and dogs in front of him. The 2 of them joined forces to deal with most battles, and kidnapping an ordinary person was not a piece of cake. But now time has passed little by little, and the 2 people he sent out have not even sent back a message. Magneto easily thought that something went wrong. He stood up with a grim look on his face, and walked back and forth in the hall, thinking about this matter. Several round iron balls kept spinning around him, colliding with each other from time to time, bouncing off each other, and making loud noises. A crisp clang. After waiting for another hour, there was still no news, which made Magneto slam the table angrily. Too rubbish, they can't even handle such a small matter, damn it. He didn't care about the life and death of the 2 men, but he cared about the 10 billion wealth in Chen Chen's hands. If this 10 billion wealth flowed into the hands of the Brotherhood, at least the activity funds would not be worried. Not to mention, with huge capital, the influence on society would also rise, which could bring great prestige and influence to the Brotherhood and himself. But now, all this seems to be a fantasy in imagination. The angry Magneto immediately sent his men to investigate Chen Chen's movements, wanting to know what happened. Soon, a note was delivered to his desk. Magneto took it in his hand, and his pupils shrank slightly after seeing it. This is the information sent to me by Fireman John. I didn't expect Chen Chen to have been to the mutant school and dealt with the X-Men. He himself is not an ordinary person. Damn it, why didn't he pass this news to me earlier? Torn the note casually, Magneto held the iron ball in his hand and thought, if what John said is true, Chen Chen's strength is really not to be underestimated. It seems necessary to find Charles and learn more about the situation. Chapter 69 Playing. After asking about the crocodile man, Chen Chen threw him to Jinbing and planned to arrange him for a suitable position. Afterwards, Chen Chen did not return to his beach villa. Tony had just moved out not long ago. Chen Chen did not like to use things that others had used, so he commissioned a decoration company to carry out a comprehensive redecoration. He could not move in for the time being. So Chen Chen came to the White Queen's manor with ease and opened the bedroom door with familiarity. He was a little surprised to find that the White Queen was neither dealing with work matters nor taking care of herself and washing, but sitting on the sofa for the first time, watching TV programs. Strange, what show is so good? Chen Chen muttered in his heart, walked over, sat on the sofa, and put his arm around the White Queen's slender waist and put her on his thighs. The veins on the White Queen's forehead jumped slightly, and she grabbed Chen Chen's mischievous hand, and then continued to watch the TV program attentively. Chen Chen felt a little bored, but he was reluctant to let go of the soft body in his arms, so he simply looked up at the TV program. When he saw the TV program, he was a little surprised. The TV was broadcasting the news of a hammer falling from the sky. The host was introducing, a thing fell from the sky appeared in the town of Yalavoya, a hammer that could not be lifted. We used all equipment, whether it was a crane or a heavy helicopter, but we couldn't move it a bit. Our scientists couldn't analyze what material it was made of, but they only knew that it had a very terrible energy. If anyone knows the origin of this hammer, please call our hotline in time, and we will give a reward of $100,000 a breaking news. Now there is no need to call the hotline, because this hammer suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Is this Thor's hammer? Chen Chen exclaimed in surprise. The White Queen frowned and turned to look at Chen Chen's handsome face. The close distance and the hands floating on her body made her cheeks slightly red, but a dark green light flashed in the depths of her pupils. Do you know this hammer? Don't you think it looks like the legendary Thor's hammer? Chen Chen gestured with his hands. He was perfunctory, but he was thinking in his heart, is this the beginning of the plot of Thor 1? It was earlier than he thought. Yes, it is a bit like it. The White Queen turned her head and continued to watch the news. At this time, the TV was playing some videos about the hammer shot in the past. Chen Chen scratched his head. It has been a while since he accepted the task of building a power. According to the task standards, the greater the power he built, the more rewards he should get, so he has been conquering various people recently, like the crocodile man. Normally, he would maximize his benefits by swallowing them all at once, but now he has taken them in as his subordinates to improve the evaluation of the task. And the one who can best improve his task score is indeed the White Queen in front of him. According to the system's judgment, although he had subdued the White Queen, she was not an independent individual. She was a member of the Hellfire Club and held the power of the Hellfire Club. In this way, the forces under the White Queen naturally could not be attributed to Chen Chen, and the evaluation of the task could not be improved. The solution to this problem was also very simple, that is, to let the White Queen completely leave the Hellfire Club with her own strength. In this way, all the forces under her would be attributed to Chen Chen, greatly improving the evaluation and rewards of the task. It's time to end this task. Chen Chen decided to speak to the White Queen with a thick face. Well, Emma? I have recently established a new force. Can you leave Hellfire and work for me? He stammered and said his plan. Of course, it certainly did not include the content of the task. He thought the White Queen's reaction would be more intense. After all, his request was indeed a bit excessive, but to Chen Chen's surprise, the other party's reaction seemed somewhat calm. The White Queen frowned slightly, looked at Chen Chen, and suddenly said without thinking, I want to know what kind of relationship we are in now? Cohabitants? Conquerors and spoils of war? Chen Chen was asked. The relationship between the two has always been a bit unclear. After all, the beginning of the relationship was semi-forced, so the two have always tacitly not talked about this topic. There is rarely any spiritual communication, and more physical collisions. But now the White Queen directly pointed out this issue, which is a bit embarrassing, but it is also right. Chen Chen asked her to hand over almost everything, and it is normal to ask for an explanation. Chen Chen thought for a long time, then said solemnly, "Emma? Are you willing to be my woman? The kind that is sincere?" The White Queen gently put her hands around his neck, stared into his eyes and asked, "If I leave Hellfire, what should I do if the other 3 emperors send people to hunt me down? You are my woman, your enemy is my enemy, I will definitely protect your safety and crush all the enemies who come to attack me." Chen Chen patted his chest and promised. "That's a good thing. I hope you can do what you say. Now, I am yours." The White Queen gently stroked Chen Chen's cheek, then suddenly pulled his clothes, and the two of them rolled onto the bed. After more than 100,000 words, the White Queen walked into the bathroom gracefully, closed the bathroom door, and cleaned up the traces on her body. However, she did not rush out, but came to the floor-length mirror and smiled at the mirror. "Sister, you just lied to him and used him. If he knew, he would be very angry." The White Queen outside the mirror smiled, and the White Queen in the mirror raised her chin slightly, looking a little arrogant. "Stupid man, I only need to use a little trick to play with him." "Haha, Sister Hela, I don't know who was very happy just now." The White Queen covered her mouth and chuckled, "I think Sister is enjoying it." The White Queen in the mirror? No, it was Hela. Her cheeks flushed for a moment, and then she said indifferently, "That's just my way of controlling him, it's not worth mentioning." "Oh. Even if I believe it." The White Queen laughed again, and then frowned slightly. "Sister, can Chen Chen really deal with your enemies? After all, they are all legendary existences. He can do it. I feel his terrifying potential." Hela's eyes flickered a few times. "At most, I will give him some compensation after my real body is out of trouble." When she said this, she lowered her head slightly to cover the blush on her cheeks. Chapter 70 Promoted again. 3 days later. In a factory full of technological atmosphere, several engineers introduced to Chen Chen. "Boss, look, this is our achievement, the small arc reactor and the steel armor. This is a great discovery of the century. With these, we can become the greatest company of this century." The engineer who spoke was in high spirits and extremely excited. "Oh, I see." Chen Chen looked calm. He was not planning to commercialize the small arc reactor. With his current wealth, plus the White Queen's wealth, he already had tens of billions of dollars. At this level, money was just a simple number. Even if the amount was larger, it would not be of much benefit to Chen Chen. "Boss, I know a few big customers. They will definitely be willing to pay a high price for our products," the engineer said to Chen Chen with great interest. "No need. You just need to listen to my instructions and make more small arc reactors." As Chen Chen spoke, he picked up a reactor and felt it carefully in his hand. He clearly felt the power contained in it, but it didn't seem to strengthen him. This made him frown. Should he break it? Or eat it? "But, boss," the engineer wanted to say something. But he was immediately interrupted by Chen Chen. "Are you the boss, or am I the boss? Do as I say." "Yes." The engineer reluctantly withdrew. Indeed, once these achievements are disclosed to the public, they will surely shock the world, and as direct participants, they can also become famous and gain endless benefits. But did these engineers really contribute anything? All these technologies were obtained by Chen Chen from Tony Stark through various means, and they have nothing to do with these engineers. What they did was just to transform the existing, ready-made technologies and drawings into achievements. What's more, Chen Chen also paid them a considerable salary. He built a small arc reactor, mostly for his own use. So he took the small arc reactor and found a corner at random, opened his mouth and swallowed it. Energy plus 1000. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly realized that the energy of his system had increased. It really works. His face lit up. The arc reactor can really increase the energy of the system, which did not make him work in vain. Although, converting natural energy, the energy loss between the systems is a bit large, but as long as he continuously produces small arc reactors, he can get a stable system energy source. Chen Chen immediately decided to expand the production line of small arc reactors. Then, he called the employees and issued this order, and promised to give them financial and technical support, and better welfare benefits. Just then, Chen Chen received a call from the White Queen. Emma has cut off all her subordinates and forces from the Hellfire Club. Chen Chen praised her a few words, and then he took the initiative to complete the task. Soon, he felt the message from the system. Ding! The side mission establishing your own power has been completed. Task reward, energy, Kamehameha. Not bad. This reward is almost the same as the highest reward. Chen Chen showed a faint smile on his face, and he felt the crazy surge of energy and the use of Kamehameha. At this time, his system energy has exceeded 100,000, and he immediately ordered. System, promote the demon rank to the 5th level. Warm energy continued to appear in his body, constantly nourishing his body. Demon form 5th level, done. Chen Chen felt the abundant power in his body, stretched out his right hand, opened his 5 fingers, and suddenly clenched his fist. Bang! There was a blast in the air, and the air between his palms was forcibly squeezed by the terrifying force. A circle of faint air ripples swung in all directions and fell on several engineers not far away. With a few exclamations, they were directly repelled and knocked down by the air ripples. After getting up, although he did not suffer any substantial damage, he was also in a mess. The engineers looked at Chen Chen one by one with fear. Can humans still do this by squeezing the air with bare hands to make a bang? People are afraid of the strong. Seeing such terrible power, they bowed their heads one by one, and some of their original thoughts were extinguished. Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If he were to fight Ironmonger now, he would no longer need to use his potential to activate his form, and he could easily tear Ironmonger apart. After telling the engineers a few more words, he turned and left. After Thor's hammer fell from the sky, it quickly attracted Nick Fury's attention. For S.H.I.E.L.D., this extraterrestrial object is definitely one of the precious items that is worth studying. So since it landed on the territory of the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D. blocked the surrounding roads not long after. But Thor's hammer, which even several trucks could not move, was taken away by a tall man who suddenly appeared at the scene. This made Nick Fury, who had been dominating in the United States for a long time, very angry. Fortunately, the surveillance camera at the scene took a photo of the tall man, just when Nick Fury was about to let all agents search for the tall man. The man who took away the Thor's hammer actually found the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters himself. Yes, just now, Thor invaded the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and had a fierce, one-sided battle with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Although the agents used various firearms, rockets, grenades, and other modern weapons, they were all killed by Thor without exception. Of course, Thor came to ask for help, and did not kill them, but just knocked them all out with his own lightning. After all, his purpose here was not to cause trouble, but to find people. Nick Fury did not know Thor's true identity, nor did he know what he wanted to do, but the act of invading S.H.I.E.L.D. made him very angry, so he directly sent all his trump cards Black Widow and Hawkeye to fight Thor. But the result did not change. Black Widow and Hawkeye were beaten by Thor. If it were not for the sake of more or less mercy, Thor would have opened his big move and it would not be difficult to flatten the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Just when Nick Fury decided to make the worst plan, Thor took the initiative to stop and told him his purpose. Nick Fury thought for a moment and invited Thor into his office. Thor was straightforward and didn't say much nonsense, and told him the purpose of his visit. Chapter 71 Thor looking for someone. What? Nick Fury looked at Thor with embarrassment and said solemnly, "Say it again." Thor looked helpless, but he was not polite. Following the smell of wine, he took out a bottle of red wine from Nick Fury's collection from the cabinet behind the mural in the office, sat on the sofa, and said while drinking, "I said, I am a god, the Thor of Asgard." He complained a little, "What's wrong with you mortals? Have you even forgotten the gods? And don't you understand what I say? I have to explain a sentence several times over, especially you. Have you been struck by lightning? Why are you so dark?" Nick Fury ignored Thor's complaints and grasped the key points. "You said you are the legendary Thor, and the hammer in your hand is Thor's hammer." "Yes." Thor tossed Thor's hammer casually. "I know it looks like it is normal that you have little experience in a remote place like Earth. If you agree to my request, I will consider letting you touch my hammer." Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly. "That's right. If the other party is really Thor, then Earth is indeed a small place for gods." He took a deep breath and asked patiently, "You said that you came to Earth to find someone. Who are you looking for?" "My sister, who I have never met." Thor shrugged his shoulders and said, "To be precise, she is not a human, she is a god." Hearing this speech full of middle school atmosphere, Coulson, who was called to be a waiter, couldn't help rolling his eyes. The man in front of him said so confidently that he almost believed it. Is there really a god in this world? Then what is the technology that they, the people of Earth, have been doing for hundreds of years? Of course, I am not asking you to work for me in vain. As long as you help me find her, I can give you some benefits." Thor smashed the red wine bottle in his hand to pieces while Coulson was shocked. He recalled the appearance of his old father and pretended to be mysterious. "As long as you can find my sister, I can take you to Asgard, where there is the best tavern, and the wine there is much better than that on Earth. Like these red, soft things, it's for women to drink." Nick Fury. Coulson. "So your reward is just wine, right?" Nick Fury coughed lightly. "We are not interested in Asgard's wine. If you want us to help, you have to show some sincerity." Thor's eyes widened. "What? Fine wine is the best reward for warriors. You don't want it? It's a pity. Tell me, what do you want?" Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "I want you to join SHIELD." Nick Fury also noticed that the man who called himself Thor seemed to be a bit straightforward. If he beat around the bush, the other party might not understand, so he directly stated his request in a simple and clear manner. But this made Thor feel very unhappy. He actually asked the noble Asgardians, the son of the god King Odin, to work for the Earthlings. What a joke! Do these Earthlings recognize their status? Don't waste time, black charcoal head. Thor waved the hammer in his hand and refused directly. "You will never understand what Asgard and gods are like, and I am too lazy to explain so much to you. As long as you can help me find my sister, I can promise you to help you do a few things." Nick Fury and Coulson beside him looked at each other, and after thinking for 2 seconds, they agreed with Thor's statement. Although he said he didn't care, Nick Fury was still a little afraid and curious about the so-called alien gods that suddenly appeared. Observing Thor up close could bring them more information about the gods. Nick Fury clicked on the computer in front of the desktop and said, "What's your sister's name? You should know this, right?" "Of course, her name is Hela Odinson." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly used his authority to search in the huge database and soon obtained many search results. According to the information they have at present, there are a total of 4,321 people named Hela in the world. There are 1,342 people in the United States, 846 people in the Empire of Cherry Blossoms, 1,365 people in Gallic Black Chicken, and the rest are distributed in South Africa and Northern Europe. This not only made Nick Fury frown. "There are so many people named Hela, Thor, can you provide a photo of your sister?" Photos? Thor stroked his chin. Before coming here, he had seen the murals of Hela's conquest of the 9 realms. I can't provide you with specific photos, but I can tell you her features orally. Nick Fury smiled. It doesn't matter. We are the most professional in restoring photos. As long as you can provide details, we can restore more than 90% of the characters. As the world's largest spy organization, drawing pictures to find people is the most basic spy skill. Soon Nick Fury called more than a dozen of S.H.I.E.L.D's top painters. Thor dictated, and these painters filled in the appearance. After many modifications and comparisons, a cold and beautiful face with endless arrogance appeared in front of everyone. Thor's eyes were instantly attracted by this face. It was too similar, exactly the same as Hela in the mural. It should be her. Thor nodded at Nick Fury. Very good. Nick Fury did not hesitate, and immediately used his authority to issue a command to the SHIELD system, start the face recognition system and retrieve all the clips of this face that have appeared in the existing surveillance range. The screening process was very long, but everyone present was waiting patiently. 2 hours later, a specially selected video appeared in front of everyone. In the video, a tall woman wearing a dark green robe and black hair suddenly appeared in an alley equipped with surveillance cameras. Her state looked extremely strange, half floating in the air, with a faint glow all over her body. The whole person looked very empty and not like a real person. The woman looked around, her figure flashed, and disappeared on the spot. That's her, she is Hela. Thor was a little excited and shouted repeatedly, quick! Investigate her whereabouts. Nick Fury did not say much, but just performed serial operations on the computer, screening more surveillance information, and soon multiple video clips were retrieved. Hela's figure appeared in many places, as if she was looking for something, and her condition looked extremely bad. As the time recorded in the lower right corner of the surveillance video passed, Hela's figure became thinner. Chapter 72 The Visit of the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The last picture is that she turned into a beam of light and drilled into the eyebrows of a beautiful woman. The video was frozen on the beautiful woman and interrupted. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor stared at the screen, veins on his forehead bursting, and the Thor's hammer in his hand seemed to be induced by something and began to tremble slightly. Yes, it's her. Hela is hiding in her body, find her quickly. Nick Fury saw this strange scene, a strange light flashed in his eyes, he pondered for a few seconds, and continued to operate the computer. Not long after, all the data and information of the beautiful woman were retrieved. When Nick Fury saw the detailed information of the woman, he was stunned for a moment. Emma. The White Queen, one of the 4 emperors of the Hellfire Club. Nick Fury was not particularly unfamiliar with Emma. After all, as one of the most powerful non-governmental organizations in New York, the Hellfire Club has always been on the list of S.H.I.E.L.D. and is their key observation target. Then, Nick Fury saw an unexpected message from Emma's network of relationships. Suspected couple or close partner Chen Chen. This made the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. frown. The information and intelligence about Chen Chen had been listed as confidential and key observation targets more than 10 days ago. After all, this is a dangerous person who can dismantle mechas with bare hands. Where is she? Thor looked at the information on the screen and asked impatiently. However, Nick Fury didn't pay attention to what Thor was saying at this time, but stared at the dates of the videos. Goddess of Death, Hela? The heir to Asgard? Chen Chen. According to the information he obtained, Asgard's goddess of death Hela and Chen Chen, who had a close relationship with her, appeared in this world almost on the same day. This is too coincidental. Could it be that the man named Chen Chen is so strong because of the god Hela? This means that Hela is very likely to have the power to grant others extraordinary abilities. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that this possibility was very high. If this was true, then Hela's value would be much higher than what was shown now. It seems that Thor can't find Hela so easily, he has to talk to Hela first. After all, compared to Thor, Hela, who is in trouble, is more likely to accept S.H.I.E.L.D's solicitation. If Hela can work for S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor, the fool, can go play in the mud. Nick Fury, who was lost in thought, did not notice that everything that happened in this office was captured by a small bug in the corner of the room. In another office several floors away, a sturdy and well-dressed man was eavesdropping on the information coming from Nick Fury's office. The man's name is Grant Ward, the captain of a security operations team under S.H.I.E.L.D. Logically speaking, he cannot touch the core of S.H.I.E.L.D. But he has another identity, that is, a Hydra agent who has been lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time. After listening to the audio from the office, he looked solemn, with disbelief in his eyes. A god from an alien planet came to Earth and was looking for another god. This is really incredible. However, if this so-called god can be used by Hydra. Grant Ward suppressed the shock in his heart. He believed that there were gods in the world, because in the original teachings of Hydra, the ultimate goal of Hydra's existence was to save a god sealed on an alien planet. Gods, are they related to us Hydra? Grant Ward tapped his fingers, and soon, a series of messages that seemed to be homely conversations but actually concealed many secret codes were sent out. The news that there were gods on Earth would also be transmitted to Hydra after several broadcasts. Nick Fury on the other side told Thor that it would take some time to locate Hela. Thor, accompanied by many S.H.I.E.L.D. senior officials, was temporarily arranged to live in a villa area under S.H.I.E.L.D. As a god who came to Earth from Asgard, his status and importance are self-evident. After Thor left, Nick Fury returned to his office, encrypted all the information of the White Queen and Chen Chen, and set the highest authority, which means that no matter who wants to view the relevant information, they must obtain the consent of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After doing all this, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the sunshine outside the window, thinking a lot in his heart. Alien gods and this secret are really unexpected. Hela, can ordinary people really have the powerful power to dismantle mechas with their bare hands in a short period of time? It seems that I need to talk to them first. Thinking of here, he immediately stood up, dressed and walked out. Because of Chen Chen, the White Queen decided to withdraw from the Hellfire Club, so she gave up the previous Hellfire Station. However, she had a lot of assets in New York, so it was not difficult to find a temporary residence. As long as they waited a few more days, when Chen Chen's seaside villa was renovated, they would move there. In the temporary residence, Chen Chen was sitting in the living room, talking to Tony Stark on the phone about the expansion of the production plan of the small arc reactor, when an unexpected guest came to the door. Nick Fury, when Coulson and Natasha failed to contact Chen Chen, decided to go and talk to Chen Chen himself. The location was the two-story villa where Chen Chen currently lived. Behind Nick Fury were Coulson and a group of agents in black suits. After seeing Chen Chen, Nick Fury spoke his mind and told his purpose. "Hello, my name is Nick Fury, I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I came to see you this time to talk to you about our relationship." As he spoke, he sat directly opposite Chen Chen, without any intention of being a guest in someone else's home, and his attitude was very strong. Chen Chen hung up the phone and frowned at Nick Fury. He had no good feelings for this organization and this person. "It seems that there is no intersection between us. I have said before that I have no intention of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had long guessed that Chen Chen would answer like this, and immediately smiled. "What I want to say is very important to you. I advise you to listen to me carefully." In the eyes of Nick Fury now, the ability shown by Chen Chen now is not enough to make him afraid, so naturally, his attitude is a bit tough. Of course, this is also related to his ignorance of Chen Chen's true strength and ability. Chapter 73, Nonsense. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Chen Chen felt even more disgusted. He said, "I'm doing this for your own good, you have to listen to me. This is the standard Western-style freedom and democracy, and the gangster-style thinking. In the past few decades, under the guidance of this kind of thinking, Western countries have harmed countless countries. In order to maintain the so-called human rights, democracy, and freedom, hundreds of thousands of civilians have died and tens of millions of people have been displaced. It's hypocritical and ridiculous. And the shield represented by Nick Fury in the Marvel Universe is just such a world police image. He has to intervene in everything, regardless of the result. So Chen Chen was not polite when he spoke, and said coldly, "If you want to tell me something, tell me as soon as possible, but I declare in advance that I will not join S.H.I.E.L.D., so don't waste your time." In this world, he has almost no ties, and no one can force him. It would be good if Nick Fury was more tactful. If he touches Chen Chen's bottom line, not to mention Black Charcoal Head, even the headquarters and space carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Chen dares to tear it into pieces. Nick Fury also saw Chen Chen's impatience, so he stopped keeping him in suspense and said directly, "Didn't you suffer a sudden attack from 2 mutants a few days ago? I can tell you that this is just the beginning. There are endless troubles waiting for you. Someone wants to deal with you, and you are definitely not his opponent. Isn't the person who is dealing with me the Brotherhood of Mutants? I am definitely not an opponent. Is there any cosmic god coming?" Hearing what Nick Fury said, Chen Chen raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically. The gods he mentioned were the 5 Marvel gods of creation, the embodiment of the basic rules of the multiverse, and each of them could destroy a single universe at will. Nick Fury had no idea about this. He and Chen Chen were not on the same channel at all. He was shocked and looked at Chen Chen in surprise. "You know all this?" He thought the god Chen Chen was talking about was Hela, the goddess of death in Asgard. He thought Chen Chen actually told the news about Hela openly, which made him a little confused. "Why don't I know?" Chen Chen looked at the Black Charcoal Head in a strange way. It was just a mutant brotherhood. Why make such a fuss? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not as steady and cunning as the legend said. Nick Fury was silent for a while, as if thinking about how to communicate with Chen Chen next. Chen Chen was a little impatient and directly served tea to send the guest away. "If you have nothing to do, you should go back to work early and don't waste taxpayers' money." No, I have something else to tell you." Nick Fury waved his hand, and more than a dozen agents came forward immediately. After carefully checking the entire room and confirming that there were no surveillance and eavesdropping devices, they retreated. Nick Fury waved his hand, and all the agents immediately retreated to the door. When there was no one around, he seriously talked about the second thing he was going to say. Such a solemn behavior made Chen Chen a little curious. Could it be that in addition to the Brotherhood of Mutants, someone else was targeting him? Who? Hydra, the US military? Or other large organizations? Nick Fury whispered, "White Emperor, is Emma here? I hope to see her. Because she just quit the Hellfire Club recently, the White Queen is very busy dealing with the division of her subordinates Industries and Hellfire. In addition, in order to avoid the pursuit of the Hellfire Club, her whereabouts are also very unpredictable. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot find out her action information. She's not here. What are you looking for her for?" Chen Chen's eyes are a little unfriendly. What does this Black Charcoal Head want to say? She's not here. Nick Fury was a little disappointed, but as a level 10 agent, he has 1,000 faces for people and things. When the White Queen is here, he has one face. When the White Queen is not here, he has other plans. Then he looks at Chen Chen seriously. "Chen Chen, you have to know one thing. There is no power in the world that can be obtained for no reason. The more you get now, the greater the price you will pay in the future. What do you want to say?" Chen Chen frowned. What did this Black Charcoal Head seem to be hinting at? But how could S.H.I.E.L.D. know about the existence of the system? This is totally impossible. Nick Fury saw that Chen Chen's face was a little solemn, and he couldn't help but smile. Since the White Queen possessed by Hela was not there, he had to find a way to divide Chen Chen and the White Queen and plant a seed of doubt between them. This is a trick often used by power seekers. He continued, the power you are exerting now is more likely to overdraw your body and even your life. These are just tricks of the devil. If you want to get rid of the devil, you can join us and share the devil's intelligence. Shield is very experienced in this regard. He was naturally talking nonsense, but it didn't stop him from painting a big cake. If there was a problem, there was still Thor as a bottom line. Chen Chen's brows were frowned more and more. What is the devil? What is overdrawing life? What is this black charcoal head talking about? Such doubts made him unable to help but interrupt. Sorry, what do you want to say? Nick Fury was not annoyed when he was interrupted. Chen Chen, do you really understand the White Queen? Do you know what is hidden behind the White Queen? Chen Chen was stunned, and then his eyes flashed coldly. There is nothing behind her, it is very white and smooth. Nick Fury was speechless. No, that's not what I mean. I mean that the White Queen may not be the god you think she is. She may just be a rebel. Staying with her will only bring you endless troubles. Seeing that Chen Chen did not respond, he stood up. I have said enough. If you really want to get rid of her, you can call me at any time. Nick Fury left a business card and turned to leave. He could only say so much. If he said more, Thor would be exposed. Chen Chen watched the shield people leave, and then fell into deep thought. He heard that Nick Fury had something else in his words just now, but he was just deliberately making trouble. Nick Fury also revealed some information. He seemed to know something about the White Queen that he didn't know. Recalling the conversation between the two, Chen Chen murmured, God, it's interesting. It seems that Emma is hiding something else from me. When she comes back, I will teach her a lesson. As for trouble, I am least afraid of trouble. Chapter 74 The Night Attack of Hydra and Winter Soldier. After the White Queen finished her work and returned to her residence, Chen Chen did give her a severe lesson. But even though she was hit hard by the rain and dew, she refused to reveal any information, just kept saying, you will know when the time comes or I will tell you when I am ready and so on. This made Chen Chen very angry, and the battle continued to the living room, kitchen, and bathroom. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Chen Chen and the White Queen were lying on the soft and huge bed, but suddenly, Chen Chen opened his eyes, then got off the bed, and said in a deep voice, something is approaching here. He walked quickly to the window and looked out, only to see a flash of fire outside the window breaking through the early morning sky. Then there were flashes of fire one after another, and dozens of rockets were fired madly at the villa. Chen Chen's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. Why do you always disturb me when I'm resting? Looking at the oncoming rockets, he appeared outside the villa in a flash, stretched out his right hand, and faced dozens of rockets in the air. He squeezed hard, and a burst of air explosion sounded in his palm. Under the powerful force of Chen Chen, the surrounding gas instantly rang, and the white impact airflow hit the rocket in the front head-on. Boom! The rocket was detonated by the shock wave, the explosion was deafening, and the fire and smoke almost enveloped Chen Chen. Try the Kamehameha that I just acquired. Chen Chen put his hands together and placed them at his waist. The energy in his body gathered between his hands. The powerful force condensed into a wheel-sized ball of light. A terrifying energy fluctuation appeared near the ball of light, and a force 6 gale was blown up around it. Seeing the ball of light in his hand, Chen Chen showed a satisfied smile. He pushed his palm lightly, and the Kamehameha flew into the air like an arrow from a string. With a loud bang, the ball of light exploded directly in the air. After losing Chen Chen's control, the compressed energy directly spread freely to the surrounding area. The energy and high temperature caused the surrounding air volume to expand rapidly, and ripples rolled in all directions. The dozens of rockets hit the range of the air ripples and were directly crushed by the fast impacting airflow. It turned into dozens of flames that lit up in the air. But this is far from over. Facing the flames, Chen Chen saw at least 100 fully armed soldiers near the villa. They were wearing the latest bulletproof power armor and equipped with many thermal weapons. The night display and gas masks under the sturdy helmets made them look like machines. These more than 100 soldiers, with steady and sharp steps, dispersed, pointed their guns at Chen Chen and shot, some threw grenades, and some fired rocket launchers. The war was about to break out. At the same time, a figure quietly sneaked into the villa while Chen Chen was dealing with the battle outside. However, when the lights came on, the true form of the Black Shadow was revealed. "Who are you?" The White Queen, who had already put on her clothes, looked at the mysterious man coldly. The mysterious man who quietly broke in was a tall and strong man. He was wearing a black camouflage uniform, a mask on his face, and a pair of cold eyes under his long hair. The man held a pistol in his right hand, a metal dagger in his left hand, and a grenade launcher on his back. What is striking is that the man's left arm is made of metal. Seeing that the White Queen had discovered him, the masked man did not say much, moved his feet, and rushed towards the White Queen extremely quickly. The White Queen frowned and just wanted to activate her telepathic ability, but was shocked to find that her brain waves could not invade the man's brain. Mind shielding device. As soon as this thought flashed through the White Queen's mind, the masked man rushed in front of her, waved his left hand and stabbed her heart fiercely. Ignorance. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the White Queen's eyes, and her body quickly became crystal clear, and she punched forward. Diamondization. Swish. The dagger stabbed the White Queen's arm, sending out a series of sparks. Just as the White Queen was about to summon the diamond blade to fight back, she found a black, round object falling under her feet, and the masked man opposite her was retreating violently. The White Queen glanced at the round object under her feet, her face changed slightly. High explosive grenade. She only had time to shoot 4 diamond blades at the masked man opposite her. Boom! Amid the violent explosion of the grenade, the White Queen's body was blown away, directly smashing through the window behind her and falling to the ground outside. Ding! Dang! Dang! The 4 diamond blades flashing with cold light were easily deflected by the masked man with the dagger. He chased to the window, manually switched to several extra thick bullets, and used a sci-fi style pistol to aim at the White Queen who fell below, shooting continuously. The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly. This is a special armor-piercing bullet. At such a close distance, even the front armor of the tank can be penetrated. Even if the diamond woman below is not dead, her body will be broken into pieces. However, at this critical moment, a figure blocked the White Queen and blocked all the bullets. Chen Chen looking at the familiar back in front of her, the White Queen murmured, with this abundant sense of security, as if as long as this figure is there, she will be extremely safe even if the world ends. Women admire the strong, especially the strong men who can protect her. In her spiritual world, Hela shook her head. On the other side, in stark contrast to the White Queen's sense of security, the Winter Soldier suddenly stepped back and pulled a distance of 5 meters from Chen Chen. He felt an unprecedented sense of threat and crisis from this man who suddenly appeared. Unlike the White Queen who was full of security, the masked warrior on the opposite side suddenly stepped back and pulled a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at the masked man opposite him and asked uncertainly, "Winter Soldier?" The Winter Soldier's eyes were cold, but his tense body showed that he was not as calm as he seemed. His intuition, which had been born and died for many years and walked on the edge of a knife, told him. The man in front of him was like a monster in human skin, and the fear of biological origin stimulated all the cells in his body. The Winter Soldier spoke for the first time, "There are more than 100 elite soldiers outside, how could you appear here?" In the original plan, it was the Hydra soldiers who stopped Chen Chen. And then the Winter Soldier sneaked into the villa to find the legendary god, but how long has it been, and Chen Chen has appeared here? Elite soldiers? Are you talking about those toys? Chen Chen showed a dangerous smile to the Winter Soldier, his eyes full of devilish teasing. Those toys are of poor quality, and I have already dismantled them all. This is impossible. Chapter 75 Brainwashing, Death Soldiers. This is impossible. The Winter Soldier was shocked. You know, the troops dispatched this time are the elite of the elite among the Hydra. Each of them is equipped with the most advanced weapons of Shield and Hydra. Don't look at the fact that there are only 100 people. They can completely defeat a 500-man official US military unit on the front battlefield. Team. However, as a soldier, his intuition told him that Chen Chen was not bluffing. As a super soldier, he had an extremely sensitive sense of smell, which enabled him to smell the strong smell of blood in the air. Obviously, many people died outside. Haha, why would I lie to you? Soon, you will follow in their footsteps. Looking at the Winter Soldier coldly, Chen Chen walked over step by step. If you attack my woman, there is no need for you to exist. Looking at Chen Chen, who was walking slowly, the Winter Soldier knew that he could not sit and wait for death, and he had to take action. Reaching out and grabbing at his waist, the next moment, he threw 3 flash bombs at Chen Chen in succession. Boom! 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 The flash bomb instantly illuminated the night as bright as day, and the dazzling white light filled the area of dozens of meters. The Winter Soldier wearing goggles seemed to be fine. He saw his figure in the white light and rushed towards Chen Chen quickly. At the same time, his arm trembled, and a brand new dagger popped out from his metal arm. A dangerous blue light lit up from the blade of the dagger, and it quietly stabbed towards Chen Chen. This is Hydra's unique energy weapon, and its energy comes from the cosmic cube. Unfortunately, the energy blocks used in the energy weapon are all from the legacy of Hydra during World War II. One piece is less and one piece is less, and it cannot be equipped on a large scale. This energy weapon relies on its powerful kinetic energy and destructive power, and it is almost invincible. The Winter Soldier knows that Chen Chen's defense is extremely strong and can withstand bullets, but he does not believe that this cross-arrow weapon will be blocked by flesh and blood. Unfortunately, God always likes to play pranks, and Chen Chen specializes in treating all kinds of disobedience. When the Winter Soldier was still full of confidence, Chen Chen stretched out a finger. Although the movement seemed extremely slow, he quickly touched the high-frequency vibration that emitted blue light. When the Winter Soldier was full of confidence, Chen Chen stretched out a finger. His movement seemed extremely slow, but he was the first to arrive. He quickly touched the energy dagger that emitted blue light. The moment the fingertip and the dagger tip touched lightly, the blade of the energy dagger produced countless cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, the whole dagger shattered. What? The Winter Soldier opened his mouth and looked at the broken dagger in disbelief. His eyes at this time were far from the original indifference. No other tricks, right? Keeping a finger stretched out, Chen Chen stared coldly at the Winter Soldier's eyes filled with fear, and then the stretched finger slightly bent, and then flicked lightly. Every upgrade of the demon rank will bring about a qualitative change. At this time, if calculated by pure strength, Chen Chen's strength has reached hundreds of tons. So, although it was just a slight flick of the finger, it also had a huge force that ordinary people could not imagine. Under this flick of the finger, the air was compressed into a very dense gas bomb and shot out at the Winter Soldier. Puff! The unimaginable huge force came, and the body of the Winter Soldier was thrown far behind like a broken wind, fell to the ground, and sprinkled a lot of blood in the air. Ahem! The bulletproof vest on his chest had already collapsed. After all, he was a super soldier, and the Winter Soldier still stubbornly supported his body with his metal arms and climbed up again. He looked at Chen Chen opposite, and a sense of powerlessness and despair still arose. This was the first time he had such emotions. For decades, every time he accepted a mission, he would not mix extra emotions and would complete it smoothly. But now, the enemy he was facing was stronger than ever before, stronger than a human. Thinking of what the Hydra high level had told him when he came. Your target is suspected to be a god. Try to capture him alive. If that doesn't work, bring back the body. Damn it! Is my opponent really a god? Slowly standing up, the Winter Soldier took off the grenade launcher on his back and aimed it at Chen Chen. With a bang, he fired 1, 2, and 3 shots. The Winter Soldier fired the shells in the howitzer tirelessly until all the grenades were fired, and then he stopped. However, when he saw the smoke slowly disappearing from the shooting, and the undamaged Chen Chen emerging, the Winter Soldier took a deep breath. After such a head-on conflict, he finally understood what kind of existence he was fighting against. After the smoke slowly disappeared, looking at the intact Chen Chen who appeared, the Winter Soldier took a deep breath. The howitzer that could easily overturn a tank could not cause any damage to him. He didn't understand what kind of being he was fighting. Is it a god? Whether it's a god or a devil, I have no choice. I must complete the mission. The idea that had been brainwashed many times and deeply engraved in his mind reappeared. The Winter Soldier ran towards Chen Chen, raised his metal fist high, and was ready to go. Seeing the Winter Soldier rushing over, Chen Chen slightly sidestepped the attack, and before the Winter Soldier could react, he gently kicked him on the knee. With Chen Chen's current strength, in his eyes, the Winter Soldier's movements were as slow as a movie played 100 times slower, and his body leaned forward and knelt on the ground. He kicked the Winter Soldier in the chest again. Driven by this force, the Winter Soldier flew back dozens of meters again like a hunched shrimp, knocking a big hole in the courtyard wall not far away. Roar! The Winter Soldier climbed up again with red eyes, and suddenly appeared in his hand. He took a light blue reagent and injected it into his neck. This was a violent potion. After the injection, at the cost of the collapse of his body genes, he could exert more than 10 times the usual strength. Under brainwashing, he had already lost himself. With veins all over his body, his figure suddenly expanded. The Winter Soldier strode towards Chen Chen again, raised his metal arm, and hit Chen Chen with the sound of wind and thunder. The metal arm perfectly took on his strength, and through the impact joints at the wrist and elbow, the strength was amplified layer by layer, and tens of tons of huge force blasted towards Chen Chen's head. Boom! Suddenly there was a violent explosion, as if an invisible bomb exploded, and violent air waves rushed in all directions. Chapter 76 Revenge, Invasion of Hydra Base. This punch that was enough to break gold and jade was taken lightly by Chen Chen with one hand. He held the Winter Soldier's fist and showed a ferocious smile. That's it, Buggy. Under Chen Chen's huge force, the metal arm of the Winter Soldier gradually emitted electric lights of varying sizes, which was a sign of being overwhelmed. In the panicked eyes of the Winter Soldier, Chen Chen's right hand holding his fist suddenly clenched, and in an instant, countless metal fragments, wires, and twisted parts burst out from Chen Chen's fingers. The metal arm of the Winter Soldier was crushed by Chen Chen's grip. It's time for you to rest in peace, Bucky Barnes. Afterwards, Chen Chen's palm gently pressed on the chest of the Winter Soldier, and then shook. Bang! The Winter Soldier's body trembled slightly, and his whole body twisted unnaturally, and then he collapsed to the ground. His bones were all shattered. A flash of white light passed by, and Chen Chen used his superpowers to transform the Winter Soldier into a chocolate cookie, and then he was swallowed by him. Energy plus 5,000. As the information flowed into Chen Chen's mind. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, the best friend and comrade of Captain Steve Rogers of the United States, finally truly freed himself from the control of Hydra and disappeared silently from the world. After dealing with the Winter Soldier, Chen Chen turned to look at the White Queen and said softly, "Next time you have an opponent you can't beat, just call me directly, there is no need to show off." Hearing this, the White Queen's hair rose without wind, and her pupils were covered with a layer of light black. Who said I can't beat him? Even if you don't come, he will be crushed to death by me. Okay, you are always right. Chen Chen directly gave up. He knew that arguing with a woman was extremely irrational behavior. After comforting him for a few words, he said solemnly, "These damn bastards dared to attack us. I have to teach them a lesson. Let those guys who are ready to make a move know that we are definitely not to be provoked at will." "I think so too." The White Queen agreed with this idea. She licked her lips, her eyes full of coldness. "It just so happens that before you killed that person, you broke his mind-shielding device. I happened to read his memory. He came from an organization called Hydra, and that organization happened to have a base outside New York. How about we destroy it?" "Of course." Chen Chen agreed. People attacked him from time to time these days. After defeating the enemy, he couldn't find the enemy and couldn't retaliate. This made him feel unhappy. Mullet is a senior agent of Hydra's New York branch. Although being in the United States is equivalent to being in the enemy camp, he has never panicked. The place where he is located is a giant modern factory on the surface, but in fact all the facilities are designed according to the highest standards. Even if a missile flies here, it may not cause damage to the buildings here. Although it was already early in the morning, Mullet had already started his day's work. Suddenly, boom! A shocking explosion suddenly sounded, and the whole building shook violently. In Mullet's astonished eyes, the alloy wall above his head was directly torn apart in the explosion, revealing a huge crack. Tons of concrete fragments and metal fragments rushed in from the crack under the violent impact of the air wave, instantly burying the people below. Mullet, who had escaped by chance, was cold all over, and he looked up with a pale face. In the thick smoke and dust, two dark figures were falling from the sky and landed in front of him. "Devil, devil!" Mullet screamed in horror, retreating with his hands and feet. But before he could take a few steps back, a big hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his neck. "Emma? Read this person's memory." Chen Chen held the frightened white man in front of him, like holding a little chicken. The White Queen's pupils lit up instantly, and invisible brain waves entered the white man's mind. Mullet's expression stagnated, and his eyes became dull and stupid. The White Queen's forced memory reading destructively damaged his brain nerves. She slowly said, "The whole building, the whole factory, from inside to outside are all Hydra people. Then kill them all." Chen Chen said without thinking. At this time, countless footsteps sounded, and a large number of fully armed soldiers rushed through the corridor. They didn't care about the malite that Chen Chen was holding, and opened fire directly. Da-da-da! Countless flames gushed out, forming a terrifying metal storm, and the dense firepower was enough to tear the alloy steel plate. Chen Chen threw malite out directly, and then blocked in front of the White Queen. The torrent of bullets instantly tore the poor white man into pieces. Then, these bullets hit Chen Chen one after another. Ding! Ding! Dang! A large number of metal sparks appeared on his body. The bullets hit his body surface and could not go in at all. After splashing sparks, they were ejected to the side. However, in just a few seconds, a thick layer of bullets fell on the ground around Chen Chen. The bullets were all twisted and deformed. Chen Chen stretched out a finger and pointed dozens of light waves at the soldiers who were shooting at him crazily. Whole wave! Boom! Boom! The light wave instantly penetrated all these soldiers, and then hit the concrete wall behind them, causing a violent explosion. The narrow environment increased the power of the explosion, and the shock wave strangled all the soldiers who survived by chance. In a moment, all the soldiers fell in a pool of blood, and none of them had a complete body. The strong and pungent smell of blood spread, like hell on earth. The White Queen took a deep breath of the bloody smell, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. She hadn't smelled this smell for a long time, probably thousands of years, all because of the damn Odin. But she was going back soon. At the same time, the huge explosion here quickly attracted the attention of many parties. There were S.H.I.E.L.D. and the US military far away, and the biggest reaction was the Hydra close at hand. Chen Chen noticed that in this huge factory, thousands of breaths were approaching here quickly. Emma? Be careful, I'll deal with them. After saying that, Chen Chen broke the wall next to him with a punch and flew out. In the White Queen's spiritual world, Emma was rolling on the ground with laughter. Sister Hella, I'll give you the control of my body, but you seem to be just a bystander. Humph. I'm just a soul, and most of my power is used to maintain the connection with my body, otherwise if your strength is not too weak, how can he be in the limelight? Hella argued forcefully. She said so, but her body was still very honest, hiding aside honestly. The power that Hella can exert now is not even 1/10 of her body. Some mortal weapons can still hurt her. Chapter 77 Bloodbath Hydra. Hydra is indeed an elite villain organization, and its members' mobility far exceeds that of ordinary official organizations. When Chen Chen flew above the open space outside the building, countless Hydra members had gathered outside. For a time, dense bullets rained down on Chen Chen in the air, and even rockets and armor-piercing bullets were mixed in. Chen Chen glanced at the fully equipped Hydra soldiers on the ground indifferently, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and a dazzling white glare appeared out of thin air. Turtle Qigong. Then he waved his hand forward, and a thick white light wave appeared, like a white laser. As Chen Chen waved horizontally, it burst out and smashed towards the ground fiercely. The white beam of light plowed hundreds of meters directly on the ground. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and the buildings collapsed. In an instant, all the Hydra soldiers holding weapons on the ground were smashed to pieces by the Qigong wave. A piercing alarm sounded, and a scene that surprised Chen Chen appeared. The tops of the various factory buildings in the huge factory, some open ground, suddenly cracked out of thin air, and more than a dozen armed helicopters and floating fighters appeared. Is that a Quinjets? Chen Chen looked at the floating fighter. This was a weapon secretly researched by S.H.I.E.L.D. The Quinjets could even travel in space to a certain extent. At this point in time, S.H.I.E.L.D. might not have put it into use yet. Unexpectedly, Hydra already had a practical version. The sound of da-da-da sounded. Many combatants of armed helicopters and Quinjets had begun to shoot Chen Chen with airborne machine guns. These machine guns have a minimum muzzle of 20 mm, and the power of each bullet is only stronger than that of the Barrett sniper rifle. There was also a Quinjet with a missile launch port aimed at Chen Chen. With a bang, the entire Quinjet shook, and an anti-tank missile shot towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen raised his hand and pointed a beam of light at the anti-tank missile. Boom! The missile was detonated directly in mid-air, and the shock wave generated by the explosion spread in all directions, shaking the nearby helicopters. The Quinjet on the opposite side was silent for a while, and seemed to try a second artillery attack. Chen Chen sneered and flew directly to the sky, flying towards the dozens of helicopters and Quinjet. The second anti-tank armor-piercing missile was fired, and this time the missile hit Chen Chen's chest directly. But after this huge missile, which was as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, hit Chen Chen, it seemed to have encountered an insurmountable defensive barrier, and there was a pause visible to the naked eye. The entire missile, from the warhead to the tail, was under the huge kinetic energy. It crashed towards Chen Chen, but it could not break through the defense. It could only be squeezed little by little from the head, and finally it was squeezed into a ball and exploded. Everything happened in an instant. When the smoke and dust of the explosion dissipated, Chen Chen appeared in the air without any injury. Only the smoke in the air proved that he had been attacked. When he was still in the fourth stage of the demon form, ordinary anti-tank missiles could only cause slight damage to him. Now after being promoted to the fifth stage of the demon form, in addition to strength, Chen Chen's physical defense has also increased geometrically. No one knows what the limit of defense is, but at least, this anti-tank missile can only slow down his speed, but it can't cause any harm to him. Bullets as thick as an adult's thumb hit Chen Chen. Immediately, they were bounced and fell to the ground below. If you look closely, the entire bullet has been twisted and deformed, but Chen Chen's body is still intact. He just withstands the machine gun shooting and flies towards the fighter group above. As Chen Chen was flying upward, several missiles attacked him one after another. The dense missile impact had no other effect except slightly slowing down his ascent. The man in front of him was like a god, tireless and invincible. Every time the smoke and dust dissipated, his unscathed body would be revealed, which seriously impacted the three views of the Hydra members. The body could resist missiles and fly in the air. How could this be considered a human being? It was clearly a god descended to the world, a living devil. The pilot of a Quinjet didn't know whether he couldn't bear the pressure or received an order from his superiors. He directly left the group and roared, running at full speed, ramming towards Chen Chen. With full firepower, more than a dozen tons of weight, super composite armor, and terrifying power, the Quinjet was like a giant bird, pressing down on Chen Chen under it. Facing the aggressive Quinjet, Chen Chen was not in a hurry, and just stretched out an arm to block in front of him. Bang! Each Quinjet can be a key to turn the tide of the war on the battlefield. They are expensive, have light but solid armor, and are equipped with powerful thermal weapons. In the later plot of Avengers 1, the Quinjet shines in the war with the Chirita. But such an aerial weapon is now motionless. Chen Chen's arm was gently pressed on the nose of the Quinjet, and the flames erupting from the rear jet of the fighter had already made a harsh roar. The size comparison between the two sides was like a sparrow and an eagle. But the Quinjet, the eagle, was just pressed by Chen Chen's hand. No matter how the fighter pilot increased the horsepower, he could not move forward. And Chen Chen's 5 fingers holding the nose of the fighter were deeply embedded in the armor plate like tofu. Not a bad weapon. It should be very useful. Chen Chen grinned and swung the fighter hard. Chapter 78 Destruction. Chen Chen tightly grasped the Quinjet and threw it hard at the other fighters arranged in the sky. Under Chen Chen's huge force, this fighter crashed into more than 10 other fighters like a toy. Boom! 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 There were constant explosions in the air. These fighters suspended in the sky obviously did not expect that Chen Chen's power was so great that the group of neatly arranged fighters exploded in succession. For a time, the sky was full of steel fragments of fighters, gasoline smell, and strong blood smell. These smells filled the entire sky and refused to dissipate. For a moment, a large area of blank space appeared in the crossfire net, and no firepower could stop Chen Chen's high-speed advance. Under his iron fist, almost nothing could withstand a second. What on earth is that? In an official government building somewhere in New York, a middle-aged white man with golden hair and a black suit was staring at the screen playing on the computer, gnashing his teeth and muttering. He is Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the current director of the U.S. High Security Council. Of course, this is just his superficial identity. Behind the scenes, he is one of the highest leaders of Hydra in the United States, and the Hydra base attacked by Chen Chen is under his control. So when this base was attacked, Hydra notified Alexander immediately, and the content played in front of him was the live broadcast of Chen Chen fighting with Hydra soldiers. Hydra's technology is very advanced, far more advanced than the civilian technology in society by 10 to 20 years. There are a large number of high-definition cameras in every corner of the base, and the images can be clearly transmitted to Alexander Pierce through remote technology. He recognized Chen Chen's face at a glance, and couldn't help but yelled, "Why is he here? Where is the Winter Soldier? Isn't he going to capture this guy and the so-called god?" Looking at Chen Chen in the surveillance, the metal storm and the artillery missiles could not cause any harm to him, but he could emit incandescent light waves with countless lives with a wave of his hand. The whole person floated in the air, overlooking everyone like a god. This scene deeply hurt Alexander's heart. This is the base he built. This is Hydra's most remote base in New York. Large base, this is a terrifying force, enough to destroy all the military bases of the United States in the surrounding area, but now, they are not only exposed to the public, but also slaughtered by Chen Chen, who was originally regarded as prey by them. Ah! In the surveillance screen, people kept screaming and wailing with unknown meanings. Alexander's heart was bleeding. Chen Chen's figure disappeared from the surveillance screen again, and at the same time, there were countless explosions and countless flames that swept across the void. Gunshots, screams, and explosions continued to come from the sound source equipment. Command: the target's defense capability is too strong, we can't break through the opponent's defense. Group 6 reports, sir, almost all of our personnel here have been annihilated, only John and I survived, request support, request support. Sir, this is Group 9, we can't hold on, request retreat we are. Continuous gunshots came from the surveillance screen, and after a few screams, another group of people lost contact. Suddenly, a camera lens began to shake. And after a series of meaningless images, a figure appeared, and behind him was a battlefield full of fire and smoke. Hey, what is this, and it can move, is it a surveillance camera? A cold male voice came from the other end of the video, and then a young face appeared on the screen. Chen Chen found a camera, and he turned the camera straight, facing his face, and showed a hideous smile from the camera probe. There should be someone watching over there, right? I don't know who you are, but you are very courageous. You dare to send people to attack me, which makes me very upset. Believe me, I will find you, and I hope that you and your Hydra members can bring me some pleasure at that time. After speaking, Chen Chen clenched the camera, and the camera turned into dust. At the same time, the screen on the computer in front of Alexander also went black. Alexander Pierce swallowed hard, and a few cold sweats slid down his forehead. Just now, when Chen Chen was speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his spine, as if he was being stared at by a terrifying natural enemy and was on the verge of death at any time. After taking a few long breaths, Alexander slowly calmed down. He remembered Chen Chen's words, and his eyes flashed with infinite murderous intent. They will find me, so I can't just sit there and wait for death. Although you are powerful beyond human power, I don't believe that there is no impeccable person in the world. Everything will always have weaknesses, there will be weaknesses. He slumped in the chair and muttered. Here, Chen Chen was still killing. This secret base of Hydra seemed to have returned to the war-torn World War II era, with shells and broken bodies scattered on the ground everywhere. After clearing all the stubborn resistance forces on the ground, he slowly flew into the sky, like the god of gods, the king of kings, standing proudly above the sky, clenching his fists with his hands, putting his 5 fingers together, and slowly raising them. It was originally an extremely simple action, but it contained terrifying energy fluctuations. Kameshi Kigong is fully output. A bright, burning ball of light appeared out of thin air between Chen Chen's hands. The light spot grew from nothing to something, gradually becoming dazzling. The hot white light overflowed from his fingertips, like a dazzling little sun. The terrifying high temperature burned the air, causing the space around Chen Chen to have an unreal distortion. As his hands moved downward, the accumulated energy was released in an instant, and the terrifying and dazzling light column swept out. At the moment it hit the ground, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Boom! The terrifying explosion enveloped the area within a radius of 100 meters. Endless light and heat eroded everything crazily. Looking down from the sky, it was like a white incandescent bowl turned upside down on the ground, and it continued to spread outward. The energy that suddenly exploded squeezed all the air in front of it, forming a terrifying shock wave of great power. The shock wave spread in waves in all directions. In front of this terrifying ripple, whether it was a factory building, a statue, or something else, everything was as fragile as paper and was swept away and melted in an instant. The White Queen, who was watching the battle from hundreds of meters in the sky, was swept away by the sudden and violent shock wave. She retreated hundreds of meters before she could barely maintain her body shape in the oncoming hurricane. looking at the small mushroom cloud rising slowly not far away. A trace of excitement flashed in the White Queen's eyes. Chen Chen became stronger faster than she thought, which was a good thing for her. Chapter 79 The Maid Who Came to the Door. The dust dissipated, and the park full of factories and buildings had completely disappeared, leaving only a huge pit about 200 meters long and wide. The depth of the giant pit can reach 10 meters, and the walls of the pit are baked into a smooth and transparent mirror-like glass by light waves and high temperature. This scene was clearly captured by the satellite in the sky. Nick Fury sat in the office of the Shield building with a solemn expression. He was first shocked why there was a mysterious military base next to New York that he didn't know about, and then he was stunned by Chen Chen's performance. He has seen countless people with extraordinary powers, but none of them can be described as the 4 words destroying the world like Chen Chen. He has repeatedly overestimated Chen Chen's power, but now it seems that they still underestimated it, seriously underestimated it. This man is like a demon crawling out of hell. This is not the pedestrian self-propelled tank they imagined before. This is clearly a steel fortress base that can walk between downtown areas, with amazing defense and terrifying firepower. Such a person is too dangerous and must be controlled. Nick Fury thought to himself, if we can win him over, it would be best. At least we must analyze his weaknesses and restrict him. Nick Fury also firmly believes that as long as he is a human, he has weaknesses and soft spots, and he can defeat and even control those superhumans through these weaknesses and soft spots. We must first find someone to get close to Chen Chen and get his first-hand information. Who should we send? The director of SHIELD murmured. According to common sense, Black Widow Natasha is the best candidate. This poisonous spider is very good at seducing men and bewitching people. Unfortunately, Chen Chen has seen Natasha and knows her identity. Nick Fury thought for a long time, and suddenly thought of a suitable candidate. He pressed the button next to the computer. Not long after, a tall woman in a shield uniform walked in. Director, you want to see me? Nick Fury looked at the person and smiled kindly. Agent Hill, I have an important task for you. After this night, to Chen Chen's surprise, there were no blind organizations such as the US military and SHIELD to disturb him. Although he didn't know the reason, Chen Chen was still happy that there was no trouble. While urging the completion of the beach villa, he urged his factory and Tony to speed up the manufacture of small arc reactors for him to devour and digest to increase energy. 3 or 4 days later, with Chen Chen's use of workers at all costs, the secondary renovation of the beach villa was successfully completed, and Chen Chen also successfully moved into the sea view villa with the best conditions in all aspects. On the second day after Chen Chen moved into the beach villa, an uninvited guest came to the door. Chen Chen looked at the woman in front of him, fiddling with his phone, and asked in confusion, "Miss, I don't seem to be hiring a maid." Standing in front of him was a beautiful woman with fair skin, lively eyes, sharp eyebrows, and a mixture of gentleness and heroism. Her 1.73-meter tall figure fully demonstrated this advantage. In contrast, the equally curvy figure was not so eye-catching. And this beautiful woman, who could quickly stand out and attract the attention of the audience no matter when, where, or what occasion, actually came to the door herself and offered herself for a job. Oh, no, to apply for a maid. However, in Chen Chen's opinion, there is no difference between applying for a maid and offering oneself for a job. Chen Chen directly asked his smart butler, "Jarvis's copy program, have I posted an advertisement for recruiting maids?" The smart butler replied stiffly, "You haven't posted any recruitment advertisements, sir." Chen Chen then cast a puzzled look at the woman in front of him. "So, this lady, why are you here?" The beautiful woman was excited at this time, her eyes were sparkling, as if countless little stars flashed. "Don't you remember that you saved me on the Comps Bridge a few days ago? At that time, a terrible big lizard rushed towards me. If you hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died in the mouth of the big lizard. You are the hero in my heart. I live nearby and accidentally saw you passing by, so I came to thank you. Really? Chen Chen raised his eyebrows. A beauty of this level should have a deep impression as long as he saw her once. Why did he have no impression of this beauty? I have already felt your gratitude, and now you can leave. Sir, I am your most sincere admirer. I hope to repay your kindness to me and do something for you. Please don't drive me away. Her tone was very touching. She took Chen Chen's hand and looked at it carefully. It looked like she would throw herself into his arms as soon as Chen Chen waved his hand. The phone in Chen Chen's other hand vibrated slightly. He lowered his eyelids and glanced at the screen of the phone. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He just asked the smart butler to take a photo and sent the photo of the woman in front of him to Kingpin, asking him to help him find out the details of the woman. It must be said that having a force is indeed much more convenient. In just 1 or 2 minutes, Kingpin quickly replied to him. The woman in front of him turned out to be one of the senior commanders of SHIELD, Nick Fury's right-hand man, Agent Hill. This discovery almost made Chen Chen laugh out loud. He was originally wondering, according to the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. If there is any movement, there will definitely be agents to investigate, but since he attacked the Hydra base, S.H.I.E.L.D. has not made any move for such a big event. Now it seems that the answer has been found. It turns out that S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to use a beauty trap. Agent Hill made up a reason to approach him. For such a sugar-coated bullet, Chen Chen naturally swallowed it and threw the bullet back, but on the surface, he retracted his hand calmly. Miss, please respect yourself. Hill didn't care, but moved closer, trying to show his 2 hemispheres, and said with a sweet smile. You are my savior. Since the day you saved me, I have been missing you day and night, and you see, this huge villa is empty. There is not even a maid. How can this work? How do you see me? While speaking, he deliberately straightened his upper body and rubbed against Chen Chen's arm. Fortunately, the White Queen was not in the villa during the day. If she had seen this scene, Emma's body would be fine, but if Hela's body was in charge, she would have torn Hill into pieces on the spot. Chapter 80 Unique Functions. It should be specially explained here that the reason why the White Queen appeared and disappeared was not because she was dealing with the so-called company affairs. In fact, she spent most of her time at a weak node in space, arranging and perfecting the space magic circle, trying to use this method to open up the connection between her and the main body. Back to the point, in the beach villa, Chen Chen was enjoying the flattery of the beauty, but his tone did not relax. It is enough to have the smart housekeeper here, what can you do for me? While speaking, he gave an order to the smart housekeeper. Housekeeper, bring this lady a cup of coffee. Sir, please wait. As the smart command was issued, the coffee machine in the corner of the room started automatically, the coffee beans rolled into the container and were ground into powder, and hot water flowed in for brewing. During this period, the smart housekeeper also asked a question. Madam, do you need sugar and fresh milk? Hill blurted out, 3 parts of sugar, no milk, thank you. 2 minutes later, a mechanical arm held the brewed coffee and stretched it in front of Hill. Madam, your coffee is ready, I hope you like it. It has to be said that technology changes life. With the smart housekeeper, washing, cooking, cleaning, almost all things can be handed over to it, and it can be completed successfully. Hill asked in surprise, is this artificial intelligence? Chen Chen did not answer, but pointed at the robotic arm and said, look, I have an intelligent butler, it can meet almost all my needs, and I have no complaints. Hill looked at the coffee in front of him, gritted his teeth secretly, and lay softly beside Chen Chen, breathing hot air into his ear. But, there is one thing I can't do no matter what. Chen Chen thought to himself, this S.H.I.E.L.D.'s method is really nothing new, and it's still the beauty trap over and over again. After Captain America woke up, he sent a beautiful agent to live next door to Captain America and be the captain's neighbor. After Tony Stark became Iron Man, S.H.I.E.L.D. sent Black Widow Natasha to be his personal assistant. After Tony became Iron Man, S.H.I.E.L.D. sent Black Widow to be his secretary. When it was his turn, they actually sent Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and commander, to come. They were really generous. You know, Hill is not an ordinary agent. Later, she once sat on the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. She is both talented and beautiful. It's really a waste of talent to let her play the beauty trap. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. sent such delicious food to him, he had no reason to refuse. But Chen Chen still pretended to be cautious and said, "Is there anything you can do that the machine can't do? You have to think about it. Being my servant is not that simple." Hill's voice was charming and pretentious. "Of course, my master." This word master sounded very pleasant. Chen Chen smiled slightly, looking at Hill who had half of his body leaning on him, and said lightly, "In this case, you can try it. If you satisfy me, I can give you a chance to be my maid." Hill was furious. She had always been a proud girl since she was a child. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? She actually asked others to be his maid. She couldn't help but think viciously in her heart, "Dare to take advantage of me, when I master your weakness, I will make you pay." "By the way, I don't know your name yet." Chen Chen asked. Hill's voice was soft and gentle, "Just call me Mary." Chen Chen was amused. He remembered that Hill's full name was Maria Hill. As an agent, she didn't use a complete alias. However, the name Mary was indeed very common in the United States, so it was understandable to use it. "Okay, Mary, from now on, you are my maid." Chen Chen glanced at the wall clock. It was still early. The White Queen would not be back for at least 4 hours. With the thought, he felt evil and reached out to take her out. As Hill exclaimed, the two rolled together. "Then my maid Mary, when are you ready to show me the difference between you and the smart housekeeper?" Hill's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, but as her fingers moved slightly, she quickly calmed down after feeling the coldness. She had made preparations before coming. With this preparation, Hill was confident that she could get away from Chen Chen. She was shy and ruddy. "Master, the first thing I should do is to get familiar with the working environment." Hill wanted to take this opportunity to plant some surveillance equipment in the villa to search for intelligence. But Chen Chen couldn't do what she wanted. Looking at the beauty so close, he couldn't help but kiss her on the red face. "If you have anything, just leave it to the smart butler. It's better for you to play to your unique advantages." Feeling the softness under him, Chen Chen decided to take advantage of the situation and eat the prey that was delivered to him. Hill twisted her body restlessly, feeling the ring on the middle finger of her right hand. This ring seemed to give her great courage. She made up her mind and took the initiative to stretch out her slender arms and wrap them around Chen Chen's neck, exhaling like orchids and saying, "My advantage, master, don't you feel it?" Chen Chen laughed and breathed the free air greedily. Hill bit her silver teeth slightly, but her movements were very gentle. She stroked the back of Chen Chen's head and said softly, "Master, why are you so strong? Can I be as strong as you?" "Hee, that's an innate ability, don't think about it." Chen Chen's hand began to grope restlessly. Hill's heart moved. Innate ability, is this the truth of Chen Chen's strength? Could it be that Chen Chen's power did not come from that mysterious alien god? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly felt a chill in front of her. At some point, her upper body clothes had been violently torn to pieces by Chen Chen. This shocked Hill. She knew that if she didn't take action, things would develop in the most uncontrollable direction. Even though she had suffered a lot now, she finally didn't reach the last step. Hill hugged Chen Chen's head, as if she was also addicted to it, but a 2-centimeter-long silver needle suddenly popped out of the ring on her finger. The next moment, Chen Chen felt a chill on the back of his neck, and a cold thin needle pierced into the artery on his neck. Then, a stream of cold liquid was injected into it. Chen Chen's body almost stopped moving immediately. Hill smiled triumphantly, Do you still want to take advantage of me? Where is such a good thing? She tried to raise her hand and push Chen Chen away, but she didn't expect that even if she used all her strength, Chen Chen's body would still not move. Chapter 81, Heartless Hill. Hill clenched his fist and hammered Chen Chen a few times. You bastard, your body is stiff, and you still have so much strength. Since she couldn't push the person on her away, she wanted to twist her body and crawl out from the side, but suddenly, she noticed something wrong. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly looked down at Hill. My little maid, where are you going? Hill was shocked. Why are you? But before she finished speaking, Chen Chen used violence to tear all her clothes to pieces. Don't Hill wanted to resist and struggle, but under Chen Chen's restraint, she couldn't struggle or resist. As Chen Chen moved, her body gradually softened. After an unknown amount of time, the two bodies in the room finally stopped. Until the afterglow faded, Hill realized that she had sacrificed her body for this mission. When she thought of this, she was furious, opened her silver teeth, and bit Chen Chen fiercely. However, even if she bit her teeth so hard that they hurt, Chen Chen didn't react at all. That's right, with Chen Chen's current body, even ordinary missiles can't break it. He lay there with a smile on his face, letting Hill vent as he pleased, just as if he was massaging himself. What's wrong, Mary? You seemed to like it just now. Chen Chen grabbed Hill's right hand and took off the ring on his middle finger. At this moment, Hill suddenly thought of something, and even without caring about snatching the ring from Chen Chen's hand, he stood up and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the toilet. Chen Chen didn't care about Hill's actions, and took the ring in his hand to observe carefully. Soon, he saw the abnormality. There was a button on the inside of the ring. Press this button, and a thin needle will pop out of the ring. The needle was very thin, about 2 centimeters, but it was shining with cold light and extremely sharp. The needle was hollow and connected to a closed space in the ring. Some medicine should be stored in the space. Chen Chen thought for a moment, stretched out a finger close to the needle tip, and he just exerted a little force. The needle tip pierced his skin and pierced into his body. Although there was some resistance during the action, it was amazing enough. He was shocked. What a sharp needle, what is it made of? Adamantium? Or vibranium? Apart from these two special metals, he couldn't think of anything else that could be so sharp. No wonder I read an article saying that vibranium can be used to forge the divine weapon of this world. Now it seems that it is worthy of its reputation. This also sounded a wake-up call to Chen Chen. A metal produced on Earth can easily hurt his body, which shows that his strength is far from reaching the point where he can do whatever he wants, and he urgently needs to improve it. Chen Chen carefully put away the ring. This kind of thing may come in handy in any occasion. After he put the ring away, Hill walked out of the toilet with a shaky step. The golden sunlight shone in through the huge French window, making Hill look like a goddess of the morning light, full of holiness and reverie. Looking at this scene, Chen Chen felt that he was ready to move again. But at this time, Hill no longer had the affectation when she called herself a maid. Her expression was cold, her eyes were sharp, and a heroic spirit still emerged. Even when she saw Chen Chen naked, she was not moved at all. Go get me a set of clothes. You tore my original clothes and I can't wear them anymore. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, Are you ordering me? You seem to be confused about the situation, my little maid. How long has it been? Why don't we have another round and let you fulfill your duties as a maid? Give back to your idol. Hill walked up directly, staring at Chen Chen with a pair of beautiful eyes, as if to imprint his appearance in her heart. She had made full preparations before coming. The ring she brought before stored high-purity neurotoxins. This is a synthetic poison. Only 0.01 grams is enough to paralyze a blue whale, and the ring is filled with 1 gram of toxin. At this dose, even 10 of the largest animals on Earth, blue whales, will die instantly. Unexpectedly, even with such a strong poison, it still has no effect on Chen Chen. It seems that his danger level needs to be re-evaluated. Hill thought to himself, but fortunately, even if she suffered such a big loss today, it was not a complete loss, at least she got Chen Chen's genetic sample. Just treat it as feeding the tiger with her own body. Hill took a deep breath. Don't talk nonsense, bring me the clothes. It is said that a husband and wife will be grateful for 100 days after one day. You turned your face too quickly. Chen Chen shook his head and sighed, but he suddenly laughed again, and waved his hand, and a set of maid clothes appeared in front of him, but fortunately, I have extra clothes here, I can give you a set. This was placed in the storage space for daily games with the White Queen, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. This dress is black and white, as Chen Chen specially selected it. The length is not particularly excessive, but the worst thing is that there is actually a cute rabbit tail behind it. Hill's face was extremely ugly. You actually plan to let me wear this? A maid, of course I have to wear a maid costume, this is so suitable. Hill's face was livid, looking at Chen Chen's violent face, she knew that this was clearly intentional, but her original clothes had been torn into pieces by Chen Chen's violence, and the largest piece was only the size of a palm, which could not cover her body at all. She made up her mind, things have developed to this point, what is there to be shy about? Return to S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as possible, and test the genetic samples she obtained. Before coming, she did not expect to obtain Chen Chen's genetic samples in this way, and the preservation method was also extremely simple. After a long time, the sample is very likely to lose its physiological activity. Thinking of this, Hill put on her clothes in front of Chen Chen without saying a word, and said while putting on, "Where is my ring? Give it back to me, it belongs to me." The ring may also be stained with Chen Chen's blood, which can be a double insurance. However, Chen Chen didn't buy her account. You still want the ring? I haven't held you responsible for stabbing me with it yet. Time was urgent. Hill didn't have time to waste with Chen Chen, put on his clothes, turned around and left. How heartless! Chen Chen muttered. He glanced at the time, quickly put on his clothes, and told the smart housekeeper to clean up the room quickly. In more than an hour, the White Queen will be back. If she smells any strange smell in the room, it will cause a lot of trouble. P.S. I recommend a friend's book. Wuxia, Immortality from the Deer and the Cauldron, which is much better than mine. It is a book of the same period, and the score is several times mine, and the speed is very fast. Chapter 82. The same plot as a short movie. Let's talk about Hill. She was wearing a shameful maid costume and walked quickly to the road in front of the villa in the amazed eyes of passers-by. Before coming, she had already arranged for a contact person nearby. Hill waved slightly, and a taxi on the side of the road immediately drove over. Hill opened the car door, sat in the back seat, and ordered the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who acted as a taxi driver, "Hurry. Return to headquarters as quickly as possible." The agent took a lot of effort to move his eyes away from Hill. Halfway through the journey, he finally couldn't help asking, "Sir, why are you dressed like this? What happened?" Hill had a blank expression on his face and a cold voice, "Drive your car well." Hearing the cold voice of the chief, the agent shuddered involuntarily and dared not ask any more questions. But if people's curiosity is not satisfied, they will have wild thoughts. The agent could only keep guessing in his heart, could it be that this beautiful commander was willing to sell her beauty and even sacrifice herself to complete the mission? Thinking about it, he became envious. Look at how others live, living in a sea view mansion, driving a luxury car, and it is said that they have a net worth of tens of billions. With so much money, even if they don't work, they can spend their days in luxury, be a bridegroom every night, and even have beautiful commanders take the initiative to provide door-to-door service. It feels like the plot of an indescribable movie. But what about me? In name, I am a majestic agent, but in fact, not only is my salary meager, but I am also exposed to the wind and sun every day, and I don't have a moment to sleep. Dare to leave the post, and sometimes there is a risk of life. We are all human beings, why is there such a big gap? Soon, Hill returned to the headquarters building of S.H.I.E.L.D. After getting off the taxi, Hill didn't even bother to change into normal clothes. She was dressed in a maid's outfit and rushed to Nick Fury's office. Along the way, countless S.H.I.E.L.D. staff members saluted her, gossiping in their hearts. When did Commander Hill like this? Looking at her arrogant and cold appearance on weekdays, she doesn't look like this kind of person. Unexpectedly, she hid so deeply and was so good at playing. Rushing into the office, Hill said without hesitation, I have obtained Chen Chen's body fluids. You immediately order the people in the laboratory to prepare for genetic testing. I don't have the tools, and the body fluids are not well preserved. The black-headed director did not hesitate and immediately picked up the phone. Agent Helen, urgent mission, come to my office immediately. In addition, notify the people in the testing department to prepare. After giving the order, he hung up the phone and cast a weird look on Hill. You are dressed like this, did something go wrong during the mission? Hill relaxed at this time. I got another useful piece of information. Neurotoxins or all toxins may not be effective against Chen Chen. As soon as this was said, the black charcoal head immediately guessed what happened to Hill, but he was always hard-hearted and didn't have many words of comfort, just said. Thank you for your hard work, Agent Hill. Hill nodded with a normal expression, as long as we can get valuable information, these are nothing. Having said that, she was still very angry in her heart. After all, she had preserved her body for more than 20 years, and it was thrown away for no reason. Who wouldn't be angry if this happened to them? That damn bastard, if I find his secrets and weaknesses, I must make him suffer a big loss. Hill cursed in his heart. Agent Helen came over soon. Agent Helen, an Asian, is a young female researcher who specializes in the field of biochemistry. She has profound attainments, has obtained multiple doctoral degrees, and has a high reputation internationally. When she arrived at Nick Fury's office, she was still wearing a white lab coat, and it looked like she came directly from the laboratory. Agent Helen was shocked when she saw Hill in a maid's outfit. Hill handed her the body fluid sample. This sample is very precious. I paid a great price to get it. You take out half for freezing and storage, and the other half for research and analysis. Please act immediately. Agent Helen quickly took the sample and returned to the laboratory. After everything was done, Hill finally couldn't stand the weird looks of others, and hurried back to her office, changed into the uniform of S.H.I.E.L.D., and then calmed down. On the other side, Agent Helen saw that Commander Hill was so serious, she didn't dare to neglect it. After returning to the laboratory, she immediately divided the sample in her hand into two, one for refrigeration, and the other for making several samples, which were put into the equipment for testing. 3 hours later, the test results were generated. Let me see, what are these ingredients? After checking the test report, Helen couldn't help but widen her eyes. There is no reason for this. She quickly put the sample under the experimental equipment again and observed it carefully again. This is water molecules, red blood cells, antibodies, lysozyme. What is this? Yin to epithelial cells. Helen was shocked, and she knew what it was all at once. This made her subconsciously wipe her hands on her lab coat a few times, and then she made up her mind that after this test was done, she must burn this lab coat and protective gloves. As for the other things contained in the sample, they were all common nutrients or waste materials. The only thing worth noting is these cells. After extracting these cells and testing them one by one, Agent Helen soon found that the gene sequences of these cells were exactly the same, and they were obviously from the same woman. And she couldn't see any problems from the gene sequences of these cells, which made her very puzzled. The director and Commander Hill both valued this gene sample very much. How could it be just an ordinary thing? But no matter which method she used for analysis, the result did not change. Finny. Take a look at this gene book, is there anything abnormal? Finny is another researcher in the laboratory. She came in response. Helen instructed, check it carefully. If you find any abnormality, please notify me immediately. The director is still waiting for my report. I will report my report to the director first. Hill, who changed back into his uniform, was pacing back and forth in Nick Fury's office, waiting for the test results to come out. As senior Earthlings, the two of them did not believe that there were gods in the world. Even if there were, they were just more advanced intelligent creatures. As long as it is a living thing, his genes can show a lot of things. Helen took the test report and walked in quickly. Hope couldn't wait to ask, how is it? Did you find any abnormal results? Chapter 83 I am Thor. Hill was silent for a moment and nodded reluctantly. Helen smiled and said, then I want to congratulate you, you are very healthy, I don't find any disease in you. Hill? Nick Fury frowned and said, besides this, has anything else been detected, such as mutant genes, alien genes, or anything else special? Ah! Helen was confused, do you suspect that Chief Hill is an alien? Don't be funny, there is only one woman's gene in this gene sample, I think this should be Chief Hill's, she is definitely an ordinary normal person. Hill and Nick Fury looked at each other. After a long time, Hill muttered to himself, this is impossible, I clearly felt something coming out. Helen thought for a moment, and then said, if you insist on saying that there is something abnormal in the sample, it is that it contains a little too much water, but this is not something worth worrying about. Water. Seeing the two officers thoughtful, Helen also became puzzled. Is there anything abnormal about this ordinary water? The director of the Black Probe waved his hand, okay, Agent Helen, you can go back, but you must keep this matter confidential and don't leak it. It's just Commander Hill's body fluid sample, what's there to keep secret? Although she was confused, Helen nodded and agreed. After Helen left, Hill slammed the table in anger, I paid such a high price, but I didn't get anything useful. Nick Fury frowned and said, don't worry about this matter for now, I'll find another way to test Chen Chen. Hill gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word from his teeth, how can I just let it go? No matter what, I'm determined to take care of this matter. I won't give up until I find out his details. Nick Fury saw Hill's determination and did not object, okay, but your plan will be implemented after a while. I have another good chess piece in my hand. Chen Chen naturally didn't know about the farce that happened at the SHIELD headquarters. But he never worried that his cells and genes would be leaked. The ability to control cell morphology allows him to control every part of his body. Without his consent, nothing can be leaked. After taking Hill away, Nick Fury tapped the table with his fingers and fell into thought. After a while, he made a decision. The power of the alien god, Thor, is also unknown. It is better to let Chen Chen and him collide with each other. In this way, at least the power limit of one of them can be tested. Thinking of this, the evil-minded black charcoal head took out the phone and gave instructions to the agent accompanying Thor. After the agent hung up Nick Fury's phone, he immediately stood up and walked through the not-so-crowded crowd to the side of Thor. At this time, Thor met his girlfriend Jane Foster in the plot again under the inertia of the plot. Unfortunately, Jane Foster is not interested in this barbarian, big guy and madman with well-developed limbs and simple minds. This madman always tells her about the Battle of the Nine Realms, the myths he saw from who knows where, and he also praises himself as a god. It's the 21st century, and there are still people playing such old-fashioned tricks. It's simply unreasonable. Jane Foster was sitting on a park bench with a bored look on her face, writing her research paper, while Thor's endless chattering made her feel as if there were 10,000 flies flying around her ears. Thor still didn't know that he had successfully evolved from a male god to a licking dog, and was despised by the goddess. The agent stepped forward, interrupted Thor's boasting of his glorious achievements, and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Thor, the person you asked us to find, we have arrived early." Thor, who was just impatient because someone interfered with his pursuit of the girl, was refreshed by the news. "Great, I'll go find her now." After saying that, he left the stunned agent and the shocked Jane Foster behind, and swung the hammer and flew into the sky. The agent murmured, "Do gods have the ability to read minds? I haven't said it yet, how does he know where the person he is looking for is? But the problem is, I don't know either." Then he looked at the dozen or so people who were sparsely scattered nearby and were collectively petrified by shock, and sighed with some relief. Fortunately, not many people saw this scene, so they can be taken away one by one to have their memories washed away. Bang! Thor fell heavily to the ground, and the impact force stepped on a large pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters on the ground. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Where is the person I am looking for?" "Agent." Soon, a shield agent took Thor away, and then all the dozen people who witnessed Thor flying were taken to another place by shield agents and brainwashed one by one. In the dark night, a plane belonging to shield flew over from high in the sky. Nick Fury pointed to the beach villa below and said to Thor, "Dear Thor, the person you are looking for is in the villa below. I seem to feel her breath. She is here, thank you." Thor grinned, and the hammer in his hand danced into a wind and fire wheel, and then jumped straight down from a height of thousands of meters. At the same time, thunderclouds suddenly floated in the originally clear sky, and countless lightning snakes flashed in the thunderclouds. In the villa, the White Queen, who was hugging Chen Chen, "With you and me and you," blushing and enjoying the afterglow, suddenly opened her eyes, and her pupils instantly turned black. "Dear, there are enemies coming." "Enemy?" Chen Chen raised his head, and soon he also sensed that an undisguised powerful breath appeared in the sky and was flying rapidly in his direction. "Is it your enemy?" Chen Chen asked in a deep voice. "Yes, dear, help me once." The White Queen, that is, Hela, quickly kissed Chen Chen's lips, and a faint black energy poured into Chen Chen's body. "This is my blessing, which can help you to a certain extent." With the influx of energy, a black mark suddenly appeared on Chen Chen's forehead. Chen Chen squinted his eyes and felt it. This energy was not strong. As long as he wanted, he could swallow it at any time. He lowered his head and kissed the cheek of the beauty in his arms. "I want to see who you have been afraid of and prepared to deal with." Hela said stubbornly, "No, I have never been afraid of them." Chen Chen smiled slightly, put on a coat casually and walked out the door. Chapter 84 The Scent of Thor's Hammer. Coming to the outside of the villa, Chen Chen looked down as he watched a thick lightning bolt falling straight down from the sky. According to this trend, the lightning will inevitably blow his seaside villa into ruins. You know, his villa has just been renovated, how can he allow such a thing to happen? As soon as he stepped on the ground collapsed and a large pit with a diameter of several meters appeared. Chen Chen soared into the sky and faced the falling lightning. It was like Mars hitting the Earth. Boom! A huge force exploded in the air, and a layer of terrifying ripples visible to the naked eye spread out at the intersection of the two, radiating to 40 or 50 meters away before gradually dissipating. This was a compressed air shock wave that was squeezed by the huge force and had no time to dissipate. In the terrifying explosion, the two sides of the fight separated at the touch and each bounced back. Chen Chen was bounced back to the ground by the reaction force, but he adjusted the direction in the air, away from his sea view villa, and landed on the road hundreds of meters away. Bang! Along with the terrifying roar, the hard road surface instantly sank on a large scale, forming a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The pit was densely covered with cracks, as if it had been bombarded by heavy artillery. Thor on the other side was also in a bad mood. This was the first time he encountered an opponent who dared to confront him head-on. For a moment, his head felt a little dizzy, and then he fell freely into the woods not far away. The air was quickly expelled, rumbling continuously, and the ground was shaking like a meteor hit, like a small earthquake. Wearing armor, cloak hanging upside down, holding Thor's hammer, Thor half knelt on the ground, his posture was extremely cool. Looking at this familiar figure, and thinking of the lightning in the sky just now, Chen Chen's pupils shrank slightly. Thor. Thor stood up carelessly, then looked at Chen Chen solemnly, and said in a deep voice, "What a powerful mortal, you actually recognized me." When he saw the mark left by Hela on Chen Chen's forehead, he couldn't help but frowned. "Mortal, are you Hela's servant? You are not my opponent, let Hela come out to see me." The servants of Asgard are similar to the gods of the main god, the angels in Christian mythology, who can share the power of the main god and are similar to servants. Servant? Hela. Chen Chen's mind was flowing, combined with the identity of Thor, he instantly thought of a person, the eldest princess of King Odin of Alaska, the goddess of death Hela, who was exiled by Odin himself. Could it be that there is some connection between the White Queen and Hela, or even? Just as he was thinking in his heart, he suddenly smelled a fragrance that made him salivate. Chen Chen followed the sound and locked his eyes on Thor's hammer, or more precisely, the handle of Thor's hammer. The fragrance made him particularly addicted. "This is something useful for my evolution." Thor felt a chill on his back when he saw Chen Chen's greedy eyes, and couldn't help but protect Thor's hammer behind him. "Hey, mortal, you are not my opponent, let Hela come to see me." There was a flash of lightning in his eyes, and he was ready to fight if he disagreed. Chen Chen turned his eyes away from Thor's hammer, and was determined to find a way to snatch Thor's hammer and study it. "I don't know who you want to find, but you almost destroyed my house. For this reason, I can't let you pass." Thor was a little impatient. "It seems that you will only get out of the way if I teach you a lesson." After that, Thor roared, turned into lightning, and rushed towards Chen Chen. "Just in time, I was just about to beat you up." Chen Chen stepped on the ground, the earth cracked, the road shook, and with the sound of the earth-shattering sound barrier, he flew into the sky and collided with Thor. Suddenly, the whole sky was filled with a tangled lightning, accompanied by a sonic boom that seemed to tear the sky apart. In the lightning, Thor swung Thor's hammer wrapped in lightning, smashing the enemy without hesitation. For Thor, this trick has been tried and tested. Even the frost giants, the great enemies of the heavenly palace, cannot withstand the artifact forged from the core of the star. With one blow, destroying mountains and cities is just a piece of cake. Chen Chen dodged Thor's hammer sideways and punched Thor's arm that was holding Thor's hammer tightly. Thor's hammer emitted hundreds of wild lightnings, covering Chen Chen and raging continuously. These lightnings are tens of millions of volts, and the most important thing is that it contains the power of Thor. But this divine thunder that is enough to destroy an ancient city, wrapped around Chen Chen, can only make his body slightly numb. Energy plus 899. Energy plus 1199. The information of obtaining energy kept ringing. Iron Man was right. Thor is indeed a large power bank. Thor's arm hurt, and Thor's hammer fell down, but it flew back to his hand with a wave of his hand. Thor was shocked. How is this possible? But his hammer just now, although it did not land on the ground, had already used up all his divine power, and the thunder generated was enough to turn any enemy into charcoal, but it did not push Chen Chen back half a step. This situation made Thor feel too absurd. He had lived for 1,000 years and had never seen such a thing happen. "Why are you in a daze, lightning boy?" Chen Chen's fist was also merciless. With the lightning that had not yet disappeared, it hit Thor's nose heavily. Hundreds of tons of power burst out and hit Thor's nose directly. Thor only felt that his eyes went black, and his head and body flew back like a cannonball. It seemed that there were thousands of bees buzzing in his ears, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. Chen Chen sneered, "So gods can bleed too? It hurts. You bastard!" Thor recovered after a long while. Being repelled by a mortal, he was so angry that he no longer cared about the consequences. He used all his strength to spin Thor's hammer, roaring and turning the hammer into lightning to hit Chen Chen. Thor's hammer turned into lightning and hit at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Chen Chen's body flew out directly after being hit, leaving a 1,000-meter-long air wave in the air before stopping. Energy plus 4,233. Looking at the huge dent on his chest, Chen Chen's eyes showed joy. Thor's attack actually brought him more than 4,000 energy points. If it came a few hundred times, wouldn't he be able to get promoted again immediately? Whoosh! Thor's hammer flew into Thor's hands again. Foolish mortal, witness the greatness of the gods. After saying that, he was going to repeat the old trick and throw Thor's hammer with thunder again. Bang! Chen Chen was smashed out again, his body sliding on the ground, leaving a ditch 100 meters long. Energy N3899. Thor recalled Thor's hammer again, panting slightly. Haha, mortals are mortals, but on this earth, you should also be a strong man, it's a pity to die here. If you like Marvel's God level Majin Buu, Marvel's God level Majin Buu Sanba novel has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 85 Open the Hammer Authority and Beat Thor Violently. Marvel's God level Majin Buu novel has no anti-theft chapters. Just as Thor turned to leave, the mortal who he believed must have died from Thor's hammer suddenly stood up. Great! But Thor, why is your strength getting weaker and weaker each time? Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, and the big hole in his chest was healing quickly. Energy plus 3,798. Even for Thor, it was a big burden to use Thor's hammer with all his strength. Immortality? How did you do it? Thor's face changed drastically. It was the first time he met someone who was still alive after being hit in the chest by Thor's hammer. Hee. It seems that you still don't know the horror of the earth. Chen Chen stretched his muscles and looked at Thor with a mocking face. There are countless strong people here, and there are many people who can do this. Even if Odin comes, he dare not say that he can conquer this planet. You. Thor looked solemn, but he still didn't believe in evil. Don't talk big, I have fought in the 9 realms for thousands of years, and it's not like I haven't met people like you before. This level of self-healing will definitely cost a lot. I wonder how many times you can heal again. After that, he spun Thor's hammer again and smashed it towards Chen Chen fiercely. Just as Chen Chen was about to hold his chest and take the attack, the White Queen's voice suddenly rang in his ears. My dear, my mark can give you some of my power. As long as you activate the mark, you can be immune to the attack of Thor's hammer. However, this power can only be used once, you have to seize the opportunity. Sure enough. He had expected this. The energy injected into his body by the White Queen would definitely work. Bang! The next moment, Chen Chen was knocked away again. This situation was repeated 4 or 5 times. Thor activated Thor's hammer 7 or 8 times in a row, making him panting and sweating. Energy plus 2,476. Chen Chen stood up from the big pit on the ground boredly, and his almost broken neck quickly recovered. Thor, are you still a man? Why are you so weak? The hammer you threw was soft and meaningless. Damn it! Thor's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't understand how a person's head was clearly knocked away from his body. Domi, why can he still recover? For the last time. If I can't kill him again, I will leave first and find his weakness before coming back. Thor made up his mind secretly, waving Thor's hammer and began to accumulate strength again. On the other side, Chen Chen felt that Thor was getting weaker and weaker, which made him lose interest in continuing to be beaten, and decided to take the initiative to attack and end this battle. Go to hell! Mortal! Thor roared, and Thor's hammer turned into lightning and flew out again. But this time, Chen Chen would not stand there, but quickly activated the power contained in the mark on his forehead. A strange energy instantly penetrated his whole body. Faintly, there was a subtle connection between Chen Chen and Thor's hammer that was about to hit him. Bang! The smoke and dust cleared, and something unexpected happened to Thor. Chen Chen actually grabbed his hammer with his bare hands. Is this the hammer Mjolnir made from the core of the Death Star? The runes engraved on it are really complicated. Chen Chen carefully examined the hammer in his hand. Thor's eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost fell out. You can actually catch Mjolnir, how is this possible? He felt bad. No one had ever been able to catch his hammer with bare hands, except his father Odin. Could it be that the man in front of him was Odin in disguise? This is impossible, this is too ridiculous. What Thor didn't know was that before he was born, Mjolnir's master was Hela, the goddess of death. Even now, Hela has partial control over the hammer, and Chen Chen activated Hela's power, which can temporarily use this partial control, so he caught the hammer. Thor swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to summon the hammer back, but found that the hammer was tightly sieved by Chen Chen, and there was no feeling of breaking free at all. Chen Chen also sensed that there was a force calling for the hammer. Looking at Thor's slightly urgent expression, a strange smile appeared on his face. In Thor's unbelievable eyes, Chen Chen grabbed Thor's hammer in front of him and exerted great force. With a click, the handle of Thor's hammer was actually broken off by him. Resisting his strong appetite, he threw the handle of the hammer into the storage space. If you want the hammer so much, I'll give it back to you. Chen Chen twisted his body, rotated 360 degrees, and threw the hammer fiercely at Thor, far exceeding Thor's throwing speed just now. My hammer! Bang! Thor made a palm with both hands, and a huge force came from his palms. He was almost out of control and dragged him on the ground with 2 deep marks of 100 meters. He barely blocked Thor's hammer, which had turned into a brick. The severe pain caused by the friction between his hands made him suffer. However, even with a distorted expression, Thor still punched forward without hesitation, because when he caught the hammer, Chen Chen's fist was already approaching. Bang! Bang! There were only 2 loud noises, and the fists of both sides were aimed at each other's heads. Chen Chen had no intention of avoiding or blocking. He grabbed Thor's armor on his chest with one hand and hit Thor's head with the other hand without hesitation. Thor was a little dissatisfied and gave up defense. He threw away the hammer without hesitation and attacked Chen Chen with both hands. Chen Chen was hit by Thor's punch, but he seemed to be unaware. His fist hit Thor's jaw directly. Thor felt dizzy immediately, but he still held on. The 2 sides continued to fight. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Both sides fought with blood, punching like thunder, and the huge force caused sonic booms to appear around them. As they moved back and forth, the small stones on the ground within dozens of meters nearby were all crushed to pieces. Bang! Another punch came, and Thor could no longer hold on. He spun in midair and flew away, smashing the trees behind him one after another. But Chen Chen would not give Thor a chance to react. Before Thor's body landed on the ground, he had already caught up with him, and he was chasing and hitting Thor with his left and right hands, hitting Thor's body with one punch after another, making Thor float in the air continuously. Bang! A heavy knee hit Thor's neck, and Thor, who was overwhelmed, finally fainted. Chen Chen took a breath and prepared to accept the fruits of his victory. He raised his hand and released a white beam that could turn people into chocolate. The white beam hit Thor's body and disappeared in a layer of faint ripples. Hey! Chen Chen noticed keenly that a layer of faint energy suddenly appeared on Thor's body, covering his whole body, offsetting the white beam he shot. P.S. Recommend this book, Martial Arts, Immortality from the Deer and the Cauldron. Friends who like to read harem novels can read it. Speed? Wow woo woo. Chapter 86 Odin's Strike. What kind of power is this? Chen Chen was a little unconvinced. After trying to turn Thor into chocolate again without success, he simply used the long-lost ability of controlling cell morphology. His right hand instantly turned into a huge meatball, and then wrapped Thor up. The meatball continued to expand on Thor's body, and it seemed to swallow him up. At this moment, the strange energy on Thor's body suddenly lit up. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning, and the power of thunder seemed to feel the call of a mysterious force. A particularly thick and several meters in diameter thunder fell from the sky and struck Chen Chen directly. Chen Chen's face changed slightly. He felt the extraordinary power of this thunder. He didn't care about swallowing Thor. He reacted quickly and instinctively dodged to the side, avoiding the thunder. But this thunder was very strange. After Chen Chen dodged it, it turned back and attacked again, as if it had spirituality. The violent thunder and lightning force turned into dead silence wherever it went. With the power of destroying the world, it suddenly chased Chen Chen. On the roof of the villa, Hela, who was watching the battle from afar, changed her face. She felt Odin's power in the thunder. This was Odin's hand on Thor. If Thor was in danger of his life, Odin's power would be triggered, killing all enemies near Thor. Chen Chen dodged several times, but found that he couldn't dodge, so he simply stopped, turned around and faced Lei Ting and shouted, "Is it Odin? Come on! Let me see the strength of a father-level strongman." Lei Ting seemed to sense Chen Chen's fighting spirit, and like a purple python, he collided fiercely with Chen Chen. The two fought, and the powerful lightning continued to strike Chen Chen's body. His body was exposed with terrible wounds, penetrating into his flesh and blood. The lightning power on the dark wounds seemed to have spirituality, swinging and growing strangely. Roar! Chen Chen raised his head and roared, and instantly punched the thunder in front of him countless times. The flesh and blood were growing again, but they were soon worn away by the continuous lightning power. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The night wind blew across Chen Chen's scarred body, but it couldn't blow out the anger in his heart. That's it. It's useless. After a long time of exhaustion, the power of thunder has weakened, and Chen Chen raised his fist to fight. Odin, I will remember your thunder today, and I will definitely settle accounts with you in the future. With a punch, the thunder disappeared, the dark clouds dispersed, and only the bright moonlight was left to witness everything. Chen Chen gasped for breath. If a person with weak nerves saw him now, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. His legs, left arm, and most of his body below the chest all disappeared. The remaining upper body floated in the air, and was also covered with deep charred wounds. This look was more like a devil than a devil, and more like a ghost than the ghost in a horror movie. However, these were all minor injuries for Chen Chen. He waved his hand, and several small flesh balls flew from all directions and filled his body again. Then his injuries healed and recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Chen's initial avoidance of the thunderbolt was not out of cowardice or futile effort, but out of caution. He scattered the fragments of his body in various corners. If his body could not withstand the thunderbolt, he could quickly regenerate through these fragments. After his body recovered, Chen Chen looked down at Thor, but was shocked to find that the god of thunder, who was supposed to be lying on the ground, had disappeared at some point. "Dear, are you okay?" The White Queen's feet rose with a faint black light, and she quickly flew over. She nervously groped around Chen Chen's body. After confirming that he was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with an apologetic face, "Dear, I really didn't expect that Odin, the old immortal, would actually take action himself." Chen Chen stretched out his hand to hook the White Queen's chin and said coldly, "I'm fine, but don't you think you owe me an explanation?" The White Queen's face turned pale. "My dear, listen to my explanation." "Okay. Think about what you should do, I'll go get rid of some flies first." Chen Chen interrupted her, then used the ability of controlling cell morphology to transform a simple set of clothes on his body surface, then stomped the ground and flew into the sky. After Chen Chen left, the White Queen's face kept changing. In her spiritual world, the two women were talking. "Sister Hela, it seems that you have annoyed him," Emma said solemnly. Hela's face was a little ugly, he clearly said that he would protect me. But no one would be happy to be used like this. Emma interrupted her. I didn't expect that the old guy Odin would personally send down a force. Hela gritted her teeth and said, thinking of the possibility of losing Chen Chen, she felt a little fear in her heart for no reason. The problem now is not to pass the buck, but how to solve this matter. Do you want him to leave? Emma suddenly approached Hela, stared at her pupils and said. Don't forget that you and I are now soul to soul, heart to heart. I know your thoughts clearly, you have long been inseparable from him, in a sense, sister who originally disdained men, you have long been tamed. A trace of red flashed across Hela's face, and she did not refute this insulting word. Aren't you the same? At worst I'll give him this life. Sister is really joking, this body is mine. Then give him my body as compensation. In the sky, in the transport plane, after seeing that the final winner was Chen Chen, Nick Fury, who had been watching the battle, kept sweating on his head. He shouted to the cockpit in front, quick! Get out of here! The driver was very obedient and immediately turned the nose of the plane and flew away. Bang! The military transport plane that Nick Fury was riding on shook violently, and then a hand suddenly broke a big hole on the top. Chen Chen threw away the 1-meter square iron sheet in his hand, turned over and jumped into the plane. As soon as he landed, a round shield hit him. Chen Chen frowned slightly, raised his hand to catch the shield, and punched it with his backhand. Bang! The shield and the tall figure behind the shield were instantly knocked out, hit the wall of the plane, and stopped. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows. According to his strength, this punch has at least hundreds of tons of force. Even a metal man made of steel should be smashed through the plane and blown away by this punch. Looking at the standard shield, Chen Chen instantly thought of a person, Captain America. And in the moment he was thinking, several guns were pointed at his head in the transport cabin. Nick Fury shouted in shock, Stop! Not an enemy. You are not an opponent. Chapter 87 Delicious Hammer Handle. Chen Chen looked around with a sneer on his face. Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, and some well-equipped soldiers who were elite fighters. Under Nick Fury's stern rebuke, these people put down their weapons one after another, but they all looked at Chen Chen vigilantly. Nick Fury, did you bring Thor here? After looking around, Chen Chen finally set his sights on the commander here, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Nick Fury was sweating profusely. He witnessed the whole process of Chen Chen's battle with Thor, and knew that the few people on the plane were not enough for Chen Chen to fight with one hand. I just noticed that there was energy fluctuation here, so I came here to check it out. Misunderstanding. Chen Chen sneered a few times, it doesn't matter, it's just a misunderstanding for me to kill you. After that, a ball of light the size of a human head appeared from nothing in his hand. The terrifying energy carried by the ball of light swept up gusts of wind in this not-so-spacious cabin. Wait a minute. Nick Fury's soul was trembling. Chen Chen, are you sure you are ready to be an enemy of the entire United States? Are you threatening me? Chen Chen's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent, like an icy sword that would suddenly break through the restriction and break out of the shell at any time. All the people present were sweating and felt uneasy, which was due to the pressure from the high-level life form. No, no, no. Nick Fury hurriedly explained, this is indeed a misunderstanding. The conflict between us is something that neither party wants to see. If I die, the military will definitely investigate it to the end. Maybe they can't do anything to you, but they will also make you lose your stable living environment. Hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes flickered. Nick Fury was right. Even if Chen Chen could rush into the White House directly and kill the Commander-in-Chief of the United States there, it would not prevent the military of the United States from continuing to oppose him. Unless Chen Chen can wipe out the entire United States from the earth, but if that's the case, I don't know how many superheroes will jump out from the corners to oppose him. It doesn't matter, but such turmoil may force the United States to launch nuclear bombs, and even evolve into a nuclear war covering the whole world, which is what Chen Chen doesn't want to see. Of course, the reason why Chen Chen thinks so is that the trouble caused by S.H.I.E.L.D. did not bring him real-life danger. If someone really threatens his life, let alone S.H.I.E.L.D., he would not hesitate to destroy the entire Earth. However, Chen Chen said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know." Nick Fury was under pressure and quickly told Thor how he found S.H.I.E.L.D. and his purpose of coming to Earth. Black Charcoal Head did not lie, nor did he carry private goods. Because Hela was next to Chen Chen, it was easy to verify the information. Hela, Odin's eldest daughter, isn't she sealed? Is it because of me that there is a deviation? Recalling the plot, Chen Chen frowned slightly, but even if Nick Fury cooperated so well, he didn't intend to let this group of people go so easily. I'll give you a chance to survive. 3 seconds of preparation time. After 3 seconds, I will destroy this plane. Whether you can live or die depends on your luck. After saying that, Chen Chen jumped through the upper layer of the plane and came into the air, aiming the light ball in his palm at the remaining planes. 1-2. Hearing this, the faces of the people in the plane changed. They did not doubt Chen Chen's determination at all, and they all rushed to grab the parachute bags hanging on the wall. The captain of the United States was the fastest. He got a parachute bag almost instantly, and then he broke through the outer wall of the plane with a shield and jumped down. The others followed closely and jumped out of the plane. 3. As soon as the number was finished, Chen Chen smashed the light ball in his hand down. Boom! The transport plane was blown up in half. Through the flames and black smoke, Chen Chen saw several black spots falling straight down from the plane. Among them, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye and Nick Fury were among them. The ordinary soldiers were not so lucky. None of them survived and all died in the explosion. The action is quite fast. Chen Chen sneered, and then checked the gains from this battle with Thor. Name, Chen Chen. Characteristics, Immortal Demon Body, Majin Bu's Physique, Absorption and Division, Control of Cell Morphology, Superpowers. Level, Demon Form Level 1. Ability, Masochistic Physique. Energy. Ability, Whole Wave, Kamehameha. Seeing the energy value of up to 5 digits, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. Thor is indeed a large power bank. Every attack can bring him a lot of energy, and Odin is even worse. The last blow alone brought him at least 30,000 points of energy came. His mind moved, and something suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the handle of Thor's hammer, which was a handle made of wood. Chen Chen didn't know what this wooden stick was, but the fragrance it exuded was so strong that he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The stronger the fragrance, the more energy it could bring to him. I can't stand it anymore. As for what this is, Hela should know. Thinking of this, Chen Chen, who couldn't bear the temptation, put the wooden handle in his mouth, bit it and swallowed it. This wooden handle was so delicious that Chen Chen couldn't even describe the taste of the wood in words. It was 100 times stronger than all the delicacies he had eaten. After the wooden handle was swallowed into his stomach, it immediately transformed into an extremely powerful and rich life energy, which quickly spread to his body. Energy Plus. Feeling the information coming from his mind, Chen Chen couldn't help but take a breath. This inconspicuous wooden handle actually brought him so much energy. This was a bit too incredible. If he could get more of this kind of wood, wouldn't his level rise rapidly? His strength could quickly expand to a point where no one could match him in a short period of time. What on earth is this? It seems that he must ask Hela for an explanation. Thinking of this, he flashed and swooped down to the beach villa. On the roof of the villa, Queen White was pacing back and forth there anxiously. Seeing Chen Chen return, she couldn't help but be happy. She went up to him and wanted to reach out to hug him. Chen Chen grabbed her wrist expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "Have you thought about what you want to explain to me?" The White Queen's eyes turned red, and she looked pitiful, with a tearful look. "I was wrong, I shouldn't have lied to you. Women are born liars. Even you are no exception." Chen Chen stretched out his hand to hook her chin, looking down at her, with deep eyes. "I don't even know who is talking to me now, how can I believe it, Hella?" Chapter 88 Shelf Remarks. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, although it is a bit rushed, but in order to be on duty. From the opening of the book to the shelf tomorrow, this book thanks all the big guys for their support. Although some plots may have a little problem, which makes me not dare to read the comments that were criticized, I may let go of the subsequent plots. I still hope that all the big guys can support me. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, and I should update 8,000 to 10,000 words in the afternoon. There is no way that I have no manuscripts saved. I am really a clumsy writer. I dare not have too many extravagant hopes. After the shelves, if the first order can exceed 200, I will update at least 6,000 words every day, and burst from time to time. The first order is very important for a book. I still hope that capable book friends will support it more, and then take care of it if there are monthly tickets. The first order is very important, very important, very important. Thank you Editor Penglay for your guidance and encouragement, and thank you to all friends who support this book. Manual Fist. I hope this book can bring fun to everyone and bring everyone a little spiritual comfort in their busy lives. Chapter 89 Isn't it like this? I'm sorry. The White Queen knew that she had made a big mistake, and she looked as pitiful as a kitten. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. I want to know, who is talking to me now? Are you the White Queen Emma? Or the Asgard goddess of death Hela? The White Queen hesitated for a moment, then said, I am Emma. And now I am in control of the body. Control the body? 2 souls in one body? Chen Chen frowned and asked. Yes, it's usually me, but Emma sold Hela out without hesitation. Usually when in bed, it's Sister Hela who controls the body, and I usually can't compete with her. Emma's expression suddenly struggled and kept changing. Chen Chen suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the White Queen's neck. Ask Hela to come out and see me. Soon, the White Queen's expression returned to calm. Chen Chen carefully looked at the White Queen in front of him. Compared with just now, her expression was a little stiff, her pupils turned from azure blue to ink black, and her eyes were a little unnatural. She didn't dare to look at him. Dear Hela's voice was a little stiff, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. She seemed a little uncomfortable with this kind of talk. I want to know what's going on between you two. Chen Chen ordered without question. When it comes to business, Hela's expression became much more natural. A few months ago, the dimension space where I was imprisoned suddenly had an unknown shock, and I took advantage of that time. At that time, I burst out with all my strength and shattered a small piece of the dimensional barrier, allowing my soul to escape from the dimensional gap and drift to the earth. After listening to Hela's explanation, Chen Chen realized that the time when Hela escaped seemed to be the time when he came to the Marvel world. He thought to himself, could it be that my arrival affected the dimension? So that Hela had the opportunity to escape. Then how come you two are now one body with 2 souls? Chen Chen continued to ask. Because it is a soul body, without the protection of the flesh, it will quickly consume power. I have no choice but to find a suitable container to hide my soul, but those ordinary mortals can't bear my soul power at all. I searched for a long time before I found Emma. Her body is strong enough and can provide me with enough warmth. So that's it. Chen Chen closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then turned and walked from the rooftop of the villa to the living room on the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, Chen Chen sat on the sofa with a straight back, expressionless. So, have you thought of a reason for me to forgive you? Hela followed him silently, but her clenched, slightly white fists showed that she was indeed a little uneasy. I've lived like a dog for thousands of years. Chen Chen muttered, and shouted loudly, "Come here, kneel down." Hela raised her head suddenly and looked at Chen Chen in disbelief. You asked me to kneel down. As the eldest princess of Asgard, as the goddess of death who conquered the universe and slaughtered countless planets, someone actually asked her to kneel down. Not to mention such an insulting behavior, since Hela became an adult, even Odin's tone when talking to her has never been heavy. Is this your attitude of admitting your mistakes? Chen Chen looked straight into Hela's eyes. His eyes were cold. He was not angry because of the fight with Thor. In fact, this battle brought him extremely rich benefits, and even Chen Chen was very happy to have such a battle every day. With an immortal demon body and almost nothing to worry about, he was least afraid of trouble. The reason for his anger was deception. This woman concealed so many things. If she was not taught a lesson, I am afraid that the backyard would never be peaceful. Seeing Hela standing there in a daze, Chen Chen said coldly, "If you don't want to, then get out. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other." Hela's body trembled, and she seemed to be struggling fiercely in her heart, but in the end, she slowly walked in front of Chen Chen, knelt down with her head lowered, and then reached out to pull his pants. "Chen Chen! What are you doing?" Chen Chen said in surprise. Hela raised her head, and a trace of doubt flashed in her ink-colored pupils. "Isn't this what you want me to do?" "Who told you?" "Emma. She said that men like this." "But that's not what I meant." Chen Chen was about to refuse, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. "But you can indeed try it. I have never used this position before." The interrogation scene instantly turned into a practice scene. 3 hours later, Chen Chen looked at the White Queen lying on his chest, patted his head in annoyance, and blamed himself for not being firm enough. "Hela, what is the handle of Thor's hammer made of?" "It is made of branches that run through the 9 worlds world tree." "Why are you asking this?" "Oh, it's okay, I just asked casually." After secretly memorizing the name of the world tree, Chen Chen closed his eyes. When the two rolled in bed. In the depths of the distant starry sky, Asgard, the golden palace where the rainbow bridge is located. Odin's face was gloomy, and at his feet, Thor lay unconscious. Odin was very angry now. Thor, a dignified thunder god and the crown prince of Asgard, went to a weak atrium, but failed in his action, and was defeated by a mortal. This disappointed Odin, who had always placed high hopes on Thor. What made him more worried was his eldest daughter Hela. With his strength, naturally, he can see some things that may happen in the future timeline. Many ancient prophecies come from this. And in countless timelines, Odin once saw the scene of Hela destroying Asgard, which made Odin particularly worried. The more Odin thought about it, the angrier he felt, and he couldn't help blowing his beard and glaring. "No, I will go to the atrium myself, seal Hela up, and then cut that mortal into pieces." Well, if that's the case, the entire atrium might be destroyed. And have you forgotten? You made an agreement with the Celestials not to interfere with other civilizations. Heimdall on the side advised, hoping that Odin could calm down. As for the Celestials, it is a mysterious organization that has existed for countless years, and every member of the Celestials is terribly strong. Odin had fought with the Celestials a long time ago. After being beaten up by several members of the Celestials, Odin reached an agreement with the Celestials and no longer interfered with the development of other civilizations. Otherwise, without these Celestials, Asgard's territory would have occupied half of the universe. The Kree Empire, which is now rampant in the universe, was just an indigenous civilization that dared to hide in the corner and tremble in the glorious era of Asgard. After hearing about the Celestials, Odin calmed down and sighed helplessly in his heart. Chapter 90 Plotting against the Osborne Group. The next day, when Chen Chen woke up automatically, the White Queen was no longer by the bed. She went to the weak point in the space she found to set up the space magic circle to retrieve the body. Chen Chen turned on his mobile phone and saw a new text message on it. After checking it, he showed joy on his face. Today is the day when the first batch of small arc reactors are delivered. Chen went downstairs and turned on the TV in the lobby on the first floor, watching comedy shows while waiting. Soon someone delivered the small arc reactor to the door. Opening the tightly packed metal box, the miniaturized arc reactor emitting a bright blue light was revealed. 280, why are there 20 less? Chen looked at the supply list carefully and found that the 20 that were missing were what Tony Stark lacked. Because some parts of the small arc reactor need to be manually polished by skilled engineers. Therefore, it is difficult to form a perfect assembly line operation, so the output has always been limited. It was originally planned that within the past 15 days, Chen's production line and Tony's production line would produce a total of 100, but now Tony has only delivered 30, which is 20 less. You know, a small equation reaction building is 1000 energy points, and 20 are 20,000 energy points. How could Chen not be angry? Smart butler, open the video call to Mr. Tony Stark. The video call was quickly connected, and Tony seemed to know that Chen was here to ask for punishment. He complained immediately, "Man, I know that I promised to deliver 20 less goods to you, but I didn't mean to do that. Now the company has basically withdrawn from the arms competition, and most of the market share has been eaten up by Hammer Industries. And now, the clean energy being promoted is just colliding with the bioenergy of Osborne Enterprises, and the progress is not smooth, so I am too busy to deal with the company's affairs, and I have no choice but to slow down the production line of the small reactor." "Tony, you are not authentic at all. Wait, what did you say just now? Bioenergy of Osborne Enterprises." Suddenly, Chen's heart moved slightly. Doesn't this mean that the Electro Man is about to appear in the world? If the Electro Man incident appears, and the 2 generations of controllers of Osborne Enterprises have congenital family genetic diseases, then its stock price will almost certainly fall sharply. Can he take over Osborne Enterprises? He wants to take over Osborne Enterprises, of course, not just for money. With Osborne Enterprises, he may be able to control Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus has conducted experiments on artificial small suns. Although he didn't succeed in the end, what Chen cares about is not whether he succeeds or not, but whether the artificial sun can bring him energy benefits. The small arc reactor can, and the artificial sun should be able to do it. Opening up another track means that he can get promoted faster. With Odin's threat outside, Chen urgently needs to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Chen said excitedly, "Do you think it is possible for us to acquire Osborne Enterprises?" Tony was full of question marks. "What are you thinking about?" Although the stock price of Osborne Enterprises is not as high as Stark Industries, it can also be regarded as a large group. How can it be acquired casually? What if its stock price suddenly plummets? The stock price plummets. Tony shook his head again and again. Don't count on this. No one can predict the stock price. What's more, even if the stock price of Osborne Enterprises really plummets, you can't afford it with your wealth. This is a big problem. Even if the stock price of Osborne Group falls again, it is still a behemoth with a market value of nearly 100 billion. Chen was lost in thought for a moment, and Tony asked in surprise, "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. This is crazy. You will lose everything." Chen shrugged, "Who knows? But you have to help me, Tony." "Well, since you helped me save Pepper, let me make it clear that it is best not to lose your shares in Stark Industries, which will put me in a passive position." In fact, Chen wanted to attract the attention of Osborne Enterprises, and he was just trying to create favorable conditions. Regarding business operations, the specific operations were naturally handed over to Pepper and Tony. A large-scale acquisition plan like this will definitely not be completed in a day or two. If the efficiency is low, it may take a few years. Of course, Chen certainly does not want this to happen. He hopes that everything will be carried out as soon as possible. Time passed gradually, and the preparations were carried out in an orderly manner under confidentiality. Until this day, the smart butler who always paid attention to the news conveyed a message to Chen Chen. Norman Osborn, the controller of Osborn Enterprises, died of illness, and Harry Osborn will become the controller of the Osborn Empire. Isn't this a sign of the appearance of Electro? To be honest, Chen Chen has to admit that in addition to being interested in Osborn himself, he is also interested in Electro's abilities. Think about it, turning into Electro and moving at the speed of light in the power grid, how cool and beautiful is it? Thinking of this, he can no longer sit still. Chen Chen decided to go to Osborn Corporation to meet the future Electro, Max. Fortunately, this is not difficult for him to do. People come and go in the Osborn building. The whole building is brand new, and the damage caused by the battle between Professor Lizard and Chen Chen has long been completely repaired without leaving a trace. At this time, Chen Chen Guangminggenda stood in the hall, but no one paid attention to him. He used the ability of controlling cell morphology to transform himself into an executive of the Osborn Group. Smart butler, how can you hack into the database of this building? Sir, this is illegal. After the smart butler mechanically fulfilled his duty of persuasion, he still explained, the database of the Osborn building is not connected to the internet. If you want to hack, you can only physically connect me to the local area network in the building. Of course, a lot of confidential data is stored in encrypted form. Without the key, even if the data is stolen, it is difficult to decrypt it. Chen Chen didn't want those confidential data. As long as his plan succeeds, the entire Osborn will fall into his hands, and then all the secrets will be left to him. During the conversation, a security guard may have heard something, walked over in confusion, and looked around. Director Height. The security guard stood up straight immediately. Chen Chen walked over openly, do your job well. Yes. The security guard agreed quickly. Supervisor Height is one of the highest leaders of the security department and the boss of their boss. Chen Chen was a little emotional after bypassing the security guard and heading towards the computer room. Chapter 91 Electric Man Max 1. Think about the past, he wanted to invade Osborn building, and he had to take advantage of the opportunity of Dr. Lizard's action to put the blame on him. But now, it is like entering an empty place. The entire computer room is heavily guarded, and there are fully armed security guards outside the door. However, these did not cause any obstacles to Chen Chen. No one dared to question the boss of his immediate boss. Soon Chen Chen came to the center of the computer room. The small watch automatically deformed and extended an interface. After plugging in the interface, all that was left was to wait. Perhaps the smart housekeeper was too efficient, or Osborn's firewall was vulnerable, and soon Chen Chen got the information he wanted. Looking at the photo projected in front of him, Chen Chen murmured to himself, I found you. It's really better to come at the right time than to come early. The founder of the company died, and all the staff in the entire building were given a holiday today and were gradually retreating out. Max, an electrical engineer, was no exception. He walked out with the crowd. When he was about to reach the elevator, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Oh! Max, you stay. What? There is a current problem over there in the genetic laboratory, you go and deal with it. Max suppressed his anger. Today is my birthday, everyone else has left, why should I stay? He didn't get an answer. The man who stopped him kept walking and entered the elevator. Through the gap, an insincere voice came, Happy birthday. The whole building was empty, with only Max's lonely figure left. The whole thing was seen clearly by Chen Chen from a distance. It must be said that Max, who seemed tall and strong, was a submissive person. Faced with this situation, he just took a few deep breaths, suppressed his anger, and climbed towards the biopower tower. The biopower tower uses genetically modified electric eels to generate electricity. The electric eels, which are thicker than an adult's arm and several meters long, roll and swim in an independent tempered glass cabin. In the cabin, there are occasional flashes of electric light, reflecting the ferocious faces of these electric eels. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would probably be terrified. But Max was obviously used to it. He looked at the flashing control console and quickly found the problem. "Okay, it's just a small problem. I'll treat it for you right away." Perhaps because he was too lonely, he developed the habit of talking to himself, "It's too much. I've contributed so much to the company, but I can't even celebrate my birthday." Climbing up the stairs, he arrived at the area where the problem occurred. It was obvious that the thick cable connector was sparking. He took out the intercom. "Gilpat, this is Max, please turn off the power supply to zone 32. "Forget it, I'm gone." "What do you mean?" "I'm here now, it's dangerous." "Sorry, Max." The call was hung up. Max cursed, "Shit. It's all shit." Originally, Chen was not going to speak. But seeing that the man in front of him was still preparing to climb up, he couldn't help but ask, "Max, since you know it's dangerous, why do you still go up to repair it?" Max looked down when he heard the voice, "Director Height." Chen nodded and continued to ask, "You can just go home directly, why do you have to be so obedient?" Max was silent for a while. And asked back, "How can I not complete the task ordered by the boss?" Chen was silent, a tamed person. Looking at the man climbing up, he stopped talking. The reminder just now was already a kind-hearted act on his part. Since this person insisted on doing it his own way, he would not stop him. Max carefully held the plug made of high-voltage insulating material. It was indeed a small problem, and he easily connected the plug. No, Max was relieved that there would be no accidents. Smiling, he put the plug back to its original position. At this moment, an accident happened. The powerful current broke through the air, forming arcs, and passed through his body mercilessly. Max was unsteady on his feet with a scream, holding the plug and smashing it from midair. The grid walkway could not stop the falling object and was smashed directly. He fell into the glass cabin below. The genetically modified electric eels were extremely ferocious and bit the humanoid object without hesitation. Dozens of electric eels were all over his body, and some even drilled into his open mouth. Each electric eel exerted its greatest ability and poured the current in its body into the humanoid object. Under the bite of these electric eels, Max was unable to struggle at all. In the violent shaking, the flesh and blood all over his body were electrified into charcoal, even the bones were no exception. The next moment, the glass cabin burst, the water rushed out, and the charred humanoid object twitched and fell to the ground. In a waterless environment, the electric eel died quickly, and Max stopped moving, like a corpse. Except for Chen, no one knew that a wonderful change was happening in this corpse. In fact, if Chen had not known in advance how things would develop, even he would think that the thing in front of him was indeed a corpse. It had no breath, no heartbeat, no blood, just pure coke. Since it had been seen by Chen, he would definitely not return empty-handed. If things were allowed to develop naturally, he might be able to achieve his goal, but it would be a lot more troublesome and there would be more variables. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 91 Electric Man Max 2. Since even this kind of coincidence has happened, let me control the direction of the whole thing. Waving his hand to grab the coke on the ground, Chen turned and flew out of the Osborne building. At this time, the entire Osborne building was empty, and even the security guards chose to go off work on this special day. It was not until the next day that someone discovered that there was an accident in the biomass power tower. An independent power generation warehouse was destroyed, and an employee named Max disappeared. In the conference room, Harry Osborne sat at the head of the long conference table, playing with the silver-white cube in his hand. This was given to him by his father before his death, and it is said that it hides the wealth of the entire Osborne. Today is his first day in control of this huge group, and there are already troubles. Harry, the group has been controversial because of Dr. Connors's affairs, and this matter cannot be leaked out. Dr. Connors? Are you saying that he turned the entire city's people into big lizards and caused public outrage? The bald director said, that's why we have to do clean energy and green energy to save our image. And now, there is an accident with green energy. This kind of thing must not be known to the public. Otherwise, the entire group will suffer a heavy blow. A typical American capital approach, all targets that get in the way will be eliminated. Harry turned his chair. What I want to know is that Mxamething guy still alive? Where did he go? Sometimes, you have to learn to shirk responsibility. It was obvious that whether the employee was alive or not, the Osborne group would not allow him to live. The waves hit the cliff, splashing white waves. On the cliff, inside the villa, Chen Chen was in the underground laboratory. On the laboratory table, there was a black Coke. If someone looked carefully, they could see that fine cracks appeared on the black Coke at some point. With a slight click, the fingers retracted, and the Coke fell to the ground, revealing a translucent sky blue skin. On this translucent skin, a light blue light shone out, as if there was an electric current flowing. Max suddenly opened his eyes, became conscious, and breathed greedily. He didn't notice the figure next to him at all, sat up blankly, looked at his palm, and was at a loss. He stood up staggeringly, and the Coke shell fell off piece by piece. The lights around him flickered, and various metal objects bounced up with his movements. Are you ready to leave now? A sudden voice came, and the electric man turned back subconsciously. In the flash of lightning, the sharp scalpel flew up and stabbed straight towards the sound. Chen Chen didn't care, and bounced the knife back to its original path. Is this how you treat your savior? Looking at the knife suspended in front of him in disbelief, the electric man was extremely terrified. What did you do to me? Am I a monster? I said, I saved your life. Think about it carefully, you should know. Let me think about it, let me think about it. Suddenly, the electric man became excited. I'm dead. I should be dead. What's going on now? As he became more and more excited, arcs flashed in the villa and were attracted to his body. That is, the entire villa is powered by a large arc reactor, which can withstand his absorption. In the flash of lightning, the entire laboratory became charred, and the walls were hit by the lightning. Deep pits. The electricity drew more and more, and he glowed more and more. Good, good, that's the feeling. So powerful, so angry. I like it. I like it very much. He liked it, but Chen Chen didn't like it. This is his home. Who likes their home to be destroyed? Dude, you'd better stop, otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. Inexplicable anger filled his heart, and the electric man shouted, Who dares to stop me? He pushed out his hands, and the zigzag arc spread out, hitting Chen Chen like lightning. Along the way, the metal test bench was like tofu, and was directly cut into two flat halves by the electric light. Hey, anger! I'll show you what anger is. Before he finished speaking, Chen Chen had avoided the lightning and appeared in front of the new electric man. He was merciless, slapping back and forth dozens of times, slapping the translucent face. The evil wind blew, and the electric man had no time to react at all. He was slapped dizzy and fell to the ground. In other words, he was no longer a flesh and blood body, so his cervical vertebrae were not directly broken. Looking at the struggling electric man, Chen Chen's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered a piece of information about the electric man. Chapter 92 Chen Chen's Plan. It seems that Max was unable to control himself when he first became an electric man. At this time, the more current he absorbed, the more irritable his emotions became. As the thought turned, Energy absorption started. Thinking of this, Chen Chen directly put his hand on the electric man, and with a thought, he continuously absorbed the electrical energy from his body and incorporated it into his body. Energy plus 12. Energy plus 26. The azure blue energy continued to flow into Chen Chen's body. In just a dozen seconds, the blue skin of the electric man quickly dimmed, gradually revealing a human form. Max, whose body was hollowed out, fell to the ground weakly. "Now, are you awake? Do you want to talk to me?" Max regained his sanity and nodded repeatedly. The feeling of being forcibly drained just now was too uncomfortable, as if death was approaching step by step, and he was powerless. After resting for a while, he stood up from the ground. Through the conversation just now, Max also recognized the voice of the person in front of him. "This voice? You are the one who suddenly reminded me when I was repairing the circuit. You saved me? No, aren't you Director Height?" Chen Chen smiled. "Of course not, I just borrowed the identity of that director to go into the Osborne group for a walk, but I didn't expect to meet you." Max's face changed, and words such as commercial espionage and conspiracy against Osborne popped up in his mind. "What do you want me to do?" "I need you to work for me, how about it?" Chen Chen said lightly. Max in a normal state is actually an honest man who works hard and is kind-hearted. And his most important trait is obedience. Judging from what happened yesterday, even if he complained in his heart, he still fulfilled his boss's orders without hesitation. Even the power grid he designed was embezzled by the company, but he only complained a few words. Such an employee who is capable, obedient, and diligent, which boss doesn't like it? Since Chen Chen wants to control the Osborne group, capable talents are naturally indispensable. "Work for you?" Max hesitated. "I don't even know you." Chen Chen knows the weakness of the electric man. Small people also have dreams. Max's weakness is the desire for others to recognize his value. He immediately said, "Max, listen carefully, I need you to work for me. In the future, you will be the chief technical engineer of the Osborne Group. You will no longer be an unknown little person. You will be the focus of everyone's attention, and everyone will know your name." "You need me? The focus of everyone's attention? Everyone knows my name." These words directly touched Max's heart. This is what he has always dreamed of. Just listening to these words, his heart has become restless. He is already a person who has escaped death. No matter how bad the situation is, can it be worse than death? Thinking of this, Max stopped thinking and asked directly, "What do you need me to do?" Chen Chen said lightly, "Put on your clothes first and then talk to me." Max then realized that at some point, all his clothes were destroyed by the current, and he was naked. Chen Chen was not interested in watching other men change their clothes. So he turned and left the basement, and before leaving, he said, "In your current condition, it is not suitable to absorb too much current. This is my order." In the underground laboratory, there was only a blue figure left. To be honest, the surrounding current was like food in Max's eyes at this time. Now he was like a hungry pedestrian, but he still forced himself to resist the impulse in his heart. On the side, there was a special suit that Chen Chen had prepared for him a long time ago. It was made of a high-performance metal material and would not cause any obstruction to the current. Chen Chen did not wait long in the lobby on the first floor. Max quickly put on his clothes and stood in front of him. Although Max is a bit honest, it doesn't mean he has no brains. Since he has decided to change his job, he changed his address. "Boss, what do you want me to do?" Chen Chen he raised his chin and motioned him to take a look at the news on TV. The news was reporting about the Osborne Group. The Osborne Group had just undergone a power change, and the top leader became a young man in his early 20s. The stock price fluctuated a bit, and now it was their public relations department that was speaking. It was nothing more than reassuring topics such as the company's business strategy would not change, Clean energy was developing rapidly, and so on. Look, you repaired the circuit for the Osborne Group, and you were almost electrocuted. But there was no report or news about you on the internet or in the news. How do you feel? Max clenched his fists involuntarily and said through gritted teeth, is it because of Osborne? Yes, the Osborne Group spent a lot of money to buy off the media and concealed all the news, but no one knew about your death. Are you angry about this? I'm angry. Even death is unknown, even honest people can get angry sometimes. Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction, very good, it seems that we have reached a preliminary agreement. I want you to reveal the true face of the Osborne Group in front of the public. Maybe you will be arrested by the police, but don't be afraid. I will definitely rescue you and fulfill all my promises. Max hesitated. It was like trying to stop a car with a mantis arm to fight against such a behemoth as the Osborne Group. Chen Chen saw his hesitation. Look at your arm, you are no longer an ordinary person, not to mention that I am behind you. By the way, I have 15% of Stark Industries shares. Max felt relieved, then lowered his head and looked at his arm with blue light. He couldn't help showing an angry expression. He worked hard for Osborne, regardless of his personal safety. Even if he became this ghostly appearance, no one knew about it, as if he had never existed in the world. Okay. Max said in a deep voice, I will let everyone know the true face of the Osborne Group. Chen Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. It was rare to meet such a fool. With him, the Osborne Group was not far from falling into his hands. New York Times Square is famous all over the world. From 10 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the evening, there are almost always a large number of people crowded here. During the day, this place can be said to be a shopping paradise. Of course, at night, it becomes a world of thieves, violent elements, and blacks. At 12 o'clock noon, it was the time when the flow of people was the most dense, and near the square, I don't know when there were more than a dozen reporters with handheld cameras. These reporters were specially arranged by Chen Chen. Chapter 93 The Policeman Who Was Randomly Raped 1. As one of the most prosperous areas in New York, there are police patrols and guards here all year round. It was summer at this time. Under the hot sun, a mysterious man who was wrapped up tightly walked to the center of Times Square. In the gaps of his clothes, there seemed to be a faint light. This made ordinary citizens wearing short-sleeved hot pants nearby pay attention and look at this weird man in strange clothes. Such a dress naturally attracted the attention of the police. A policeman came over. Boy, what shameful things do you have? Take off your hat for me. This weird man who wrapped his whole body was naturally the Electric Man Max. When the Electric Man saw the police coming, he obediently took off his hood slowly, revealing a blue face in front of everyone. Under the translucent skin, dark blood vessels were clearly visible. Such a face that was not like a human immediately caused the police to be horrified. Stop, what kind of monster are you? Max hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to answer, but when he thought of Chen Chen's order, his nature of obeying orders came out again. He ignored the police's questions and walked forward as if no one was around. Stop, freak! This move immediately caused the police to commotion, and the surrounding citizens who witnessed this scene were also frightened and hid to the side. More than a dozen police officers at the scene were all alarmed. They used the vehicle as a cover and pointed their guns at Max. Some of them even took out the walkie-talkie and whispered for support. In his ear, Chen Chen's voice came from the special headset, "Get closer to those policemen." Max hesitated for a moment, but still did it. Stop! If you don't stop, I'll shoot. I'll warn you one last time, stop immediately, lie down, and surrender. Otherwise I'll shoot. But Max ignored all these warnings. Seeing this weirdo getting closer and closer to him, it wasn't just a policeman who shot first. In the crisp sound of gunfire, the bullets spun rapidly and shot at the blue figure opposite. Max reacted very quickly, raised his arms, just in front of the bullets, and the faint electric current formed a shield, burning the flying bullets into ashes. He was just an ordinary person. Although the bullet did not cause any harm to him, it made him a little panic. He subconsciously shouted, "Don't shoot, I'm innocent." But no one paid attention to his words. The gunshot seemed to be the horn of the start. More than a dozen policemen fired one after another, and the sound of gunfire like popping beans rang out. For a time, bullets flew across Times Square. But facing the electric current with extraordinary power, light man, the attacks of these ordinary guns look so powerful, the bullets bounced off before they hit Max. Seeing that the bullets had no effect on him, Max calmed down a little. The police attacked him without reason as soon as they saw him, and they were even unwilling to listen to his explanation, which made him particularly angry, and he raised his hand. The abundant electric current formed a long dragon, falling from the sky, and a bang was heard, blowing up half of a car where the police were hiding. The charred parts flew all over the sky and fell to the ground with a clang. In the hot scene, Max looked at his palm, a little unbelievable, and muttered to himself, "Okay. I am no longer the electrician who is bullied by others. From today on, I am the electric light man. The king of controlling electric current." The violent explosion instantly detonated the whole scene, and the pedestrians passing by were all scared to death, screaming one after another, and ran away. On the contrary, the reporters that Chen Chen had arranged here in advance were fearless and excited. "It's so exciting! Explosive news! My year-end bonus is settled. I thought it was a hard job, but I didn't expect such a big news." For a while, reporters from all walks of life rushed up without paying attention to the police's bullets. The fastest reporter had already contacted the headquarters to broadcast the incident live and reprinted it on TV programs and the internet. Max, who suddenly found that he had extremely strong power, couldn't help but be excited. He put his hands together and pushed forward. With a crackling sound, two electric poles entangled with each other, and lightning struck. This lightning struck the police car, but it did not blow it into parts like the last time. Instead, it was like a big hand made of electric current, grabbing the vehicle out of thin air and smashing it everywhere. One police car after another was smashed into discus, and under the electric light, the fuel tanks of the vehicles were detonated from time to time, flashing large patches of fire. The police were scared to death and ran around with their heads in their hands. At this time, sirens suddenly sounded in the distance, and the sirens were getting closer and closer. Obviously, the support that the police had requested from the headquarters was about to arrive. However, Max was not afraid at all. He enjoyed this moment a little. Looking at the huge electronic screens around Times Square, these screens were now broadcasting sudden news in real time, and all of them were his figure. He has always been a small person with no sense of existence. When has he ever been so popular? I like this feeling. Max murmured. Chen Chen was suspended in the sky, watching the scene from afar. He didn't care about Max's fight. If the scene was not hot, how could it attract the attention of the media and the public? As long as he could complete the task he was ordered to do, everything would be fine. With such a bad incident, the police force of the entire city has been dispatched urgently. Dozens of police cars surrounded Max in the center of the square from far and near. The scene was shocking. 7 or 8 police cars that were smashed into discus were still burning. This tragic scene made the pupils of the newly arrived police shrink. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Chapter 93 The Policeman Who Was Randomly Trampled Too. Seeing Max, who was flashing with electric light, they shot the electric man without hesitation. Facing the dense bullets, the electric man already had experience. With a wave of his hands, a large electric grid appeared in front of him. All the bullets passed through the electric grid, either bounced off or turned into ashes. You policemen are so annoying. He condensed the electric current and slapped it hard on the ground. With Max as the center, a large amount of electric current spread, the concrete ground was shattered, and the surrounding vehicles with alarms were directly blown away for more than 10 meters, and those policemen were like rag dolls, flying all over the sky. Not far from this scene, the beautiful Chinese people who were watching the show with curiosity and risking their lives were dumbfounded and speechless. At this moment, a figure in a tight uniform appeared between the high-rise buildings. It was Spider-Man, a good neighbor of New York citizens. Hearing about the super-powered crime, Spider-Man chose to skip class to be chivalrous. The spider silk sprayed out, like a butterfly flying through flowers, sticking the flying police in the air together. The large group of police was casually hung on the street lamp pole, and the innocent street lamp pole was bent. Landing on a relatively intact police car, Peter Parker took out a loudspeaker from the car and shouted, "Hey, Flash Boy over there, you have been surrounded by Spider-Man, please raise your hands and surrender immediately." Max suddenly became excited and asked loudly, "Spider-Man, is that you?" "Yes, it's me. Do you know me?" Spider-Man was a little confused. "Don't you remember me? You once saved me from under the wheels, and you said you needed me." Peter Parker tilted his head and thought for a while. He seemed to have some impression of this incident, and nodded, "I remember. You were holding the design drawings at that time. What was your name?" "Max, my name is Max." Electro came back excitedly. Not long ago, he was saved by Spider-Man in a car accident, and Spider-Man was his idol. Chapter 94 Spider-Man vs Electro. Spider-Man sat on the edge of the police car and chatted with Max. "Yes, Max, how did you become like this? I almost didn't recognize you." Without Chen Chen's reminder, Max already knew what he should say. Taking this opportunity, he said with hatred, "Osborn. It's the Osborn Group. I was just an ordinary electrician in the Osborn Group, but Krypton Osborn turned me into this ghost now." After the sci-fi scene just now, coupled with Chen Chen's advance arrangement here, and a reporter's promotion, such explosive news instantly shocked the whole United States. At this time, any TV station with weight was frantically broadcasting the scenes happening in Times Square. Several brave reporters even almost poked the microphone to Max's mouth. Therefore, Max's words were very clearly transmitted. As soon as this was said, all the audience were in an uproar. Is it the Osborn Group again? The scene of hundreds of thousands of people turning into giant lizards in New York is still vivid in our minds, and now, this kind of thing has happened again? Are we going to let people live? In the luxurious office on the top floor of the Osborn Group, Harry Osborn's face was livid, and he smashed the cup in his hand into pieces. "Bobby Cool. How did you deal with this matter? Why did this person appear on all the TV stations in the country?" Bobby Cool is a director of the Osborn Group. He has a lot of say in the group and has always been at odds with Harry. Bobby Cool's face was also very ugly, but at this time, the most important thing was not to argue with Harry, but to deal with the blue light man on the TV station who claimed to be an Osborn employee. "Don't worry, I sent Morgan over a long time ago. He is almost there now. He should be able to handle this matter perfectly." Morgan is a retired elite soldier and a shooting coach for the security personnel of the Osborn Group. When Max revealed his identity, he had already reached the outskirts of Times Square, found a tall building, and was moving rapidly upwards. In the square, Spider-Man was still talking to Max. Parker had personally experienced the Professor Lizard incident, so he knew very well how critical the situation was at the time. Hearing the words of the person opposite him, he looked serious. "Max, are you telling the truth?" Max became excited. "Yes. It happened yesterday afternoon, Halfway through his words, he suddenly looked into the distance as if he had sensed something. Parker's spider sense also found something abnormal. With his vision far superior to that of ordinary people, he immediately locked onto Morgan's location and shouted loudly, "Don't shoot! Morgan set up his gun, lay down under the billboard, steadied his breathing, and quietly asked, "Director, should we clear the target?" A voice came from the other end of the headset, "Clear immediately." In the high-power optical sight, the blue figure suddenly looked here, and Spider-Man's voice followed. But his heart was as solid as a rock, and he pulled the trigger steadily. A fire snake suddenly spurted out of the muzzle. Under the scorching sun, it was not conspicuous. The armor-piercing bullet, which was longer than a finger, blasted towards the target's head at a speed of more than 3 times the speed of sound. Under his precise shooting, 99% of the people in the world would have their brains exploded. But the electric man in the center of the square was not among them. The dazzling electric current suddenly appeared, and the supersonic bullet was easily blocked, fixed half a foot away from the light blue body, and slowly turned. "Osborn Group! Do you want to kill me again?" Max roared and condensed the electric current. Under the electromagnetic effect, the bullet shot out in the direction of the flight. When describing the speed, it is said to be lightning. The speed of lightning propagating in the air, although not the speed of light, is also hundreds of kilometers per second. This distance of several hundred meters was reached in an instant. Morgan was hit by lightning before he even had time to react. Miraculously, under Max's control, the lightning that directly broke the steel beam in front did not cause him any harm, but carried him to the center of the square. In the blink of an eye, Morgan's figure was forcibly captured in front of everyone. Seeing this figure clearly, Max was even more angry. It was indeed Osborn who did it. "I have seen you, Morgan, who gave you the order to kill me." Chen, who was watching all this from a distance, was very satisfied with Max's performance. This man is indeed the kind of employee that the boss likes the most. After receiving the order, he will execute it without any compromise. He always talks about the Osborn Group, and he wants to throw all the dirty water on the head of the Osborn Group. Of course, what he said is also true. Morgan is also a tough character. Not only is he not afraid, he also picked up the anti-material sniper rifle that he never left in his hand, and wanted to give the person in front of him a hard blow. Before the bullet was fired, the current rushed, turning his whole person and the gun into ashes. As things developed, Harry Osborn, who was watching all this on live TV, had already thrown everything he could throw. He was relieved only when he saw Morgan dead. It's better to die. Without evidence, who can be sure of this man's origin? Parker was annoyed because he couldn't stop him. Max's anger grew stronger and stronger. He simply turned around and walked towards the direction of the Osborn Group. Parker turned around and stopped him. "Where do you want to go now?" "Spider-Man. Are you colluding with Osborn?" Parker said in surprise, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Then don't stop me." Max still walked towards the Osborn building. "Hey, man, you can't just walk away like this. Look around here. You made this place a mess, and you want to leave easily." Parker continued. Max stopped. "They started it first, and I was forced to fight back." "You may be right, but you violated the laws of the United Gang, so you'd better go to the police station. As for the Osborn Group, I will investigate this matter." Parker was right. He looked at this matter from a public standpoint. But such words were particularly harsh to the victim Max. He was flashing with electricity, and the electricity made his temper even more irritable. Everyone knows. The laws of the United States serve the rich. Only idiots like you will firmly believe in the police and laws of the United States. Get out of the way, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Parker frowned when he heard this. He suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the car next to him. "What if I don't want to?" As he spoke, he took the initiative. Of course. He just wanted to restrict Max's movements and had no intention of hurting him. He flicked his fingers and 2 spider webs flew towards him. "Damn it! You really stand with the rich?" Max roared angrily. Chapter 95 Chen Chen's Bad Taste. The two palms hit each other, the positive and negative poles collided, and the huge current surged forward in the shape of a shock wave, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of Spider-Man. Parker exerted force on his waist and abdomen, flipped his body backward, lifted the entire car up, and blocked it in front of him. The next moment, the two sides collided. The chassis of the vehicle shattered instantly, and the four wheels splashed out, and with exclamations, it rushed towards the crowd at lightning speed. The crowd watching the excitement not far away cried out in surprise. Some of them wanted to run back, but they were too late because of the crowded crowd. At the critical moment, Parker threw the empty car shell in his hand towards Max, and at the same time, he fired Spider Silk to stick to the wheel in the distance. With a strange cry, he used the wheel as a sledgehammer and swung it at the enemy. Facing the empty shell of the flying car, Max casually pointed out that he had absorbed enough electricity before coming, and the highly concentrated current instantly blew it into pieces. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the wheel in the distance whistled and hammered over. Caught off guard, Max only had time to lay down an electric net in front of him to intercept. This set is very effective for metal objects, but it is useless for most wheels made of rubber. Bang! Hidden weapons attack. The light blue figure was smashed directly like a toy, drawing a beautiful arc and crashing directly into the building on the side. There was a big hole on the flat wall. Spider-Man jumped from a distance and poked his head in. Is Max there? I want to apologize to you, you should be fine. Seeing Spider-Man, who has always been the embodiment of justice, defeat the weirdo, the crowd not far away couldn't wait to cheer, Spider-Man! Spider-Man! However, ordinary people do not have the vitality of extraordinary life forms. The cheers just sounded, and suddenly more than a dozen light balls the size of a human head flew out of the building. Spider-Man exclaimed repeatedly, jumping around like a flea, and the spider silk shot out, taking him to avoid the gap between the light balls. For Spider-Man with spider sense, it is not difficult to avoid the shooting of light balls. However, he ignored the crowd not far away, and these dozen light balls hit the crowd with unabated momentum. The crowd was in a panic, and Parker quickly realized all this, and his face changed drastically. Looking at the crowd pushing each other and almost trampling, he gritted his teeth, flashed and jumped continuously, and blocked the light ball before it reached the crowd. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless spider silks shot out, and the tough spider silk was woven into several large nets, intercepting the crowd. But when manpower was exhausted, two balls of light still passed the interception of the spider web and flew towards the crowd, and Parker could only watch it all. The imagined disaster did not happen. The two balls of light fell to the ground, puffed, and disappeared without causing any harm. Before Parker could breathe a sigh of relief, the ball of light intercepted by the spider web exploded, and lightning shot out along the spider silk, electrocuting Spider-Man all over. Parker's body was shaking irregularly, and he spewed green smoke. He just took 2 steps forward and fell to the ground. But his physical fitness was still far beyond that of ordinary people. After falling to the ground, he could even complain, "This electrotherapy is really powerful." 5 or 6 seconds later, Max floated out of the building, flew in front of Spider-Man, and said lightly, "Since you saved me before, I will let you go this time and not bother with you." You don't seem to be very bright, is it out of power?" As he spoke, Parker's collapsed body suddenly bounced up, and spider silk sprayed out at the fastest speed, surrounding Max completely. It must be said that he did guess right. The electric man could not generate electricity by himself. He was equivalent to a large power bank, which could only collect the existing electrical energy from the outside world. After such a long battle, Max's body did not have much current left. Even so, he was not willing to give in. Even if it is less, it is enough to electrocute you. The electric light burst out and conducted along the spider silk. Fortunately, Parker reacted quickly and cut off the connection between the spider silk and himself in an instant, so he did not enjoy the taste of electrotherapy again. While the two were entangled, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky, blocking the scorching sun at noon. There were exclamations around. What is that in the sky? That person can actually fly. It's Iron Man. Iron Man is here. The reporter below quickly raised the camera, fearing that he would miss a shot. Two superheroes appear at the same time. This scene is not common. In fact, it was not Tony Stark who came, but Chen Chen, the owner of this iron suit. But he didn't want to reveal his true identity, so he borrowed Tony's Iron Man identity. Of course, Tony had already announced publicly that he was Iron Man, so now Iron Man is the most well-known superhero in the United States. Chen Chen floated in the sky, with a smile on his face. Spider-Man, it's been a long time since we last met. Let me help you. Parker looked up at the sky, and suddenly had an ominous premonition, and couldn't help shouting, "No! I'll do it myself." But it was too late. Chen Chen's mouth drew a bad smile, opened his hands, and the small arc reactor on his chest burst into a bright light. An energy wave accurately shot at the electric man, and the powerful energy overflowed, but it did not cause much damage. Most of the energy was absorbed by the electric man, and for a while his body surface burst into a bright blue light again. Chen Chen's attack was maliciously charging Max. Max, who was fully charged instantly, roared and exerted force with both hands, "Open it for me." The light blue electric current overflowed, and the tough spider silk was directly broken. Parker cursed with despair, "Iron Man, you bastard! I'm not done with you." All the audience looked at each other. Iron Man seemed to be doing more harm than good. Tony, who was far away in Stark Tower, saw the figure of Iron Man on TV and immediately sprayed out the coffee he was enjoying. Max, who had been fully charged, opened fire at full power, and at the same time controlled 7 or 8 lightning bolts to cover the entire area in front of him. This left almost no room for Parker to dodge, and soon he was hit by the wanton electric current and flew backwards. With a rumbling sound, his entire body was embedded in the police car behind. The familiar alarm sounded continuously. Parker's body was charred. His tights were tattered, and emitting wisps of green smoke, which contrasted with the white police car. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Parker muttered to himself, "Asshole! Asshole! Is there anyone as deceiving as you?" Chen Chen laughed in his heart, and at the same time instructed the electric man through a special insulated headset, "Max, follow the script." Max nodded slightly, indicated that he knew. Then, Chen Chen slowly descended to the ground in the iron suit, and said through the electronic sound synthesized by the intelligent housekeeper, "Electric man, surrender. You want to stop me too?" Max roared, "Today, I became a monster because of the Osborn Group, and tomorrow, it may be all of you." Chapter 96 The Defeat of the Osborn Group. Max's words caused a commotion among the people around. After all, the Osborn Group has a criminal record. Not long ago, it turned hundreds of thousands of people in the city into giant lizards. This is a lesson learned from the past. It has only been a few dozen days, and it is related to my own life safety. How can it be so easy to forget? Chen Chen said righteously, "I believe you are telling the truth, but your current situation is too dangerous. Please surrender immediately." As he spoke, a cry of surprise came. It was Max, who had already made a move secretly. He knew that the man in front of him was his boss, but he had no intention of holding back. He also wanted to test his boss's true strength. There was a dangerous blue light in the air, and several lightning bolts came one after another, chasing and striking Chen Chen. The extremely high temperature caused the air along the way to expand, making a sound like thunder. Chen Chen stood there calmly, as if he had no time to react. Amid the exclamations of the onlookers, 4 or 5 lightning bolts had already struck him. The result was unexpected. Even Spider-Man, if hit by the electric current, would be charred and fly backwards, but Chen Chen did not move at all. In fact, the lightning just landed on his body and disappeared silently, as if it had never appeared. The suit Chen Chen was wearing was called an iron battle suit, but in fact it was just a combat suit. The bonus brought to him by the iron battle suit was really limited, far less than his original strength. A faint smell of grass drifted by. This was because oxygen molecules combined with each other under the high voltage of tens of thousands of volts to form drifting ozone. Energy plus 43. Energy plus 44. Chen Chen sighed slightly. In fact, the energy brought by the intensity of the electric man's attack should be far more than this. Unfortunately, the masochistic constitution had limited reaction to the attack of the power of nature and could not provide him with a large amount of energy. Now it seems that even if it is electrical energy, after entering the body of the electric man, it still cannot change the properties of its natural power. Well, let Tony take the spotlight for once. Chen Chen flashed and instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters, came to the front of the electric man, raised his hand and chopped Max's neck with a knife. The power was just right. Max didn't even see how Chen Chen appeared, his eyes rolled up, and he fainted immediately. Instant kill. Such a scene shocked many people. How long has it been since Iron Man took action? 1 second? It was only a second, and this arrogant electric man was defeated. Some people even missed the wonderful moment just by not paying attention, and asked the people around them in confusion, "What happened? I just blinked, why did the blue-skinned guy fall down?" Even Harry Osborn, who was watching all this on TV, had a twitch on his face. Such a powerful Electro could not last more than a second in front of Iron Man. They were both the bosses of giant companies and inherited billions of assets. He suffered from a genetic disease, while the other became the Iron Man that everyone was paying attention to. Why was the gap between people so big? For a moment, Harry envied Tony deeply. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and screamed, "My stocks!" At the moment, he didn't even bother to watch the live broadcast on TV, and hurriedly checked the trading market on the computer on the desk. It didn't matter if he looked at it, the miserable curve printed green on his face. From the appearance of Electro to now, it has only been a few dozen minutes, and Osborn's stock has fallen by 8%. You know, the stock price of Osborn Group, a large group with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars, plummeted by 8% in just a few tens of minutes. This is already a very large fluctuation, and tens of billions of dollars evaporated in an instant. This made Harry look extremely ugly. The Osborn Group, the conference room was full of people. All the directors sat upright and silent. Director Bobbyco looked around. Obviously, the company has encountered a big crisis again. So far, our stock has been hit hard and has fallen by 20%. We must stop this momentum. What do you think? Like the last crisis, it is definitely not feasible to directly lay off the entire bioenergy fusion department. Now the company's main direction is clean energy. If it is laid off because of a small accident, the entire company will suffer a heavy blow. But the public is very sensitive to such things, and it is definitely not okay not to give an explanation. For a while, no one answered. Harry Osborn, who was at the top, suddenly said, "The missing person is called Max." That's right. At this time, the pictures of Max and Electro appeared on the screen. Harry pointed at the figure with blue light flashing. Who can recognize him? Does he still have normal blood in his body? Can a DNA test be done? Hearing the music and knowing the meaning of the song, Bobby laughed. The chairman is right, the Electro is just the Electro, and has nothing to do with our group. The directors around nodded. Yes, this is the best solution. With their influence, it is easy to hold the Electro in their hands. Who can prove that the Electro is Max? Chen Chen is paying attention to the developments of the Osborn Group. With such a big incident, the Osborne Group must hold a press conference to release the news to stabilize the stock price. In Chen Chen's view, the Electro incident is really a complete accident. If they tell the whole thing honestly, some losses are inevitable, but the overall situation can probably be stabilized. But will they do this? Obviously not. In the whole world, how many large groups did not try to cover up the scandal, but directly admit it? The Osborne Group responded very quickly. Originally, if they wanted to hold a press conference, they would have to at least notify all media reporters in advance and gather them together. But now, even this step can be omitted, because hundreds of reporters have surrounded the Osborne building. As soon as Harry appeared, the peripheral reporters were boiling. All kinds of microphones rushed over, wishing to hit him. "Mr. Harry, how does Osborne explain the electric world? Is Osborne conducting secret human experiments? Is clean energy really safe?" Various voices were mixed, making it impossible to hear clearly. "Quiet!" Dozens of security guards stopped the excited reporters and shouted to maintain order. After the reporters calmed down, Harry said, "Oscorp has already closed the biological fusion laboratory. Human experiments are completely false and slanderous." Chapter 97 Chen Chen's Backup Plan 1. In front of the reporters, Harry showed the excellent psychological quality of the group's controller. He was calm and relaxed, and waved his arms from time to time when he spoke. As for the so-called electric man, he is even more of a thug. What he did in New York Square, as we have seen, how can we trust the one-sided words of such thugs? In fact, based on investigation, we have reason to believe that this incident was most likely maliciously fabricated by a competitor to attack the development of bio-clean energy. Facing the reporter, Harry spoke eloquently, systematically removing the company from the matter, and even did not forget to promote the advantages of bioenergy. Looking at the high-spirited Harry on TV, Chen Chen shook his head repeatedly. "Isn't this just you digging yourself into a trap?" In fact, if it weren't for Chen Chen, his speech would still be effective. It can be seen from Osborne's stock price. As soon as this news came out, the stock price, which had been falling sharply, immediately slowed down its downward trend. In the end, even after a 30% drop, the shock stabilized. In the final analysis, it is not realistic to want to overturn a large enterprise by relying on unknown news of true or false. Fortunately, Chen Chen was well prepared. He went to see the electric man in advance and filmed the whole process. Now, in his opinion, the Osborne Group's rhetoric is completely digging a hole by itself and jumping in. The only question is, when will Chen Chen go to shovel the soil and bury Osborne? Should I take action immediately, or let the news spread and wait for the time to come? Just as he was thinking about it, a phone call came in. Chen Chen looked and saw that it was Tony Stark. The call was connected, and Tony's figure appeared on the projected screen. He was smiling and obviously in a good mood. Chen Chen asked in surprise, "What happened? Why are you so happy?" Tony raised his eyebrows. "Man, you should thank me. In just half a day, you made $3 billion. Isn't this worth being happy about?" "I made $3 billion. Chen Chen was extremely confused. What was going on? How could his assets suddenly increase for no reason? Tony looked at his expression and laughed. "No way, didn't you say before that you were going to take action against the Osborne Group, and you were sure that its stock price would fall, so you asked me to help you mortgage your Stark Industrial stocks? I successfully shorted the stocks of the Osborne Group with the money from the stock mortgage. The more it falls, the more we earn. Who knew that in just half a day, its stock price fell by 30%, and you also made money because of it?" Chen Chen was stunned, and then smiled. "Tony, thank you very much. $3 billion, this is not a small amount of money, and for Chen Chen now, the more money the better. You know, it takes millions of US dollars to produce a small arc reactor, and the 80 small arc reactors swallowed not long ago are worth $400 million to $500 million US. If the acquisition of Osborne Group is successful, finding Dr. Octopus and making artificial suns, the money spent is probably not a small amount. Tony shook his head. It's a small matter, because you made a splash for me. The stock of Stark Industries also rose by 5 percentage points. My worth has also increased by more than $1 billion US. Chen Chen's eyes flickered. Tony, I still have a dose of explosive material in my hand, which can destroy the reputation of Osborne. Do you want to join hands to acquire it? Tony was startled and hesitated, but I don't have much cash on hand. He thought for a while and gritted his teeth. Only those who are brave can eat the biggest piece of cake. Let's fight. I will also pledge part of my shares to play with you. Chen Chen smiled. Don't worry, this is a sure win deal. It would be very difficult for him to acquire the Osborne Group alone, but with Tony's help, it is possible. Then I will continue to short it. Tony's eyes flickered. Chen Chen nodded. At this time, the Osborne Group was jubilant because the stock price had begun to rise. Before Harry's speech was delivered, the stock price fell straight down. Now it has a growth momentum. Even if it is only 2%, it is enough to make them feel relieved. Because this means that the situation has been stabilized by them. Harry said complacently, it seems that things will calm down soon. You can relax and I won't accompany you. Bobbyco complimented, Mr. Chairman is really resourceful. His compliment was very helpful to Harry. After all, Harry was an airborne chairman, and he was only 20 years old, so his control over the entire group was very insufficient. And he just went to hold a press conference in person, and he also intended to consolidate his own power. Now it seems that this trick was used correctly, and even Bobbyco, the most prestigious director on the board, was convinced. Now, the whole American people are paying attention to and discussing the Electro incident. Some of these people believe that the Osborne Group is covering up the facts, but they have no evidence. Max's information and photos have long been found. But from this photo, there is no resemblance between him and the Electro. More people will be skeptical about the whole thing, and some people even put their doubts on Osborne's competitors, sorting out which company may be the mastermind behind the scenes. There is also the public relations department of the Osborne Group on the internet, constantly guiding the direction of public opinion. A hot event, no matter how much attention it attracts, will gradually fade out of the public's view as time goes by. In this case, if no decisive evidence appears, this matter will probably gradually subside. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. Chapter 97 Chen Chen's Backup Plan 2. However, Chen Chen is still hiding behind the scenes. Seeing the direction of public opinion, he knew that he should take action. The most popular video platform now is YouTube. Chen Chen directly asked the smart housekeeper to upload the video of Max being electrocuted into charcoal without any modification. Then, he sent the video to the mailboxes of hundreds of media. Osborne, are you ready? Masaka is a copy editor. His task is to select newsworthy ones from countless revelations and send them to the editor-in-chief for viewing. If the editor-in-chief believes that this matter is worth reporting, he will send a reporter to contact the whistleblower to confirm whether the matter is true. If the matter is true, it can be published in newspapers or even on TV. This job is actually very boring. Many revelations are trivial matters and are not worth mentioning at all. The neighbor's renovation is noisy. Needless to say, don't even read the content, just ignore it. A male dog from a stranger's house raped his pet dog worth $100,000. This seems to be worth reporting. Maybe it can cause a big discussion. Masaka pondered, marked it first, and then forwarded it to the editor-in-chief. At this time, a new email was sent to the revelation mailbox. He casually swiped down and immediately threw the previous revelation out of the window. Osborne employees died tragically, and the electric man is Max. Masaka's heart was pounding. The electric man incident is a hot topic nowadays. If this email is not a prank, it is an explosive news. Quickly click on the video in the email. In the video, the whole incident is vivid and clear. Max was left behind to repair the circuit, the staff on duty refused to cut off the power, and he was electrocuted and fell into the electric eel cabin. He was bitten by dozens of electric eels and turned into charcoal. The scene was bloody, but he was extremely excited. Chapter 98: The Experimented Electric Man. However, if the news is not bloody, how can it attract attention? After only seeing half of it, Masaka jumped up and shouted, "This is true." At the moment, he ignored everything and rushed into the editor-in-chief's office with a computer. Big news! Big news! It must be said that Masaka is really lucky. He saw the email as soon as it arrived, and at this time, the video on the internet had not yet begun to ferment. After the editor fast-forwarded the video, he immediately decided, urgently insert it into the news. The sooner the better, more than one TV station must have been exposed. Looking at Masaka, who was looking anxious, the editor added, "Don't worry, your bonus will be there." The people of Osborne Group were still celebrating, but they didn't know that a storm was brewing. On the internet, the popularity of the video soared rapidly, and more people saw it. But the public was skeptical about the video. After all, there are too many false information in the internet world. Who knows if this is a spoof of that person? But then, no one doubted the authenticity of the incident. Because the American ABC news station had urgently inserted this news and guaranteed that this incident was completely true and had not been modified in any way. Then, countless TV stations, big and small, jointly reported it. After only a few minutes of brewing, the storm had already arrived. Even before Osborne's senior management figured out what was going on, half of the United States was boiling. An employee lost his life, and Osborne's first reaction was to cover it up. Even said that the whole thing was a slander by competitors. Angry netizens rushed into Osborne's official website and cursed loudly, and then directly squeezed the official website down. Some people even claimed to rush into the Osborne building and burn it directly. Some people even dug out the previous press conference video and cursed every second they watched it. Harry Osborne, chairman and CEO of the Osborne Group, still knew nothing about the whole thing. He was half lying in his spacious office, observing the silver cube in his hand in the sunlight. At this time, his assistant Sykes hurried in. "Sykes, what are you doing in such a hurry?" "Sir, something bad has happened. The whole thing has been leaked." "What do you mean?" "It's all TV stations are reporting about the electric man. They even have videos." As he said, he spread out his notes, and the video played in the news was the video released by Chen Chen. Harry's face was extremely ugly. After watching only half of it, he threw the silver cube in his hand to the ground fiercely. "Fuck, what's going on? Things were stable, so why did it suddenly take a sharp turn for the worse? How did this video get leaked? Is there a traitor in the group?" He took a steady breath. "How is the stock price now? Falling straight down? Is it an insider or an outsider? If it's an insider, what good will the falling stock price do him? If it's an outsider, how did he get this top-secret video?" So far, Osborne has been involved in the plot. The actions of the group finally completely lost everyone's trust. Professor Lizard's incident can be said to be an accident, and they also closed the entire biological fusion department. What about the electric man? When their own employees had an accident, instead of trying to remedy it, they tried their best to cover up the news, distance themselves from the relationship, and even slandered their opponents. This kind of company is no exception even if it does something crazy. Shareholders who hold Osborne stocks can no longer sit still and sell their stocks one after another. What followed was a cliff-like drop in stock prices. Seeing that the company's situation was in danger, the shareholders of the Osborne Group were heartbroken, but they were helpless. You know, every drop in this means that their wealth is shrinking, and when will this shrinkage end? There is no limit to the rise and fall of American stocks, and it is possible to drop more than half in one day. Some people are happy and some are worried. The ones who are worried are the entire senior management of the Osborne Group, and the one who is happy is naturally Chen Chen. How much the other party falls is equal to how much you earn. In just 2 or 3 days, he made billions of dollars without any effort. Where can you find such a good thing in the past? Of course, these assets will not rise endlessly. To short a stock is to borrow the stock and sell it at a high price, and buy it back at a low price to repay the debt. The difference is the profit. Chen Chen's ultimate goal is not only to take these profits, but to control the entire Osborne. These billions of dollars are just pocket money that comes with this process. After 3 days, seeing that Osborne's stock price has fallen 50% from its highest point, Chen Chen is finally satisfied and slowly withdraws his funds. Tony also ate a lot of money. What he earned in these few days is almost equivalent to the profit of Stark Industries in half a year. I didn't expect that you still have such a big killer in your hand. Chen Chen smiled proudly. That's right, I will definitely not fight a battle without confidence. The whole thing, from beginning to end, was controlled by him? Tony shook his head repeatedly, and felt a little sympathetic to the Osborne Group. You really screwed them. This is just the beginning. You wait and see. What other tricks do you have? Chen Chen did not answer this question. He looked at the White Queen. Now, we can contact Osborne's shareholders, right? Such a wonderful sniper battle, the White Queen naturally did not miss it. At this time, the body led by Emma was issuing orders in an orderly and rapid manner. The White Queen nodded. The stock price has just fallen, and those major shareholders will definitely not be willing, but the small shareholders are different. I will contact those people secretly, don't worry. By the way, Mr. Stark, I need your help. Tony naturally agreed. Now that the funds are sufficient, I will also slowly buy retail stocks in the market. Don't be too anxious, take your time. The current price is still far from bottoming out. Why is Chen Chen so sure? Of course, he still has the scandal of Osborne in his hands. Speaking of which, Max should be rescued now. That's right, after Chen Chen knocked Max down that day, he went straight home, and Max was naturally sent to a criminal mental hospital. This mental hospital is actually controlled by Osborne. After he was admitted to the hospital, he was used as a test subject by the furious Osborne executives, tortured in every way, and suffered a lot. But he still didn't give up, because the boss had promised to save him, and he also believed that with the boss's power, he could definitely save him. In the underground prison, Max was tightly fixed and soaked in water. Chapter 99 Another heavy bomb. Military biostimulation electrodes and high-strength capacitors are connected to him, making it impossible for him to escape. The night is deep, and the laboratory is quiet, with only a faint blue light emitting. In Max's vision, the current of the entire prison is vivid, as if it is within reach, but unable to break through. At this moment, he saw something unusual. A dark figure suddenly walked into the laboratory. Max, are you okay? The person who came was Chen Chen, who transformed into a doctor in a mental hospital and quietly mixed in. A familiar voice came, and the electric man struggled violently. Chen Chen looked at the struggling electric man. Don't worry, I'll rescue you right away. In front of the observation room, the special glass that can defend against small rockets was broken by him casually. Floating down, the frame used to fix the electric man naturally did not cause any obstacles. He reached out and tore it apart easily. These actions had already alerted the alarm. The shrill alarm sounded continuously, and the lights flickered. Chen Chen lifted the dimly lit Max, raised his hand and shot the Kameha school Qigong to the top of his head, making a hole with a diameter of 1 meter, and then soared into the sky and disappeared. When the guards awakened by the alarm ran over, where was there any figure in the prison? The first to get the news was Babiku. He knew at the first time that something was wrong. However, he was not panicked. The rescue of the electric man was naturally beyond his expectation, fortunately he well prepared. The chairman, Harry Osborn, was the one who came forward in the whole thing. What does it have to do with him? At most, Harry was pushed out as a scapegoat. While thinking, he scolded the researcher beside him, "Why are you panicking? Calm down." The researcher did not calm down with his scolding, but became more panicked. "Sir, our experimental data has been stolen. All the databases have been moved." "What?" Babiku could no longer calm down, and cold sweat came out of his forehead. "You know, he appeared in the video many times, how can he shirk this?" In the middle of the night, Harry was awakened by the ringing. He frowned and opened his mobile phone to see that it was Babiku from the board of directors. "Mr. Osborn, there is bad news again. The electric man escaped from prison. It is very likely that he was rescued." Harry's breathing became heavy immediately after hearing this bad news. He was extremely angry. Who is it? At this point, even an idiot should know that someone is deliberately targeting their Osborn group. But who is this person? What is his purpose? In fact, I got some clues. What clues? Stark Industries seems to have borrowed a large amount from banks in recent times. Stark Industries? Could it really be them? The two companies are of the same size. How can they have the confidence to swallow Osborn? Harry held the microphone, and the veins on his palms bulged. No matter what, he couldn't lose Osborn. Osborn is not only wealth to him, but also life. If he loses it, who will study and treat his congenital family genetic disease? Seeing the company's stock price continue to fall, the shareholders of Osborn are all in turmoil. Taking this opportunity, the White Queen secretly sent people to contact those small shareholders. The result was very little, not satisfactory. Most people are unwilling to give in. Some of those who do give in ask for a high price, which is even 50% to 60% higher than the current market price. The White Queen frowned and said, "In fact, this price is not unacceptable, but if it goes on like this, our funds will be insufficient. This is normal. After all, people are greedy and want to make more money. However, how could Chen Chen do what they want?" He chuckled, "Just wait and see. A big bomb will explode soon. This time, they must be blown to pieces." This bomb is nothing else but the video of the electric man being tortured as an experimental material. He even published the entire experimental record for everyone to watch. It is clear and irrefutable. This time, Osborn was completely pushed to the forefront and completely numb. From the beginning, Chen Chen deliberately left a loophole for Osborn to deny the whole thing. Then, he released unquestionable evidence and slapped them in the face, making Osborn lose everyone's trust. And now, it is the final blow. If other companies face the final blow, there may be room for recovery, but Osborn is different. Because they have a serious criminal record, the Lizard Professor incident, which turned hundreds of thousands of people into giant lizards. This matter has always been criticized. Who can tolerate challenging everyone's bottom line again and again? Early in the morning, the entire Osborn building was surrounded by people. Some of these people were reporters, but more were angry New Yorkers. Since getting the news last night, Harry rushed to the building overnight to discuss countermeasures with Babiku. In his opinion, no matter who the enemy is, there should be some room for easing. How come the enemy threw out all the decisive evidence without a sound? However, the matter is clearly there, but it is extremely difficult to solve it. The only thing that makes him a little relieved is that the director Babiku finally gave in to him, and he also took complete control of the entire company. Things will always pass. As long as he persuades those directors with the help of Babiku and holds on to the stocks in his hands. No one can take Osborn away from him. Faced with the excited people, the only thing they can do is to deny the connection between the company and this matter. Unfortunately, Osborne's credibility has been shattered. No one is willing to believe their words. When everyone is busy selling stocks, it is time for Chen Chen to take over. At this time, Osborne's stock price has fallen to 20% of the previous price. After reaching this price, the downward momentum has been extremely slow. After all, the cash equivalents, short-term investments, and real estate held by the Osborne Group will not disappear out of thin air. Even so, those small shareholders are still panicking. In the past, it was the White Queen who sent people to contact them, but now, they took the initiative to contact the White Queen. In a few days, 80% of the property evaporated. Who can bear it? Besides, it is still uncertain whether Osborne can survive this. If it is forced to delist or go bankrupt, the first thing to be repaid must be taxes and debts. If there is any surplus, it will be repaid to shareholders holding preferred stocks, and finally, it will be their common shareholders. Who knows how much money will be left by then? Of course, if you want to acquire their shares at this time, you must pay a premium. The White Queen simply came up with an idea. Chapter 100 Control of the Osborne Group. The first to reach a deal will have a 50% premium, the second will have a 40% premium, the third will have a 30% premium, and the rest will naturally have only 20% or less. Time passed little by little, and the Osborne building was still unable to move forward. The difference is that without a sound, Chen Chen has spent tens of billions of dollars and quietly swallowed up 25% of Osborne's shares, becoming its largest shareholder. Most of the scattered stocks on the market have been swallowed up, and the acquisition action is still continuing, but the progress has slowed down. These days, the Osborne Group has held meetings one after another, but has not come up with any effective solutions. Hundreds of people are still gathered under the building, unwilling to disperse, and the group's stock price has even fallen to more than 10%, with no sign of rising at all. In the conference room, Harry was encouraging people, "Dear directors, the stock price has stabilized. Please rest assured that we will definitely get through this difficult time. People are always forgetful. We can even survive the time of Dr. Lizard, let alone a little-known Max. Our group's foundation is here. It is impossible for us to fall. Please don't believe in rumors." It was at this time that Chen Chen appeared outside the Osborne Building conference room with the White Queen. Under the White Queen's ability to control the mind, the staff and security guards along the way turned a blind eye to them, and they had a smooth journey. In the board office, the door creaked open suddenly, and two people entered without notice. One of them laughed and said, "It's ridiculous." Within a few days, the stock price fell to 16% of the peak period. What kind of stability is this? Harry was already on the verge of exploding. At this time, he didn't even look at it, and roared directly, "Who is it? Get out!" Chen Chen took a step forward, picked up the roaring Harry, threw him to the side, and sat at the top with a swagger. "Haha, it seems that some people haven't seen the situation clearly." Harry staggered to his feet, his face was livid with anger. "What do you want to do?" "Security! Security! Get these people out!" Several security guards hurried over. They were also very puzzled. They were clearly guarding at the end of the corridor. Why did two more people inexplicably appear in the conference room? Before they could do anything, Chen Chen said, "Director Bobbyku, you come and explain for our former chairman. I think he seems a little unclear." That's right, the White Queen had communicated with Bobbyku in advance. In fact, after Electro disappeared, the first person to find out was Bobbyku. After discovering that the data of illegal human experiments were lost, he knew that things were definitely irreversible. As long as the enemy holds on to this point, they will not have any room for recovery, and it is even possible to send him directly to prison. You know, the order to use Electro as an experimental subject was given by him personally. The worst thing is that he has appeared at the test site many times and even pressed the button of the experiment himself. As long as this video appears, he can't throw the blame on Harry at all. What awaits him is only ruin and imprisonment. Therefore, his first reaction is to contact the biggest suspect in the whole thing directly and beg Tony Stark for mercy. Then, the phone came to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was happy on the spot. Isn't it that someone sends a pillow when you are sleepy? Needless to say, Bobbyco comforted Harry, pretended to be soft to him, and then helped Chen Chen to pry into the company. It was with the help of Bobbyco, the insider, that Chen Chen silently became the largest shareholder of Osborne. Until now, Harry, the former largest shareholder, is still in the dark. He waved his hand to drive the security guard out, and then said to Harry, who was still confused, "Harry, Mr. Chen Chen is now the largest shareholder of Osborne Group. In fact, he does have the right to sit at the top." Harry looked at Bobbyco in disbelief. "Traitor! You damn traitor! You betrayed me! I should have known that you have always coveted my position. You are not trustworthy at all." He was so angry that he trembled all over and rushed over with red eyes. "I will kill you." Chen Chen waved his hand casually and pressed Harry down. "Very good, as the largest shareholder of the group, I will now hold a board meeting and propose that I be the chairman. Is there any director who disagrees?" Harry seemed to have grabbed the last straw and shouted, "That's right, even if you are the largest shareholder, you have to go through the board of directors to be the chairman. No one can take my position." He was pressed to the ground, but still refused to give up, struggling and saying, "Dear directors, this company was created by my father from scratch, bit by bit. You are all veterans and heroes. How can you watch it fall into the hands of this despicable villain?" Chen Chen waved his hand indifferently. "That's a good point. So just half a month after you took over, Osborne was on the verge of bankruptcy. That's your conspiracy. You deserve to die." "Okay." Chen Chen raised his voice, "Let's start the vote. Who agrees with my proposal now?" In addition to Chen Chen and Harry, there were 9 directors present. Needless to say, Bobbyco was caught by the pigtail and could only raise his hand to agree at the first time. There were 5 other directors who were the first to talk to Bobbyco and raised their hands immediately. Seeing that the matter was about to be settled, the remaining 3 directors looked left and right, and finally raised their hands hesitantly. Chen Chen clapped his hands gently. "Very good. All agree, the proposal is passed. So, I am now the chairman of Osborne." Harry got up with a pale face, pointing at the directors around him, not just angry, but also because of the genetic disease. His hands trembled violently, uncontrollably. "You, how can you do this? I am the chairman. This is my family's company." The 9 directors lowered their heads, and no one answered. He finally despaired, "You deserve to die. All deserve to die. Taking Osborne Enterprise away from him, what is the difference between taking his life directly? The family's genetic disease is about to break out. Will he become a monster little by little like his father, and then die in some dark corner? No, it can't be like this. He is still young, how can he die like this? If he has to die, it should be them." Harry looked around darkly, with malice boiling in his heart. Chen Chen coughed lightly. "Very good, now I will give the first order. Harry Osborne, as the CEO of the company, has low workability and is not qualified for this position. Therefore, he is fired. Security! Come and drive this idler out." Several security guards walked in, not knowing what was going on. How did the company's top leader suddenly become an idler?